Chapter 3083. When Xiaohua stepped onto the pagoda path, he immediately felt a sense of anxiety. The Buddhist light that emerged from beneath his feet wrapped around Xiaohua's body. It was as if countless pairs of demonic hands were probing into Xiaohua's heart. All kinds of troubles and discomforts poured in one after another. Not only did they attack Xiaohua's Buddha Saraira, they also attacked Xiaohua's Tao foundation. Inner demon. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. Ever since he started cultivating, he had rarely encountered inner demons. It was truly different from what he saw in the ancient records. However, ever since he started cultivating the exquisite leaf scripture, he had experienced the attack of an inner demon back in the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden. That time was truly dangerous because Xiaohua had no experience in dealing with inner demons. He almost fell into the demon's hands and was consigned to eternal damnation. Fortunately, Xiaohua severed his thoughts and defeated the inner demon, successfully escaping from the demon's hands. What he didn't expect was that he would encounter an inner demon again in the ruins of the Buddhist sect. This was simply more dangerous than encountering an old nascent soul monster. As the saying goes, as the saying goes, as the saying goes, as the saying goes, the Buddha Saraira outside his Naiwan palace also hurriedly formed a Buddhist mudra. It was the third ability of the Buddha Saraira, fighting, to intimidate the waves of distracting thoughts and worldly thoughts. Thoughts like the sea, worldly affairs like the ocean, the sea of bitterness boundless. Where can I find salvation? As Xiaohua steadily walked up the steps, strands of Buddhist light flourished, annihilating his legs and covering his waist. Gradually, it enveloped his entire body. Inside his Buddha relic, the Buddhist light once again turned into waves like a sea of blood. Xiaohua's mind was filled with thoughts that soared into the sky like a violent storm within the sea of blood. Wave after wave of thoughts struck the Buddha relic. At this moment, Xiaohua already somewhat understood what Han Zhu said before coming to the ruins of the Buddhist sect. In an instant, there were 900 thoughts. Every thought was a kind of calamity. Every calamity raised a bloody storm and attacked him. Furthermore, in this sea of blood, Xiaohua could see Fairy Hong Xia, Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao and other people he had seen before. The only belief. All worldly thoughts must be destroyed. This is the true path of the sea of bitterness. Xiaohua sighed. The eyes of the Buddha Saraira lifted at the same time. Although the Buddhist light of the Saraira was faint, it was incomparably tenacious. The eyes were full of compassion and confidence. Even the rain of blood couldn't extinguish those eyes, let alone drown the golden body 3 feet above the third-rank lotus platform. As Xiaohua's thoughts were extinguished, the blood sea gradually calmed down. The obsessions and illusions in the blood sea also gradually disappeared. However, this calmness only lasted for a moment. Woo-woo. The sound of wind was heard again. Strange figures formed in the sea of blood. They looked like men, women, humans, and beasts. All of them bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they flew out ferociously. The man was extremely ugly and ferocious. The woman was extremely beautiful and charming. The beast was an extremely arrogant flying dragon in the sky, and the beast was an extremely fierce roc spreading its wings. The attacks were even more ferocious than before. In the blink of an eye, the Buddha Saraira was drowned. Battle? The Buddha Saraira formed a Buddhist seal with its hands and chanted an incantation. Golden battle characters flew out from its mouth. When these golden characters touched the figures, they immediately flashed. Under the golden light, the figures of men and women were shattered. The dragon and rock figures also faded away. However, the power of this incantation was still weak. It could only destroy the approaching figures. The endless sea of blood behind it couldn't be completely eliminated. Dang! At this moment, a loud and clear sound of a bell rang above the sea of blood. Wherever the sound wave passed, no matter what the figures were, they all turned into powder. Even the sea of blood was forcefully flattened. In the instant the sea of blood calmed down, the golden light around the Buddha Saraira shone brightly. The third-rank lotus platform suddenly bloomed. Under this golden light, the sea of blood was instantly emptied. A feeling of emptiness and fullness filled Xiaohua's heart, which was filled with absolute conviction. Xiaohua opened his eyes. Only then did he realize that he had already walked to the front of the shrine. On his left and right, whether it was Yi or Wu, they all seemed to have arrived at the same time as him. They all opened their eyes at the same time. In front of them, Han Zhu's face was solemn. He had already put his palms together. Do you all understand? Han Zhu held a small golden bell the size of a fist in his hand and asked very indifferently. Disciple understands. Yi was the first to put his palms together and answered in a low voice. What do you understand? Han Zhu continued to ask. Buddha doesn't help those who are not fated. Since disciple can reach into Buddhism, then I am a fated person. Yi said indifferently. Immediately, the other 5 people put their palms together and answered Han Zhu's question. After waiting for Xiaohua, Xiaohua also said very sincerely, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and the shore is at hand. Oh? Han Zhu was stunned again. However, this expression disappeared in a flash. He nodded and said, I didn't expect your telekinesis to be the weakest, but your comprehension is the deepest. I don't dare. Xiaohua bowed. Since I have entered the sea of bitterness, there is no need to care about sooner or later. A thought as a boat, a merciful journey to salvation. Hiss. Xiaohua's words caused Han Zhu to suck in a breath of cold air. His thick eyebrows were raised and he clapped his hands. What a merciful journey to salvation. What a thought as a boat. You have made this old man have a whole new level of respect for you. Sigh. Han Zhu then sighed again. He turned his head to look at the benevolent-looking Buddha statue on the shrine and said, What a pity for your comprehension. What a pity for your good roots. If Buddhism were to prosper, just your merciful journey to salvation alone would be able to achieve good results. So easy? Han Zhu's words caused Xiaohua to be stunned. Martial uncle. Yi was somewhat unconvinced and said, although Brother Jia's cultivation is high, Buddhism's telekinesis is extremely weak. How could he achieve good results so easily? Buddhism's cultivation is different from Taoism's. Han Zhu shook his head and said, cultivation is not necessarily compatible with Buddhism. Although a Buddhist doesn't have a trace of telekinesis, he can still achieve Buddhism. At the same time, even if you have telekinesis, if you can't comprehend it, you can't achieve good results. So it's like that? Xiaohua immediately thought of the soul cultivator's soul consciousness and the 9 heavens of spirit origin. The 6 people from Yi's group were still confused. If you don't understand, you don't need to understand. Han Zhu smiled. When it's time to understand, you'll understand. This old man's explanation is inferior. After saying that, Han Zhu clapped his hand and the golden bell appeared in his hand. He turned around and entered the shrine. Brother Jia, please. Yi hesitated for a moment and gestured for Xiaohua to go first. How could Xiaohua be willing? He smiled and said, Brother Yi is the first Buddhist cultivator. This old man's Buddhist cultivator is the last. It's better for me to go last. Moreover, Martial Uncle just said that walking in front is walking in the back, and walking in the back is also walking in the front. Brother Yi, please. Ha, good. Then this one won't be polite and will go last. Yi also laughed and walked in unceremoniously. Everyone was somewhat polite, but Xiaohua didn't go first. After everyone went in, he turned around and looked at the Buddha path that he had just walked through. It was only a few meters away. However, when he turned around and was about to step into the shrine, he looked up and couldn't help but be stunned. Above the shrine, there was still the same Buddha path. It was vaguely behind the Jialan temple, and it seemed to be endless. This Buddhist sect's ruins seemed to be only a few dozen kilometers in size outside the foothills. Even if my divine sense is restricted, it shouldn't be. Xiaohua came to a realization. There's a Sumeru formation in this Buddhist sect's ruins? Oh no, it should be a Sumeru Buddhist formation. AI, what kind of Sumeru Buddhist formation is in this Buddhist sect's ruins? Xiaohua shook his head slightly. He knew that with his and Han Zhu's Buddhist cultivation, they probably couldn't see the entire Buddhist sect's ruins. Thus, he didn't think too much and stepped into the shrine. Unfortunately, Xiaohua still thought too simply of this Buddhist sect's ruins. How could it be as simple as a Sumeru Buddhist formation? After entering the shrine, there was a space of several dozen meters. It was much larger than what Xiaohua had seen from the outside. Xiaohua looked around and saw that in the four walls, other than the small door where he came in, the other three were all sealed. He couldn't see the other passageway that he saw outside the Buddhist shrine. Looking at the four walls again, there were countless Buddha statues carved on them. At first glance, these Buddha statues all looked the same, but upon closer inspection, each Buddha statue was different. Some were happy, some were angry, some were sad, and some were angry. Even the same kind of laughter contained different meanings. At the top of the shrine, there was a huge Buddha statue lying there. One of its hands was supporting its cheeks, and the other was in the shape of a flower. Its eyes that were looking straight down revealed a kind of vicissitudes, a kind of compassion, and an expression that completely saw through Xiaohua. Phew, Xiaohua couldn't help but exclaim. This Buddha statue was too vivid. From those eyes, he could practically see the misery of the mortal world that he had comprehended when he had walked through the Buddha path. At the same time, an unconcealable feeling of confiding arose spontaneously. Xiaohua almost wanted to kneel down and kowtow. This kind of devotion that came from the heart was originally suppressed by the so-called Hutu great god's might in the ancestral shrine of the Hutu stronghold, but it came more naturally and more freely from the heart. Of course, the current Xiaohua's strength was already close to that of a nascent soul cultivator, and the Buddha Saraira also had a cultivation of the third stage. All of these feelings were just a touch. He only put his palms together, closed his eyes slightly, and lowered his head. This is the second test of the Buddhist sect's ruins today. Han Zhu seemed to be somewhat puzzled by Xiaohua's actions. After all, 6 disciples had entered before Xiaohua. However, their eyes revealed a kind of curiosity, and some of them even carried a kind of passion. Where was the devotion in Xiaohua's eyes that came in last? Thus, Han Zhu opened his mouth and said, "Back then, this old man only passed the test of the Buddha path, but failed in this Buddha statue. Of course, even if I failed, the Buddha statue on the shrine left behind some golden swan runes for this old man, and this old man benefited greatly from it. Moreover, from those golden swan runes, this old man also learned about the situation in the hall behind the shrine. This is extremely consistent with the Buddhist sect's preaching that there is a way out for everything. That's why this old man brought all of you here again. And this second test requires all of us to work together to complete it." Chapter 3084. Martial Uncle, third, who had been quiet all this time, said in a low voice, "How many tests are there in the Buddhist ruins? With your cultivation, you only passed the first test. Then the second and third tests, won't they be even harder?" Although I don't know exactly how many tests there are in the Buddhist ruins, but I know that 9 by 9 returns to 1 is the true essence of the Buddhist sect. If I'm not wrong, there should be 81 trials in the Buddhist ruins. Han Zhu said after some hesitation. So many? Not to mention third, even Xiaohua, who had stood up with his palms together, was stunned for a moment. Aren't there too many tests? Although there are 81 trials, we don't have to go all the way. However, we don't necessarily have to walk to the end. Han Zhu said with a smile. Moreover, we don't have to walk too far today. As the cultivation base of our Buddhist sect increases, I will bring you here every 10 years to overcome a few difficulties. Also, didn't I say earlier? I passed the first test, so I can get some details of the second and third tests. The Buddhist sect always forgives people where possible, so you all don't have to be too afraid. I understand. Third nodded slightly. Xiaohua also understood. Although the 7 disciples were all foundation establishment and qi refinement disciples, which one of them hadn't been tempered in the Tao sect's cultivation method. Although 81 trials were a lot, if it was really as Han Zhu said and they passed a few trials every 10 years, it wouldn't be long before they reached the end of the Buddhist ruins. Unfortunately, although my cultivation in the Tao sect is much higher than yours, the Buddhist sect isn't too strong. However, the cultivation of the Buddhist sect is not too powerful. Otherwise, this old man would have been able to go through a few more difficulties. There is no need for you to start from the second level. Han Zhu continued. However, after the second trial, there will be quite a number of golden puppets that are suitable for your Buddhist sect cultivation. Once we break through this trial, it will be considered a form of compensation. I won't let you take advantage of me. Ha, Martial Uncle is joking. Third also said, we've already received a lot of guidance from Martial Uncle. It's all thanks to Martial Uncle's grace that we're able to come here. Hehe, this is all Buddha's power of thought. Hanju pointed at the reclining Buddha above his head and said with a smile, let's open the door to the Jialan temple. Yes, we understand. Yi Bing and the others bowed. Then, under Hanju's arrangement, everyone sat cross-legged in the shrine, right below the reclining Buddha, forming the shape of a swastika. Xiaohua was in the bottom right corner, Hanju was in the top left corner, and the center was empty again. Disciples. Hanju waited for everyone to sit down before he said, I've already given you a choice. Although this old man did not ask you again, this old man still has to say it. The most important thing in cultivating the Buddhist sect's mental cultivation method was to contribute. He would forget about himself and send himself into the boundless compassion of the Buddha's heart. In the past, the Buddha sacrificed himself to feed the eagle, causing the world to tremble. Although we don't need to sacrifice anything to break this Buddhist formation, we can still give up our psyche power and Buddhist consciousness. Therefore, this old man has to remind you in advance. I see. Xiaohua finally understood why Frost Bamboo had mentioned this matter early on. Furthermore, he had mentioned it again and again. It looked like there would be some damage when breaking the Buddhist formation. We understand. Before Xiaohua could finish his thoughts, Ding Yi and the others spoke up in unison. Clearly, Frost Bamboo's words had greatly affected them. Good. A satisfied smile appeared on Hanju's face. You will reap what you sow. This is what this old man comprehended in the Buddhist sect's ruins. You all slowly comprehend it too. As he spoke, Hanju closed his eyes and began to meditate. His body began to emit a faint Buddhist light. Then, his Buddhist consciousness, which surpassed his divine will, was released forcefully. His psyche power also rushed into the Buddha on the shrine. Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He followed the Buddhist formation method in the jade slip that Hanju had given him and sent out his Buddhist consciousness and psyche power. Of course, Xiaohua could only release a trace of his Buddhist consciousness. It was slightly more than what he had released at the Feather Immortal Assembly. The others naturally sent out their Buddhist consciousness and psyche power as well. Instantly, the 8 people's Buddhist consciousness and psyche power intertwined in the air above the shrine. As expected, Xiaohua inhaled a breath of cold air. It seemed that other than his Buddhist consciousness, which was as indifferent as water, the other's Buddhist consciousness was vaguely stronger than his divine will, especially those 2 aura-refining disciples. Their Buddhist consciousness was not inferior to the other Foundation establishment disciples. Moreover, the psyche power they sent out was also extremely strong. Although Xiaohua could not clearly see the true expressions of those 2 aura-refining disciples, his Buddhist consciousness was like a person's. He could almost sense the contempt of the other disciples from their somewhat unbridled Buddhist consciousness. 8 Buddhist consciousnesses mixed with psyche power rushed into the air like a swastika without a core. Turn, Hanju chanted an incantation. His Buddhist consciousness moved first. Then, Xiaohua and the others slowly began to turn according to the records in the jade slip. Wu, an indescribable sound mixed with Sanskrit was emitted from the Buddhist consciousness. A faint golden dot of light emerged from the Buddha's fingertip as it rotated. Moreover, as the Buddhist consciousness rotated, it gradually enlarged until it was the size of a fist. During this process, Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness and psyche power were completely engulfed by this dot of light. There was no connection between them at all. Fortunately, Xiaohua did not care about this Buddhist consciousness at all. His psyche power was weak to begin with, so it was completely absorbed by the dot of light in just a few breaths. Amitabha. Following Hanju's Buddhist chant, the golden light on the fist gradually transformed into something similar to the Buddha's flower-pinching hand. Moreover, it slowly pointed at a similarly lying Buddha statue on the stone wall. The sea of bitterness has no bounds. "Turn back and the shore is at hand," a dry voice came from the stone wall. The entire shrine immediately raised a wave-like Buddhist light, as if the entire shrine was a sea of bitterness. Of course, this Buddhist light was only for an instant. A bright light emerged from the Buddha statue in front of Xiaohua. This light shone on the 8 people, causing them to feel a wave of warmth. At the same time, the Buddhist consciousness and psyche power that had just been engulfed returned 9 times. Oh! When Xiaohua heard the faintly discernible voice, he was startled. He seemed to have sensed something fishy, but before he could think about it, the Buddhist consciousness and psyche power that had been consumed returned. At the same time, Xiaohua understood what Han Zhu had just said. So that's how it is. The Buddhist consciousness and psyche power that had been consumed can be replenished after breaking the formation. No wonder Han Zhu doesn't seem to be afraid of exhaustion. When Xiaohua raised his eyes to look again, under the light on the other side, another door that was taller than a person opened. Han Zhu looked at the door and stood up with a hearty laugh. He said, "I have waited for this for 100 years. The door of Jialan Temple has finally opened in front of me. Disciples, follow me into Jialan Temple. Let's see what the number 1 temple of Buddhism looks like." Yes, Xiaohua and the others also stood up and followed Han Zhu into the door that flickered with Buddhist light. After passing through the door, there was a stone wall that was dozens of feet tall. In front of the stone wall, there was also a dilapidated statue. It was dressed like a general and not a Buddha statue. The general held a Buddhist weapon that resembled a whip in his hand. He wore golden armor, but the statue's head was gone. Half of his arms were missing, so it was impossible to see what it was. Han Zhu ignored the statue and only gave it a cursory glance before circling around the projection-like stone wall. Behind the stone wall was an empty space that was dozens of feet wide. On the opposite side of the empty space was a large hall. It was already extremely dilapidated. Inside, there was a statue that was tilted to the side. Its specific appearance could not be seen clearly due to the dim light. On the opposite side of the large hall, there was an incense burner that was taller than a person. The top half of it had already collapsed, revealing that there was still a lot of incense ash inside. Between the incense burner and the large hall, in the center of the empty space, there was a table with incense and candles that was taller than a person. Naturally, there were no incense and candles. Instead, there were a few pieces of gold. There were even a few silk-like Buddhist scriptures beside the golden alligator. Na-I followed Han Zhu around the stone wall and saw the gold in the center of the empty space. He did not hesitate at all and was about to fly up. Unfortunately, when he activated his dermic powers, there was no movement. It was impossible to use Taoist spells in Jialan Temple. Na-I anxiously rushed towards the incense and candles. However, he was still a bit too late. Just as he activated his dermic powers, Na-I had already rushed out and was right in front of Na-I. Na-I and Na-I moved, followed by Na-I and Na-I. The 2 aura-refining disciples originally wanted to chase after them, but when they saw that there were only 4 items beside the incense and candles, they also moved their feet and stopped. Xiaohua was originally walking at the back. When he saw this, he bitterly smiled. This seemed to be one of the rare times when he could not take advantage of others. However, when he saw Han Zhu, who was the first to enter the empty space, standing there quietly, his gaze not looking at the incense and candles, but straight at the damaged large hall, Xiaohua could not help but be moved. That thought was born in his heart, and he almost rushed towards the large hall. However, Xiaohua still stopped in his tracks and waited for Han Zhu's reaction. After all, his goal was somewhat different from the other 6. Han Zhu still did not move. Only when Na-I and the others returned did he seem to come back to his senses. He smiled and said, "This Buddhist sect ruins is a Buddhist kingdom. It really restricts Taoist cultivation. Your divine sense and dermic powers are all unusable. Moreover, this is only the second test. Although these golden puppets are extremely good, there are even better ones later. Don't do something like picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons." "Yes, disciple understands." Na-I and Na-I smiled and replied, "These golden puppets were given by Martial Uncle. Martial Uncle, please distribute them." As they spoke, the two took out the golden puppets they had obtained and respectfully presented them to Hanju. Na-yi and Na-yi were somewhat dejected. They had arrived a bit too late. What they wanted to snatch were two scriptures that were like silk. Unfortunately, the scriptures shattered upon contact and could not be picked up. It could be said that although they were one step ahead of Xiaohua, the result was the same as Xiaohua, with nothing to show for it. This old man has already made it clear before. It belongs to whoever obtains it. Hanju waved his hand and said, "The Buddhist sect places more emphasis on fate than the Taoist sect. If this old man keeps this, perhaps there will not be any better golden puppets in the Buddhist sect ruins in the future." Chapter 3085. Many thanks, martial uncle. Hearing this, Yi Bing and Yi Bing put away the golden puppets with great relief. This is a bit strange. Xiaohua was puzzled. It seems that Zhen Xie and Qin Mingwei also came to the Buddhist ruins. Moreover, they also obtained the exquisite derivation pagoda and the exquisite leaf scripture. Why didn't they obtain these golden puppets? Moreover, just as Xiaohua's doubts arose, Hanju said to Ding Wu and Yi Bing as well as Xiaohua, "This Buddhist ruins is very mysterious. Although you didn't obtain the golden puppets, you don't have to regret it. Perhaps the next time you come here, the same golden puppets will be placed next to the incense burner." "That's great." The aura refinement disciple next to Xiaohua replied with a smile, "Disciple will wait for the next opportunity to come to the Buddhist ruins. Look around this empty space and see if there are any other things near the incense burner and incense burner. This old man will go to the main hall to take a look." Sure enough, after Hanju instructed, he went straight to the main hall. Hee. Xiaohua laughed from the bottom of his heart. This kind of Hanju was the real Hanju. How could he allow others to take the lead? Everyone was dressed in camouflage clothing, so they couldn't see the expressions of others. Xiaohua ignored the other 6 people and turned around, walking in a direction. Seeing Xiaohua walk away, the 6 people paused for a moment and each went to search in a different direction. Yi Bing and Yi Bing were quite shrewd. They walked to the 2 sides of the main hall. In the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, Xiaohua had already looked at the right side of the open space. The location of this empty space was somewhat similar to the plaza of an ordinary main hall. The ground was made of square bricks that were 3 feet in size. There were some patterns on the bricks, but the patterns were already worn out. Moreover, many of the bricks had some cracks on them. Some of the bricks were even shattered. At the edge of the empty space, there were some traces of huge impact. Alas, in the early years, this place should have been the battlefield of the Great War between Taoists and Buddhists, right? Xiaohua had experienced the Great War between Taoists and swordsmen, so he already knew a lot about the hatred between swordsmen and cultivators. And this Buddhist sect was even more so than sword cultivators. Presumably, Xiaohua couldn't imagine how tragic the war was. The sword cultivators were merely content with staying in the Huan country. Back then, the Buddhist sect spread throughout the Dawn Rain continent and killed all these Buddhist sect disciples one by one. Hehe, my Tao sect's teacher is truly generous. Xiaohua sighed slightly and walked to the front of the Great Hall. To Xiaohua's surprise, Hanju wasn't the first to enter the hall. Instead, he placed his palms together and bowed respectfully outside the hall. In front of him was the collapsed Buddha statue. By Hanju's side, Yi Bing and the others had already prostrated themselves. This Buddha statue was somewhat strange. It was different from what Xiaohua had seen before. The Buddha statue that Xiaohua saw earlier, regardless of whether it was complete or broken, Xiaohua could still feel compassion from it. A feeling of safety and conversion spontaneously arose in his heart. Even if those Buddha statues didn't have heads and he couldn't see their expressions, Xiaohua could still smell the benevolence of the Buddha statues from the smooth lines of their arms and their palms together. But the Buddha statue in front of him was slightly larger. Its palms weren't placed together, but one of its hands was clenched into a fist and the other a palm. Its arms, waist, and legs all had bulging muscles. A kind of untamed and masculine aura seeped out from the lines of its muscles. When he looked at the Buddha statue's head again, only half of it remained. Xiao Hua glanced over and his gaze was completely attracted by the Buddha statue's single eye. This single eye was the size of a fist. It was round and wide, and a feeling of anger and bloodlust immediately filled Xiao Hua's heart. Amitabha, Xiao Hua's heart trembled. He hurriedly lowered his head and bowed as he chanted Buddha's name. At the same time, a kind of indescribable heavy pressure emerged from all around him, forcefully suppressing him. Hiss, Xiao Hua took a deep breath and couldn't help but feel a little rebellious. If it was the benevolence of the Buddha statue, then he could prostrate himself. But this kind of heavy pressure made him refuse to accept it. So, Xiao Hua didn't hesitate to use his strength to resist it. Plop, plop. Two sounds rang out. Right next to Xiao Hua, the two aura refining disciples who came later couldn't help but prostrate themselves on the ground and chanted Buddha's name. Although the Buddha statue had collapsed, its Buddhist power was still there. As Xiao Hua resisted, the heavy pressure continued to increase. Amitabha, a clear Buddhist chant came out of Han Zhu's mouth. Han Zhu waved his hand, and a dong sound rang out. The small golden bell rang again. This bell sound was like a cool breeze, and it immediately swept away the heavy pressure around Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua sighed in relief and straightened his body. Rather break than bend. Your way of thinking is somewhat different from Buddhism's obedience. Han Zhu said indifferently. He didn't seem to be blaming Xiao Hua. Alas, disciple. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. With this kind of character, I still need to slowly sharpen it. After Han Zhu's bell rang, Yi Bing and the others also stood up. Han Zhu said, "You all go in and take a look at your fated chances. This old man has another thing to do." "Martial uncle, you should go in and take a look first," Na Yi said carefully. Disciple doesn't dare to take the lead again. It's fine. Han Zhu waved his hand. This old man wants to see how to activate the third layer of the Buddha formation. Moreover, I need to rely on the power of this Buddha formation to do something, so I can't delay. Yes. Na Yi nodded. He looked at Xiao Hua and the two aura refining disciples and said with a smile, "The three of you can go in first. Just now, we took the lead, so we have to give it to the three of you." Seeing that Na Yi was already treating him like Na Yi, Xiao Hua smiled and didn't say anything. He waved his hand and said, "Martial uncle, this matter is related to me, so I can't not stay here. After this matter is over, I'll think about other fated chances." Okay, Na Yi saw Xiao Hua decline and didn't stand on ceremony. He waved his hand and ordered the two aura refining disciples to enter the main hall first. He and the others also went in later. Seeing that everyone had entered, Han Zhu wasn't in a hurry. He took out a golden puppet and carefully examined it with his Buddhist awareness. Xiao Hua stood guard at the side. Although Han Zhu didn't say that he was going to wake Jianghu up here, Xiao Hua understood that since the Buddha's power could suppress him, it could also be used to wake Jianghu up. Han Zhu didn't deceive him. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yi Bing and the others returned. They saw that two of them were holding golden puppets, one of them was holding a small wooden fish, and the other three were empty-handed. Obviously, they didn't get anything. Okay, Han Zhu put away the golden puppets and said with a nod, "Put away your things and secretly sit down according to the order of the Buddha sect from before." The six of them were delighted. Inside the main hall, in front of the collapsed Buddha statue, they each sat down under Han Zhu's guidance. "Take him out," Han Zhu said to Xiao Hua as he pointed at the center of the puppet. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent and took Jianghu out of his spirit storage bag. When Yi Bing and the others saw that Xiao Hua actually took out a living person from his spirit storage bag, they couldn't help but be stunned. "This child is fated with our Buddha." Han Zhu looked at everyone and said indifferently, "He can enter the nirvana realm at such a young age. In the future, his Buddha sect cultivation will definitely be above ours." At this point, he paused for a moment and said, "Perhaps the heavy responsibility of the Buddha sect's prosperity will fall on his shoulders. Now that we have received the power of the Buddha formation and the Buddha statue and awakened him from the nirvana realm, it is a great merit. Not to mention the cultivation of our Buddhism sect, even the legendary Buddha fruit can be easily obtained by us. What kind of opportunity is this? Compared to you finding thousands of golden puppets, it is 100 times better. Yi Bing and the others obviously didn't quite understand. Even Xiaohua was somewhat baffled. He didn't understand what the Buddha fruit had to do with awakening Jianghu. Of course, since Hanju said so, Yi Bing and the others would definitely help with all their strength. Xiaohua was also happy to see this. Actually, to awaken this child with the help of Buddha force, we also need to use his telekinesis to open the door above the hall. Hanju explained again, although this old man didn't look behind the hall, obviously, there isn't a door behind it, right? Indeed. Yi Bing nodded and said, "All right, all of you enter a meditative state and send out your Buddha consciousness and telekinesis according to the method this old man taught you earlier." Hanju waved his hand and a rare blush appeared on his face as he said, "This old man really wants to see what this Buddha child who came out of the Nirvana realm looks like. Moreover, this old man also wants to know where this Jialan temple leads to." Yes, this disciple understands. Not to mention Xiaohua, even Yi Bing and the others were delighted. They understood that what they were about to do was something that had never happened since the Buddha sect was annihilated in the Dawn Rain continent. Furthermore, it was just as Frost Bamboo had said. Doing such a thing was truly more effective than tens of thousands of golden house. Xiaohua glanced at Jianghu, who still had her eyes closed, and also closed his own eyes. Just like before, he faintly released his Buddha consciousness and weak telekinesis without reservation. This time, it was different from before. The telekinesis of the 8 people mixed with Buddha consciousness rushed into the air. It didn't turn into a swastika, but slowly hovered above their heads. Moreover, Xiaohua felt that this released Buddha consciousness and telekinesis was no longer under his control. Slowly, after the time it took to brew a cup of tea, 8 small swastikas faintly emitting Buddha light formed above their heads. However, these swastikas were not the same. Some were big, some were small, some were simple, some were rich. Hanju's swastika was the size of a bowl and even flickered with a trace of golden light. However, Xiaohua's swastika was the smallest, only the size of a pinky finger. However, this swastika was sparkling and translucent, rotating extremely evenly. Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't penetrate, but his Buddha consciousness could see clearly. However, his Buddha consciousness couldn't reach far and could only rotate along with his swastika. Gradually, inexplicable Buddha seals were born in this rotation. Chapter 3086. Dang! The bell rang loudly. Hanju waved his hand, and the small golden bell flew into the air and landed right on top of Jianglu's head. Along with the sound of the bell, the 8 swastikas suddenly appeared. It was a pure silence. Even the rotating Buddhist seals that Xiaohua saw also stagnated at this moment. Pung! An inexplicable gale suddenly appeared around the small bell. The sound of the wind was mixed with countless Sanskrit sounds, as if it was the sigh of 10,000 Buddhas. Along with this sigh, the heavy pressure that Xiaohua previously felt was 1,000 times stronger. It was as if the collapsed Buddha statue had sat up straight and pressed down on Xiaohua's body out of thin air. Xiaohua couldn't even move. Now is the time. All of you, offer your Buddhist consciousness and magical power to Buddha. Hanju's unusually compassionate voice sounded. Today is the day that Buddhism will prosper, and also the day that silent Buddha will be born. Hearing this, Xiaohua understood that he was going to awaken Jianglu. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly sent out his psychokinesis. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's psychokinesis had just been born and was very weak. In a moment, it somewhat showed signs of exhaustion. However, Xiaohua's tranquil Buddhist consciousness was still sent out without any signs of weakening. But at this moment, just like what Xiaohua had sensed, a Buddha statue flashing with a faint Buddha light gradually condensed around the small bell. This Buddha statue was exactly the same as the broken Buddha statue that had collapsed in the Jialan temple. At the foot of the Buddha statue was the swastika character that Xiaohua and the others had dedicated. Looking at the Buddha statue again, it was 10 feet tall. On the face of the Buddha statue was a pair of huge round eyes. The Buddha statue was extremely fierce, as if it wanted to devour all things and see through the world of mortals. Moreover, the arms of the Buddha statue were clenched into fists, and wisps of Buddhist consciousness flowed into the 8 swastikas. At the same time, wisps of psychokinesis also flowed into the 8 swastikas on the other hand. Moreover, the Buddha statue became clearer as the Buddhist consciousness and psychokinesis flowed in. Xiao Hua naturally followed his Buddhist consciousness and saw this very natural scene. Moreover, after his Buddhist consciousness entered the Buddha statue, he lost contact with himself. However, Xiao Hua was still willing to give it out. He knew that when the Buddha statue was completed, Jianghu would be awakened. Dong! But at this moment, the small bell in the Buddha statue suddenly rang again. This sound was extremely strange. Xiao Hua's blood vessels, which were originally suppressed tightly by the Buddha statue, jumped for no reason. Immediately after, a buzzing sound came from where frost bamboo was. Xiao Hua forced his eyes open and saw a golden dharma body, which was also 1 zhang in size, fly out from frost bamboo's body. This dharma body's appearance was almost exactly the same as the Buddha statue in Jialan Temple. Ah! Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. Without waiting for him to think more, the dharma body took a few steps in the air and merged with the golden light of the Buddha statue that had already taken shape. Woo! A huge gust of wind rushed in from outside the dilapidated main hall. An indescribable flow rushed into the Buddha statue's dharma body along with the gust of wind. Buzz! Immediately after, a strong rumbling sound came from the Buddha statue's dharma body. Moreover, the Buddha's light was so bright that it completely blocked Xiao Hua's eyes. Hiss! Xiao Hua was shocked. When did the Buddha's light become so dazzling? When did the Buddha's power become so overbearing? The moment Xiao Hua closed his eyes, Frost Bamboo's slightly arrogant voice came from the Dharma body. Moreover, the Dharma body had now completely solidified. Just as Frost Bamboo's laughter fell, the Buddha statue's Dharma body's clenched fist slightly, tutu-tutu. With a series of sounds, 5 relics of different sizes came out from the top of Frost Bamboo's, Yi's, Bing's, and the others' heads and began to slowly rotate above their heads. Naturally, Xiao Hua's Buddha relic also produced a huge force, as if it wanted to pull the Buddha relic out of Xiao Hua's body. However, Xiao Hua's Buddha relic also had a Niwen palace, so the force didn't succeed when it tried. Xiao Hua was puzzled again. What is this for? Thinking about this, Xiao Hua hurriedly opened his eyes again. Unfortunately, before Xiao Hua could open his eyes, the Buddha statue's other hand moved again. Frost Bamboo waved his hand slightly. Puff puff puff. 6 consecutive sounds rang out. Apart from Frost Bamboo's and Jianghu's bodies that weren't affected, Yi's, Bing's, and the others' bodies immediately turned into a mass of blood. Moreover, the blood and flesh were immediately sucked into the rotating relics, leaving not a single drop behind. The flesh and blood of the 2 Qi refinement disciples also flew into the swastika above their heads. Whether it was the 4 relics or the 2 swastikas, they all emitted a kind of bewitching red color, which was really strange. Xiao Hua's physical body was also surrounded by a huge force that wanted to crush Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's body had gone through 3 gold lightning tribulations, so how could it be so easily crushed by this force? Although Xiao Hua was almost out of breath from the force, he still didn't have any flesh and blood. Oh? A strange voice came from Frost Bamboo's Dharma body. You're really strange. Your Buddhist awareness is very weak. After cultivating for so many years, you still don't have any relics? Moreover, your body is so tough. It's even more powerful than this old man's glaring Vajra. At this time, seeing that the 6 people had turned into flesh and blood, how could Xiao Hua not know that he and the others had fallen into Frost Bamboo's trap? Suddenly, Xiao Hua had some understanding. He seemed to have said, "The sea of bitterness is boundless, turn back, and the shore is at hand." These words seemed to have come from the Buddha's statue in Jialan Temple. If Frost Bamboo hadn't come here, how could he have known? How could he say that his perception was high? Moreover, those golden puppets in front of the Jialan Temple's main hall were probably arranged by Frost Bamboo. Even the Buddhist array in the shrine, the absorption and replenishment of Buddhist awareness and psychokinesis were all part of Frost Bamboo's trick. It created a kind of illusion that all the Buddhist arrays would replenish themselves. Therefore, in Jialan Temple, the Buddhist awareness and psychokinesis were all sent out without reservation. If one thought about it again, Frost Bamboo was really meticulous. From the moment he met Xiaohua, he started to create momentum, starting to make Xiaohua think about his own position, making Xiaohua make a choice. Even everything that Xiaohua thought was true in the cave was a lie. It was all arranged to make Xiaohua fall into a trap. However, Xiaohua really didn't understand. How could a Buddhist expert like Frost Bamboo not have the compassion of a Buddhist sect? He actually schemed against a junior like himself? Frost Bamboo. Xiaohua resisted the incomparably huge pressure with his eyes wide open, facing the glaring Vajra's eyes. He said angrily, "You're a Buddhist senior in vain. You actually want to use the flesh and blood of a junior to increase your cultivation. Is this in line with the compassion of a Buddhist sect?" Ha! Frost Bamboo's avatar burst into laughter. As he waved his hands, a Buddhist seal appeared and hit the 6 blood-red relics. These 4 blood-red relics spun, and under the Buddhist light of the 4 swastikas, they rushed into the relics on Frost Bamboo's body. At the same time, the 2 balls of blood essence also flew into it. Excellent! Frost Bamboo's avatar actually chanted the name of Buddha, and another Buddhist seal flew out. The blood-red relics and Frost Bamboo's relics were suffused with an intense Buddhist light. The countless Buddhist lights were like the image of a glaring Vajra revolving around, gradually fusing these relics and blood essence into Frost Bamboo's relics. Xiaohua saw that Frost Bamboo actually ignored him, and his heart was greatly shocked. Right now, his magic power was completely suppressed, and he couldn't raise it at all. Whether it was the celestial body enhancement technique or the dragon transformation art, he couldn't use them. Even his spiritual fire, which had always been his last resort, was completely suppressed in his Buddhist heart, unable to move at all. Actually, it wasn't just the spiritual fire, the entire Buddha's relics were suppressed by the Buddhist power. Everything inside seemed to have solidified and couldn't be used. This is bad. Xiaohua seemed to be in an unprecedented crisis, and he was no longer as embarrassed as he was now. It was as if a gust of wind was generated. Xiaohua's Buddha Saraira was pulled by a huge force. However, the Buddha Saraira jumped a few times outside of his Naiwan palace, but it was still unable to be pulled out. "Oh," Frost Bamboo's avatar said somewhat strangely, "Xiaohua, do you have a Buddha's relics or not?" Xiaohua tried his best to resist the oppressive force, so naturally he wouldn't answer honestly. Xiaohua gnashed his teeth and said, "Old thief, who do you think you are? Why do you care if I have a Buddha's relics or not? This young master will not let you off today. Even if this is the ruins of a Buddhist sect, I will still turn it upside down." Ha! Frost Bamboo laughed and said, "Yes, who do you think you are? Right now, you are facing the power of faith of thousands of Buddhas. Even if you are a Buddha, I'm afraid you won't be able to resist the power of thousands of Buddhas. What's more, where did the ruins of a Buddhist sect come from? It's just a Buddha formation." Ah? Xiaohua was shocked. This place is actually not the ruins of a Buddhist sect? How can there be any Buddhist sect ruins in this world? Frost Bamboo said coldly, "The Buddhist sect has been destroyed for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Even if there were any Buddhist sect ruins, I'm afraid it would have been destroyed by the Taoist sect long ago. How could it be left behind until now? I won't hide it from you, this place." When he spoke up to hear, Hanju seemed to have realized something and he smiled, "You cunning little fellow, no wonder the sword cultivators call you the terrifying phoenix. You really are full of wit. Even at this moment, you still want to get the truth out of me. Do you think I am the kind of person who will say anything? Obediently hand over your life." Following Frost Bamboo's sneer, even more power of faith came out from the Buddha avatar and pulled Xiaohua's Buddha's relics out with all its might. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's Buddha's relics are really special. There is a Naiwan palace in his stomach, so how can it be pulled out? Frost Bamboo tried a few times but still couldn't pull it out. Chapter 3087. Strange. Han Zhu's avatar made a strange sound of astonishment and asked, Xiao Hua, do you have a Saraira or not? Xiao Hua looked at the avatar and coldly replied, Is it important whether I have a Saraira or not? While facing him coldly, Xiao Hua quickly thought of a way to deal with it. But in the end, it seemed that he really didn't have any other means besides his wishful staff. Of course it's not important. Han Zhu sneered, I only need to crush your physical body, and everything you have will belong to me. Do I care whether you have a Saraira or not? Xiao Hua's mind slowly entered the space. In this so-called Buddha formation, even his mind couldn't move freely. The Buddhist sect's means were really powerful. However, I'm very curious. Han Zhu calmly said, You are the first Tao sect disciple I have met in 100 years who has the cultivation of a Buddhist sect. I had high hopes for you, but I never thought that, in the end, you would not even be able to cultivate a Saraira. I feel that you clearly have a Saraira. You really make me puzzled. Xiao Hua snorted again. He was really at his wit's end, so he simply ignored Han Zhu's words. Xiao Hua, Han Zhu continued, When I first met you, let's say it was during the Feather Immortal gathering. At that time, you already had Buddhist awareness. Even if you didn't have a Saraira, you should have been able to cultivate your Saraira with that mental cultivation method. But why is your Saraira so strange? Xiao Hua pondered for a long time, then replied indifferently, Do you want to know? Then, tell me first, what's going on with this Buddhist sect's ruins? What's so strange about it? Han Zhu laughed. There are no Buddhist sect ruins in this world. What ruins? What treasures? That's just what the world thinks. The Buddhist sect has already been destroyed by the Taoist sect for tens of thousands of years, or even millions of years. How could there still be ruins? Even if there were any ruins, they would have been completely destroyed by the Taoist sect. This so-called Buddhist sect's ruins is just the Buddha formation left behind by the Buddhist sect on the Jianghu continent. It's just a dangerous obstacle that I occasionally encountered in Crouching Buddha Mountain. But Xiao Hua was somewhat confused. He clearly knew that the two foundation establishment cultivators of the Imperial Thunder sect had already come to the Buddhist sect's ruins and even obtained the exquisite stellar derivation pagoda in the ruins. How could it be a simple Buddha formation? Perhaps. Xiao Hua asked again, This Xiao is a bit strange. The Buddhist sect has always emphasized compassion and sacrifice oneself for others. Even if you just said that you want me to offer my spiritual power and Buddhist awareness, why? Do you want to devour other people's Saraira? Do you think the Buddhist sect is full of good people? Do you think the Buddhas of the Buddhist sect are all merciful? Han Zhu said mockingly, Since the Taoist sect's methods are ever-changing, with some defying the heavens and some obeying the heavens, then the Buddhist sect is the same. There are also bloody cultivation havas. This old man's glaring Vajra cultivation is a secret technique to devour other people's Saraira. Actually, the great strength Vajra Dharma body I gave you also has a way to devour Saraira. It's just that you don't know about it. When Xiao Hua heard this, he couldn't help but be speechless. That's right back then. I seem to have devoured other people's Saraira too, right? Unfortunately, you actually failed to live up to this old man's expectations. You didn't succeed in cultivating the great strength Vajra Dharma body. Instead, you cultivated the Phoenix Dharma body. This really puzzles this old man. I'm afraid it's also because of this that the Taoist sect was able to defeat the Buddhist sect and unify the Jianghu continent. Han Zhu ignored Xiao Hua as the blood-colored Saraira slowly grew in size, slowly absorbing all the essence blood and Saraira as it spoke. The Xiao and the others. I'm afraid this isn't the first time you sent them into the Buddha formation, right? Xiao Hua asked again. Do you think this old man will answer you? Han Zhu sneered, Don't be delusional. Even if you're a terrifying phoenix, even if you're that nascent soul nameless. Once you're here, you can only be manipulated by this old man. This Buddha formation is also the Buddhist sect's last resort in the Jianghu continent. If nascent soul cultivators fall into it, they'll also end up being devoured by this old man. You actually devoured nascent souls before? Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. Unfortunately, how could Han Zhu answer him? He said coldly, "Can you tell me whether you cultivated a Saraira or not? This old man hasn't seen your situation in many years." "Alright, this Xiao will answer you. This Xiao naturally cultivated a Saraira. Otherwise, wouldn't all my years of cultivation have been wasted?" Xiao Hua said indifferently. "That's strange." When Han Zhu heard this, he became even more interested. "All the disciples of the Buddhist sect whose Saraira didn't fly out when my glaring Vajra Dharma body borrowed the Buddha's power from the Buddha sect. Why are you an exception? Let's talk after you answer this Xiao's question about how you treat this blood relative of mine." Xiao Hua replied indifferently. He, does that even need to be said?" Han Zhu said with a smile, "This old man wants to see this child's future. If he really has the cultivation of a Buddha, this old man will assist him and also attain Buddha fruit. Otherwise, this old man will first nurture him and then devour him. In other words, you don't plan to awaken him this time?" "Of course." Han Zhu said without hesitation, "This nirvana realm is so rare. Even when the Buddhist sect was flourishing, I've never heard of anyone who could enter the nirvana realm without cultivating a cultivation method. Awakening him now is truly a reckless waste of God's gift." "A reckless waste of God's gift." Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed. In Han Zhu's eyes, these Buddhist sect disciples seemed to be his captive prey. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua asked again, "Then, what is a Buddha fruit?" This old man has already said before that the Buddhist sect is different from the Taoist sect. Cultivation and achievements are not the same. A Buddha fruit is personally conferred by the Buddha and is the achievement of a Buddha son, while the Buddhist sect's cultivation is the ability to subdue demons and tigers. In other words, the Buddhist sect's ability has nothing to do with a Buddha fruit. Xiao Hua asked. "That's right," Han Zhu replied. "Just as this old man said before, even if you have a Bodhisattva Buddha fruit, you still might not have the strength to truss up a chicken. Moreover, this old man will not hesitate to tell you that the glaring Vajra cultivation method that I cultivate is related to my ability. I don't seek a Buddha fruit." Damn it. Xiao Hua finally understood that Han Zhu had probably already devoured a lot of relics to cultivate to such a realm, right? "Xiao Hua, this old man has said so much, you should answer this old man's question. Why is the Prajna Parmitha Sutra that you cultivate so strange? This old man has already seen this sutra that day, but there doesn't seem to be anything special about it." Han Zhu asked again. Xiao Hua didn't want to answer Han Zhu's question, but he knew in his heart that the karma of this world was here. Since he had promised, then he had to answer, otherwise it would become a sin. "This Xiao doesn't cultivate the Prajna Parmitha Sutra, but the Exquisite Leaf Sutra," Xiao Hua said indifferently. "Ah, Exquisite Leaf Sutra, Xiao Hua couldn't see Han Zhu's expression, but the shock in his tone was obvious. "What's wrong? Is this sutra very powerful?" Xiao Hua asked indifferently. You don't know what this Exquisite Leaf Sutra represents," Han Zhu said coldly, and there was a kind of jealousy in his tone. "If this old man had obtained this sutra, why would I have to work so hard?" "Ha," Han Zhu laughed again, "it's really Buddha's blessing. Since he gave you to this old man, even if you cultivate the Exquisite Leaf Sutra, even if you're the future Buddha, so what? You're still food for this old man's glaring Vajra cultivation method." "The dagger is revealed," Xiao Hua replied indifferently. "Senior Han, do you want to fight to the death with this Xiao?" What qualifications do you have to fight to the death with this old man?" Han Zhu sneered. "In this Buddhist formation, only you and I can live." Han Zhu didn't seem to care about what Xiao Hua thought, as if he was the master of this Buddhist sect. Xiao Hua was silent. Indeed, in this Buddhist formation, Xiao Hua couldn't use all of his Taoist cultivation. He could only use the wishful staff. His Taoist cultivation was now suppressed by the Buddhist formation, so he couldn't use it at all. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua's mind came out of the space, and the wishful staff appeared in his hand. You can actually use your divine sense?" Han Zhu was really surprised. "What? Are you curious?" Xiao Hua shook his arms, and the wishful staff in his hand turned into a flower, and asked coldly. You really surprised this old man. Han Zhu was somewhat happy. This old man really hopes that you are your Imperial Thunder Sect's nascent soul, Wu Ming. This old man swallowed your Saraira, so naturally, I can also swallow your Taoist nascent soul. This way, this old man can also answer to the seniors of the Tai Ching sect. Ha, you wish. Xiao Hua took a step forward and was about to attack the Dharma body of the glaring Vajra. Wait! Han Zhu stopped him again. This old man also wants to ask you one last question. Speak. The so-called exquisite leaf scripture is the cultivation method of the future Buddha Lord. You have cultivated for so long. Why don't you see the Saraira? Han Zhu still didn't give up asking. He was really confused about why Xiao Hua's Saraira couldn't be found by himself. He didn't seem to believe what Xiao Hua said just now, so he kept probing again and again. This old Xiao will say it again. This old Xiao naturally has the Saraira. But now that it is suppressed by your telekinesis, how can this old Xiao let you see it? Xiao Hua had to answer Han Zhu's question, and he said it with some luck. Now that everything is in this old man's calculations, even if this old man relaxes his telekinesis, do you think you can jump out of this old man's palm? Han Zhu laughed, and then the endless telekinesis relaxed. Chapter 3088. You are really so confident. Xiao Hua sneered. Sensing the weakening of the pressure, he took the opportunity to release the projection of the Buddha's Saraira. A Buddha statue less than 2 feet tall appeared above Xiao Hua's head with incomparable pity. Hiss! Han Zhu sucked in a breath of cold air, as if suddenly awakening. I understand. I see. In that case, give me your life. Xiao Hua urged the Buddha's Saraira. The Saraira waved its arm, and the water bottle in its hand slowly poured out the innate true water. Even if you have the Saraira of the future Buddha, so what? Han Zhu sneered. The future is the future, never the present. You will never be a match for the power of thousands of Buddhas. Before his voice fell, he saw an endless surge of power, suppressing Xiao Hua's Buddha's Saraira. It was impossible to pour out the innate true water. Even under this heavy pressure, the projection of the Buddha's Saraira could not last long and was forced to withdraw in a moment. At the same time, the unparalleled force also suppressed Xiao Hua's body. Even if Xiao Hua snorted and raised the staff, it was as if the staff was waving in a quagmire, extremely slow. I will let you see the power of this old man. Han Zhu sneered and roared. The Buddha's light flashed on the Vajra Dharma body, and the 9-ringed monk staff that had disappeared before reappeared. With a wave of his hand, the monk's staff smashed toward Xiao Hua without hesitation. The seemingly ordinary monk's staff at this time actually had incomparable strength. The whistling wind had the power to destroy everything, and Xiao Hua could not dodge even if he wanted to. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows, raised the staff in his hand, and shouted, "Shameless thief! You deceiving the world, you really bring shame to the annihilated Buddhism. I will let you see the shocking staff of this old man." As Xiao Hua waved the staff, it actually broke the endless power of imprisonment. The staff drew a mysterious trajectory in the air and hit the monk's staff. Xiao Hua didn't have the slightest doubt that this strike under the heavy pressure was already the most powerful strike he could unleash. Even the countless sinister attacks in the past didn't seem to be as magnificent as this one. Pung! Unfortunately, Han Zhu's golden Dharmakaya waved the 9-ringed monk's staff and hit the wishful staff. A huge force that Xiao Hua had never encountered before came from the monk's staff. As soon as the wishful staff touched the 9-ringed monk's staff, it was immediately knocked away. A numb feeling came from Xiao Hua's arm and instantly spread throughout his body. Xiao Hua, even if you have innate divine strength, how can you compare to the strength of Bodhisattva Wanqian? Han Zhu laughed maniacally. I'm borrowing the power of the Buddha formation. How can a mere cultivator from the mortal world be my match? Xiao Hua was speechless. He boasted that his divine strength was outstanding, but he had never thought of competing with tens of thousands of Buddhas. Now, looking at the wishful steel staff that had been knocked away, Xiao Hua's heart was like dead ashes. Xiao Hua, please accept your fate. Hanju said faintly. Your mission is only to bring your blood relative to me. Moreover, I will leave this child here until he can control this world, until he can become Buddha. I have always despised the idea of, I control my fate and not the heavens. After all, human strength can't be compared to the heavens. However, you are not the heavens and I am not the earth. Although my fate is in the hands of the heavens are not you. Xiaohua sneered. Even if I die here, I will not bend my knees for you. Ha, if you don't bend your knees, who will? Hanju laughed. A huge force that Xiaohua was almost unable to resist came from the wishful Buddha. Xiaohua really couldn't resist it. With a plop, Xiaohua could no longer sit cross-legged. His whole body was about to fall to the ground. At this moment, Xiaohua supported himself with his arms and blocked the ground. Ha! Even a humble scholar would have to kneel before the combined might of so many people. You are nothing. Hanju laughed loudly. At the same time, the endless suction force was born. Xiaohua's Buddha Saraira jumped and jumped. A tearing force was born from the Naiwan palace, making Xiaohua feel incomparable pain. Alas, Xiaohua sighed slightly, and the projection of the Buddha Saraira came out from his Dharma eye. Hanju was stunned when he saw the projection of a 3-foot-long Buddha relic slowly and completely appear in the air. Furthermore, there was a grade 3 lotus throne under the feet of the Buddha relic. What's wrong with me? Xiaohua sneered, ignoring Hanju's astonishment. After all, he had seen this kind of astonishment many times. You actually cultivated a 3rd-grade lotus platform. Hanju said incredulously. How could you reach the Rugu realm today when the Buddhist sect was annihilated? Rugu realm? Xiaohua was stunned. But Hanju did not explain. Even if you are so arrogant. This old man seems to have remembered. Are you that nameless from the Imperial Thunder sect? So what if I am, and so what if I am not? Xiaohua did not answer, and sneered. So what? You are all food in this old man's mouth. Hanju also sneered. The blood-red Buddha Saraira had grown more than 3 times in size, and it was thrown into the Buddha Dharma body again. Then, a layer of blood-red mixed with golden light flashed in the Dharma body, and a hurricane was thrown into the Dharma body again. The pressure around Xiaohua's body became even heavier, and Xiaohua's waist was almost bent over. So what if you have the exquisite leaf scripture? In this day and age when the Buddhist sect is in decline, what use can it be? Hanju laughed loudly, and his fist and palm moved again, respectively attacking Xiaohua's Buddha Saraira projection. An indescribable tearing feeling came from Xiaohua's Buddha Saraira. Although Xiaohua's Buddha Saraira was still in his body, there were already signs of it collapsing. Xiaohua coldly snorted and asked, Hanju, you also want to devour my Saraira? Of course. Hanju said without hesitation, the future Buddha Lord Saraira is precisely what this old man covets. This old man never thought that there would be such a day. This old man might also become the future Buddha Lord in the future. Following Hanju's answer, strands of Buddhist light in Xiaohua's Buddha Saraira disintegrated and rushed towards the glaring golden light from where the huge force came from. At this time, Xiaohua was really in a desperate situation. His Buddha Saraira also slowly danced, replacing his psychokinesis to form a Buddhist seal. Unfortunately, Hanju's psychokinesis was even stronger and did not allow Xiaohua to do anything. Hanju laughed loudly. This is the Buddha formation. How can you be this old man's opponent? You should obediently give up. After saying that, the glaring golden light became even more dazzling and wanted to take away the Buddha's brilliance. Following this Buddhist light, the glaring golden Vajra strode in front of Xiaohua's Buddha Saraira and once again attacked Xiaohua with a palm and a fist. Like a receding tide, the projection could no longer hold on and turned into strands of Buddhist light that flowed into the glaring golden Vajra's fist and palm. Following the disappearance of Xiaohua's Buddha Saraira projection, Xiaohua's Buddha Saraira also gradually collapsed, and this collapse began from the 3rd-grade lotus platform under the Buddha Saraira. It was as if when refining, the material was melted by true fire and turned into balls of golden liquid that rushed into Han Zhu's Dharma body along with the glaring golden Vajra's fist and palm. And Xiaohua's Buddhist Saraira still did not have any resistance. It seems that the Buddhist fire is somewhat abnormal. Xiaohua was extremely anxious. Only at this moment did he realize that although the Buddha relic was tightly sealed, the Buddha fire in his Buddha's heart was slowly burning. The faint golden threads in the Buddha fire were not restrained by the frost bamboos thousands of Buddha's psyche power. Or perhaps the golden threads and Buddhist fire could resist the psychokinesis of the outside world. Unfortunately, Xiaohua did not know how to use the Buddhist fire, nor did he know what the golden threads were. Psychokinesis. Seeing that the third-grade lotus platform was gone, and 30% of the Buddha Saraira had disappeared, Xiaohua simply did not have any power to fight back under the boundless psychokinesis of the Buddha and the glaring golden Vajra. Seeing that Han Zhu was about to absorb the Buddha Saraira, Xiaohua suddenly thought of the power of faith that Jiuxia mentioned. Psychokinesis? Isn't that the power of faith? Since he thought of the power of faith, Xiaohua also thought of the soul technique of Meng Mountain. Seeing that Xiaohua did not have any power to fight back, Han Zhu was somewhat pleased with himself. This Buddha formation is a powerful method that the Buddhist sect uses to exterminate the Taoist sect. Not to mention a mere foundation establishment cultivator like you, even if a nascent soul cultivator came here, they would only be killed by this old man. Unfortunately, this old man's cultivation is still shallow, and it's impossible for me to invite a nascent soul cultivator here. Once this old man has raised this child up, then, boom. Right at this moment, seeing that Xiaohua's Buddha Saraira was about to completely flow into the glaring golden Vajra's avatar, streaks of dark green light surged out from between Xiaohua's brows. These streaks of light were like fish swimming under the heavy pressure of the psychokinesis, occasionally letting out thunderous sounds. In the blink of an eye, these green streaks of light gathered together, and a fist-sized green seal script was smoothly formed. An incomparable thunderous sound came from the green seal script. Immediately after, waves of lightning and thunder appeared out of nowhere, surrounding the entire dilapidated main hall of Jialan Temple. How can there be heavenly lightning here? Han Zhu turned pale with fright. At the same time, he looked at Xiaohua, whose body was flashing with dark green light. How can you attract lightning in this Buddha formation? Han Zhu had been scheming since the Feather Immortal Assembly, so how could he not know everything about Xiaohua? Han Zhu knew all the methods that Xiaohua had revealed. That lightning attraction technique was also within Han Zhu's calculations. However, he was confident that Xiaohua would not be able to obtain any spiritual energy of heaven and earth within this Buddhist formation, much less attract any heavenly lightning. Unfortunately, Han Zhu did not know that Xiaohua had a new encounter in Million Man Mountain. Xiaohua's lightning flashes and thunder rolls were unleashed, and thousands of lightning bolts surrounded the entire main hall of Jialan Temple. When the lightning bolts rushed into Han Zhu's glaring golden Vajra's avatar, they also affected Han Zhu's connection with the Buddha formation. The unceasing flow of psychokinesis could no longer be as smooth as before. Chapter 3089. Not good. Han Zhu had naturally sensed the power of these lightning bolts. He was shocked and hurriedly urged the Vajra's Dharma body. He could no longer absorb Xiaohua's Buddha's Saraira. He waved the 9-ringed monk staff and smashed it towards Xiaohua's body. Right now, the only thing they could do was to destroy Xiaohua's physical body. Only then would they be able to stop the lightning from falling. Fight! Xiaohua's wishful staff had now been knocked away. His body could not move at will. He could only wave his hand and take out another mace from the space with difficulty. He used both of his arms to meet the mountain-like 9-ringed monk staff. Boom, there was a loud noise. It was the sound of the monk's staff hitting the mace. It was also the sound of thousands of lightning bolts hitting Han Zhu's Vajra's Dharma body. A heart-wrenching scream came from Han Zhu's Vajra's Vajra Dharma body. Xiaohua's arms were also greatly shocked. The mace was actually broken into two and flew to both sides of the hall. Although Xiaohua's body was extremely uncomfortable from the shock, Xiaohua's heart was also very calm. Xiaohua's Buddha's Saraira had experienced a lightning tribulation before. Although each lightning tribulation would destroy the Saraira, he could use the heavenly thunder to reform it. When he used the lightning flash and thunder roll technique, he was really a little nervous. He was afraid that not only would he not be able to kill Han Zhu with the heavenly thunder, but he would also be helping him. But since Han Zhu was screaming like this, even if his Dharma body could be reborn, he could take advantage of this opportunity to resist again. After the lightning bolts, Han Zhu's Vajra Dharma body was riddled with holes. His angry face showed a painful expression. However, the endless mind power rushed over and quickly repaired the Vajra Dharma body at a speed visible to the naked eye. As for Frost Bamboo's body, it was still sitting there. Its thick eyebrows were trembling slightly. Although there was a hint of astonishment in its eyes, Frost Bamboo's body emitted a faint Buddhistic glow that blocked the lightning outside even though the lightning bolt had struck Frost Bamboo. Needless to say, Han Zhu's body must be wearing some kind of lightning-repelling magic tool. Han Zhu was dealing with Xiaohua. It could be said that he was trying his best. Boom! How could Xiaohua give Han Zhu a chance to breathe? The soul strands danced in the air, and the two green seal characters of thunder and lightning emerged one after another. Fortunately, before Xiaohua left Million Meng Mountains, he had performed the art of traveling clouds and summoning rain in front of Elder Wu of Hutsu Stockade. As a result, he was able to control the art of thunder and lightning with ease. Rumble, rumble. Endless flashes of lightning flickered with heavenly might as they emerged from the void of Jialan Temple's Grand Hall. They were like swords of the heavens that pierced into the enraged Vajra Dharma body. Although the enraged Vajra Dharma body waved its 9-ringed monk staff in an attempt to block the lightning, the enraged Vajra Dharma body was as thin as a sheet of paper after a few waves of lightning that were denser than the falling rain. Moreover, as Han Zhu screamed, a blurry avatar separated itself from the glaring Vajra avatar and descended towards Han Zhu's body. "You want to leave?" Xiaohua sneered. His figure suddenly disappeared along with the lightning. When he reappeared, he was right next to the wishful steel rod. Xiaohua was now close to the level of imperial thunder and could already use the lightning to escape. Even in this Buddhist formation, he had the ability to escape for a while. Xiaohua took the wishful steel rod and escaped into the lightning again. His figure appeared behind the enraged Vajra Dharma body. With a roar, he raised the rod and hit Han Zhu's body. Han Zhu sneered. Although he was in a hurry, he was not too flustered. He stood up and urged the enraged Vajra Dharma body to block Xiaohua's wishful steel rod. His hands formed a Buddhist seal and flipped in midair. Ding! The sound of a bell rose into the sky. It was extremely crisp in the midst of thousands of lightning strikes. When Xiaohua heard the sound of the bell, he immediately felt weak and numb. He could not even hold the wishful steel rod and fell from midair. Ignorant child. How do you know the methods of the Buddhist sect? Han Zhu sneered. He was originally pleased with himself, but at this moment, with a whoosh, the water bottle in Xiaohua's Buddha relic's hand finally poured out under the pressure of the thousands of Buddha's psyche force like a jade spring. Innate primordial water? Han Zhu was shocked. How do you have so much innate primordial water? However, although the innate primordial water was extremely powerful and scattered the enraged Vajra Dharma body that did not fall into Han Zhu's body, it rushed to Han Zhu's body and blocked the innate primordial water with a faint Buddhist light. The innate primordial water, which was invincible and could melt everything, could not corrode Han Zhu's defensive Buddhist light. Han Zhu's expression changed instantly, but when he saw this situation, he laughed again. He looked at Xiaohua who had fallen and said, "Xiaohua, your skills are so poor. Give the Buddha Saraira to this old man." "Is it that simple?" Xiaohua was also shocked. He was really impressed by the means of the Buddhist sect, but his face was still calm as he said lightly, What other means do you have?" Han Zhu raised his eyebrows, a little puzzled. I'll let you see my power today." As Xiaohua spoke, he slapped his hand and the sword gourd flew out. He formed a sword seal and pointed his finger. 2 red and green sword lights flew out. You? How can you move? Han Zhu turned pale with fright. And you can use magic power? Han Zhu naturally did not know that Xiao Hua was using a sword. He only thought it was a Taoist Dharma treasure. But even a sword cultivator's sword could not be used here. However, when Han Zhu looked up, his expression changed again. He saw that he and Xiao Hua were only a few dozen feet apart. It was completely covered by the innate primordial water. The Buddha formation he was so proud of had already been isolated by Xiao Hua's innate primordial water. Even if it's a competition of Taoist Dharma cultivation, do you think this old man is afraid of you? Han Zhu looked at the sword light that seemed slow but was actually fast. He laughed coldly. Unfortunately, before he could laugh, the spirit-slaying origin light suddenly sped up. It was even faster than lightning and suddenly rushed to Han Zhu's neck. Ah! Han Zhu was shocked once again. The Buddha's light around his body shone brightly, trying to block the two beams of spirit execution vital light. However, the spirit execution vital light was slowed down by the Buddha's light and couldn't break through. At this time, the innate primordial water let out a mooing sound. It was actually the Buddha formation attacking the innate primordial water. The space around Xiao Hua and Han Zhu quickly shrank. Go! Xiao Hua did not hesitate. He opened his mouth again and a wisp of spiritual fire entered the air. In the blink of an eye, it appeared under the spirit-slaying vital light. With a soft sound, the two spirit-slaying vital lights turned slightly and instantly rushed through the gap in the Buddha light that was burned by the spiritual fire and rushed into Han Zhu's neck. Puff! With another soft sound, Han Zhu's head flew into the air with an incredulous expression. His blood also spurted out several feet, boom. At the same time, the innate primordial water was unexpectedly destroyed by the Buddha formation. Countless waters splashed everywhere. However, after Han Zhu was destroyed by Xiao Hua's spirit-slaying vital light, the heavy pressure of the Buddha sect's psychokinesis quickly receded like the ebbing tide. Just a hair's breadth away. How thrilling! Xiao Hua was pushed down by the psychokinesis pressure again. He fell into the messy main hall and somewhat didn't want to get up. Exhausted, he swept his gaze around and sighed with emotion. This Han Zhu, although he only has a golden core cultivation, his preparations were too ample. If I didn't use the innate primordial water to isolate the Buddha sect and use the spirit-slaying vital light and spiritual fire in time, even if I had the strength of a nascent soul, I'm afraid I would have died in his hands today. Then, Xiao Hua lazily sat there and looked at the destroyed Buddha statue. He was secretly surprised. The Buddha sect's methods were not any worse than the Tao sect's. How could they be completely destroyed by the Tao sect? Moreover, Xiao Hua now somewhat understood. The ruins of the Buddha sect, it wasn't that the Tao sect didn't know about it and didn't intend to leave it here. Instead, the Tao sect's cultivators didn't dare to casually enter and were unable to completely destroy it. After resting for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Xiao Hua stopped his wild thoughts. He stood up and helplessly looked at Jianghu, who was sitting there. At that time, Xiao Hua and Han Zhu both had some reservations and avoided Jianghu. That mountain-like psychokinesis pressure seemed to have no effect on the silent Jianghu. Therefore, Jianghu wasn't affected at all. This child sigh. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. After a long time, Han Zhu still didn't have a way to awaken her. He only used her as bait to trick me. I still have to think of a way. That's right, Han Zhu was the only Buddhist expert that Xiao Hua knew of. Even the 6 Buddhist disciples that came later, Xiao Hua had never seen their faces until they died. Where would Xiao Hua go to find Buddhist disciples? Xiao Hua tidied up the mess in the Jialan Temple's main hall. He put away Han Zhu's sarira, small golden bell, 9-ringed monk staff, and the kasaya wrapped around Han Zhu's corpse into his space. Then, he took Han Zhu's storage pouch and used a wisp of true samadhi fire to destroy Han Zhu's corpse. Xiao Hua even stomped his feet at the place where Han Zhu's corpse turned into powder. Han Zhu was truly too sinister. He acted like a kind elder, but secretly plotted to kill Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua, who had been through many schemes, didn't notice anything fishy until the end. Now that he thought about it, Xiaohua felt a lingering fear. Then, Xiaohua looked at his Buddha Saraira that was more than half damaged. He didn't even have the heart to repair it. Hanju's blood Saraira, Xiaohua didn't dare to use it before he figured out the details. He was really afraid that Hanju had left behind a backup plan. There were many things in Hanju's storage pouch. Xiaohua looked at most of the jade slips and threw them to the side. He didn't care about any magic tools or treasures. He only picked up the golden bell and the jade slips that recorded Buddhist secrets. After flipping through the jade slips for several days, Xiaohua finally sighed and pulled his divine sense out of a shabby jade slip. Seeing that there was nothing around him, he waved his hand and put away the jade slip. Chapter 3090. Just as Hanju said, Xiaohua didn't find any information about the Buddhist sect's ruins in Hanju's storage pouch. There was only the Buddha formation near the reclining Buddha mountain. Furthermore, Xiaohua had also found Frost Bamboo's glaring Vajra Heart Sutra from the golden puppets. Although this Heart Sutra also required gradual cultivation steps, it also had a quick-speed Heart Sutra of devouring relics. The golden puppets even clearly stated that the glaring Vajra Heart Sutra was originally a Buddhist sect's Dharma protector. Hanju's other golden stallions were also beneficial to Xiaohua's Buddhist sect cultivation. However, Xiaohua didn't have any use for them now. After roughly looking through the contents, he accepted them. That's strange. Xiaohua took out Kunmingwei's jade slip and looked at it for a long time with a frown. Then, he pinched his chin and looked at the completely shattered Buddha statue and the stone wall in the distance. According to Kunmingwei's jade slip, there isn't any entrance. However, the distance from here to the reclining Buddha mountain is the same. Xiaohua thought in bewilderment. Why did Hanju's place become a Buddha formation? Or perhaps, is this Buddha formation the ruins that Kunmingwei mentioned? If I want to enter the Buddhist sect's ruins, do I have to break through this Buddha formation? But since that's the case, what Kunmingwei and Hanju saw should be the same. Why is Kunmingwei's record different? Or perhaps, the same part is in Zhenxie's jade slip? Unfortunately, I don't have Zhenxie's jade slip. What should I do? Xiaohua had the intention to leave this Buddhist formation now and stay far away from this place that almost took his life. However, when he thought of Jianghu in the space and his incomplete exquisite leaf sutra, he still had to stay here and think of a way to find the location of the ruins that Kunmingwei and Zhenxie had mentioned. He was afraid that only there would be the real golden centipede and the real way to awaken Jianghu. Now, I should first practice the method to control this Buddha formation, right? Thinking of Hanju's 9 rings monk staff when he first entered the Buddha formation, Xiaohua felt that he already had an idea. Xiaohua took out the golden rune related to the Buddha formation and released his Buddhist sense. A golden light appeared and a page with golden rune written on it appeared in Xiaohua's Buddhist sense. After a few more days, the golden NI within Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness slowly turned. Fortunately, the 2 arms of the tattered Buddha relic were still intact. The Buddhist seals on the arms slowly danced. Along with these Buddhist seals, the 9 rings monk staff in midair also gradually emitted a faint Buddhist aura along with the Buddhist seals. At the end, Xiaohua's Buddha relic's hands formed a Buddhist seal and hit the 9-ringed monk staff. The monk staff emitted an extremely strong Buddhist light and slowly fell into the relic's hands. Woo! As Xiaohua waved the 9-ringed monk staff, a gust of wind appeared around the Jialan temple. The telekinesis of the tens of thousands of Buddhas under Hanju's control came again and quickly repaired Xiaohua's Buddha relic. In just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the entire Buddha relic was back to how it was before. Moreover, under the telekinesis, Xiaohua's exquisite leaf sutra, which had been stagnant for a long time, was once again pushed forward. The 4th-rank lotus platform slowly appeared. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He knew that the previous battle and the damage to the Buddha relic was about to be reborn. He hurriedly closed his eyes and the exquisite leaf sutra slowly flowed. The Buddha relic also flashed with a brilliant Buddhist aura and gradually grew to 4 feet. After a few days, Xiaohua's Buddha relic grew to a certain extent and could no longer grow. The monk's staff in the relic's hand was thrown away. Swordsman. As the relic's hands formed a seal, he spat out a golden word. That golden word was like the full-force attack of a golden core cultivator and rushed towards the back wall of the Jianghu temple. Boom! With a loud sound, countless Sanskrit and golden inscriptions appeared on the stone wall. The entire stone wall was shattered by Xiaohua's fourth Buddhist divine ability. Damn it, this fourth divine ability is actually a demon-subduing technique. Xiaohua looked at the Buddha relic that was somewhat dimming with Buddhist light. He was both surprised and pleasantly surprised. What surprised him was that Buddhism's methods were indeed impressive. His mantra was comparable to a golden core cultivator's attack. How could Buddhism be inferior to Taoism? What pleasantly surprised him was that the 9 runes mantra wasn't just a useless method of transcendence or soul summoning. In the future, there would be 5 more mantras. There would definitely be other surprises left for him. This was an unknown surprise, and it was exactly what Xiaohua was looking forward to. The stone wall was damaged, but Xiaohua's Buddha relic was also repaired perfectly. In fact, Xiaohua was surprised at the first moment. To be honest, with the willpower of tens of thousands of Buddhas, what kind of relic couldn't he cultivate? Why would he need to go against heaven and reason and devour other people's relic? However, Xiaohua was only surprised for a moment. Then, he understood in his heart that the most important thing wasn't the environment, but the cultivation method to practice. His cultivation method, Jianghu's cultivation method, Hanju's cultivation method, and even the cultivation methods of the other 6 people. The moment he obtained the cultivation method, all of his fates had already been determined. It wasn't up to him to choose. Go! Xiaohua's Buddha relic's Buddhist seal flipped, and the 9-ringed monk staff flew to Xiaohua's feet and transformed into a mast. Xiaohua stepped on it, and the mast rushed toward the back wall of Jianghu temple. When it flew out of Jianghu temple, it was really as Xiaohua had seen before. It was another pagoda path, and this pagoda path was extremely long. The end of the pagoda path was another dilapidated temple, but Xiaohua didn't know the name of this temple. Rise! Xiaohua didn't land on the pagoda path, but the Buddha relic once again activated the 9-ringed monk staff. His entire body flew high, crossing the entire pagoda path, crossing the temple, and ascending to the top of the Buddhist sect. Thus, all of the temples, all of the dilapidated structures were in Xiaohua's eyes. Great Pagoda Formation. 10,000 Cultivation Pagoda Formation. At this time, Xiaohua had roughly understood the power of this Buddhist formation. He couldn't help but sigh slightly and released his Buddhist sense again. Xiaohua's Buddhist sense was unknown how many times stronger than Hanju's. It gradually permeated every corner of the pagoda formation like sweet dew. Xiaohua closed his eyes, looking solemn. The Buddhist light around his body rippled like the sun. After the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua raised his eyebrows, looked in a direction, and said with a smile, "Looks like this Xiao's idea is correct. There's something strange about this Buddhist formation. That Hanju, sigh, he was really ignorant. He missed such an opportunity for nothing." Immediately after, Xiaohua's relic activated the 9-ringed monk staff. The 9 rings on the staff rushed toward 9 directions of the Buddhist sect. The entire Buddhist sect flickered with endless ripples, like the ripples on the surface of a lake. Under these ripples, a layer of images was revealed. As the entire image was revealed, an extremely powerful suction force appeared somewhere on the pagoda path. At the same time, a series of Buddhist chants rang out. Xiaohua's body and his relic were unable to resist and were sucked in. Thousands of illusions appeared, as if he had experienced dozens of worlds. Xiaohua's eyes flickered slightly, and when he looked again, everything had changed. The ruined temple had disappeared, and the pagoda path in front of the temple had also disappeared. In its place were tens of thousands of broken Buddha statues. These Buddha statues were different from the Buddha statues in the previous temple. Each Buddha statue was independent, and each Buddha statue had broken limbs. Some were completely collapsed, and some were crooked and collapsed. At the same time, each Buddha statue was filled with compassion and compassion. Each Buddha statue was like a world of its own. Hiss! Xiaohua unconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes were filled with death, destruction, decadence, and despair. However, these tens of thousands of Buddha statues were like tens of thousands of sprouts. Each of them emitted a kind of vitality, and when these tens of thousands of vitality gathered together, it was an indescribable brand new 10,000 Buddha diagram. Xiaohua's voice, which was close to a groan, came out from his throat. He already understood that under the incomparably powerful Great Pagoda formation, the destroyed Buddhist sect was the sprout of another Buddhist sect. This was the 10,000 Buddha diagram. The forms of tens of thousands of Buddhas, the comprehension of tens of thousands of Buddhas becoming Buddhas. It was an existence comparable to the 3,000 great Taoists of the Tao sect. What Zhenxie and Qin Mingwei saw was precisely this 10,000 Buddha diagram. Unfortunately, they didn't understand the meaning of the entire 10,000 Buddha diagram. Or perhaps they didn't know that this 10,000 Buddha diagram was the sprouts left behind after the Buddhist sect was destroyed. Therefore, they eagerly hoped for even more Buddhist sect divine abilities, and instead gave up on the final great Tao. Xiaohua sneered. Moreover, that frost bamboo seemed to have fallen into the pagoda formation from the very beginning, which was in line with his glaring Vajra heart technique. He could only fall into the minor Tao of the Buddhist sect's protector, and could never fall into the great Tao of the 10,000 Buddha diagram. At this point, how could Xiaohua not know that the great Tao to the heavens was already in front of his eyes? He released his Buddhist consciousness again, and even the Buddha Saraira fell into the 10,000 Buddha diagram. At this moment, Xiaohua didn't dare to extravagantly hope that he could comprehend any of the Buddha statues and comprehend the Buddha's realm. He only wanted to take this 10,000 Buddha diagram for his own use. Unfortunately, even though the Buddha Saraira was released, the 10,000 Buddha diagram didn't have any reaction in the end. What should I do? Xiaohua slightly frowned. After thinking for a moment, the Buddha Saraira once again chanted the 9 syllables of truth. The 4 syllables of truth, Lin, Bing, Do, and Zhe, rushed into the 10,000 Buddha diagram one after another. As these syllables fell into the 10,000 Buddha diagram, the entire 10,000 Buddha diagram began to flicker with a faint Buddhist light. Excellent, Xiaohua was overjoyed. He understood that his probing was effective, so he was even more generous with his Buddhist consciousness and psychokinesis to send the 9 syllables of truth into the 10,000 Buddha diagram, one after another. Rumble. After an unknown amount of time, the entire 10,000 Buddha diagram seemed to be floating like a picture. The tens of thousands of tattered Buddha statues began to move. Waves of vibrations comparable to the great Tao emerged from the 10,000 Buddha diagram, and they converged and rushed into Xiaohua's Buddha Saraira. Chapter 3091. Boom! Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, the entire Buddha Saraira was completely obliterated by the fluctuations in just a moment. There was almost no resistance, and Xiaohua couldn't put up any resistance. At the same time, in the Buddha Saraira, where the Mudpill Palace was located, the Buddhist light rippled outside the seal. It was more dazzling than the aurora or the 7 colors, and a small Buddha Saraira began to slowly condense again. The psychokinesis of the tens of thousands of Buddhas that had previously disappeared was engulfed in all directions again. The entire Buddha Saraira seemed to be inflated. An indescribable feeling, even more wonderful than Xiaohua's comprehension of the way of the heavens, slowly filled the Buddha Saraira. And the moment the Buddha Saraira condensed, the 10,000 Buddhas painting flew out from under the Futa Buddhist sect like a scroll, rushed to the outside of Xiaohua's Saraira, and wrapped around it, turning into a kasaya. This kasaya was faintly discernible and not substantial. The tens of thousands of different Buddha statues turned into wisps of Buddhist light that flowed outside the Saraira. It was this Buddhist light that made up the entire kasaya. What was special was that these seemingly extremely damaged Buddha statues actually changed slightly as they flowed outside the Buddha Saraira. Although this change was minuscule, Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness was able to feel it. The Buddhist sect left this 10,000 Buddhas painting to find an heir to the Buddhist sect, and the exquisite leaf scripture that I cultivate is exactly what Han Zhu said, the Saraira of the future Buddha Lord. Won't this 10,000 Buddhas painting immediately recognize me as its master? Xiaohua was proud, but when his Buddhist sense looked at the original 10,000 Buddhas painting again, he couldn't help but be stunned. The tens of thousands of worn-out Buddha statues were still there, and they didn't disappear just because Xiaohua's Buddha Saraira had the 10,000 Buddhas. There was no such thing as the 10,000 Buddhas painting recognizing Xiaohua as its master. However, the current 10,000 Buddhas painting was different from before. It was like a layer of slow-flowing waves, and a layer of hazy images appeared under this flow. Damn it, what are you doing? Xiaohua was a little confused by these methods, and then he urged the 9-ringed monk staff to rush into the flow of the 10,000 Buddhas painting. Whoosh, a sound like the sound of water rang in Xiaohua's ears. Xiaohua's figure fell under the 10,000 Buddha painting. As the 10,000 Buddha painting disappeared, a completely dilapidated building appeared under the 10,000 Buddha painting. These buildings were very similar to the 480 temples, but upon closer inspection, they were completely different. This was the true Buddhist sect ruins. Sigh. Xiaohua looked at the Buddhist Saraira wrapped in a layer of specious kasaya, then at the 10,000 Buddhas diagram above his head. Finally, at the real Buddhist ruins, he couldn't help but sigh. The Buddhist sect's methods are indeed profound. Presumably, countless Taoist sect cultivators have fallen on the Buddha path, and countless Buddhist sects arhats have fallen in the 10,000 Buddhas diagram. What 10,000 Buddhas' Buddha sect? 10's Buddhas. Even people as strong as Kan Mingwei and Zhen Xie could only observe the small details, and didn't know the overall situation. In the end, they fell into the so-called Buddhist sect ruins, and could no longer escape. The Buddhist sect ruins they were talking about should be the 10,000 Buddhas painting. Because they didn't have the Buddha Saraira, they couldn't open the 10,000 Buddhas painting. And the exquisite Leaf Sutra and the exquisite Derivation Pagoda they obtained became the proof for me to become the future Lord Buddha. As for the exquisite Leaf Sutra and the exquisite Derivation Pagoda, the Buddhas of Buddha sect deliberately left them on the 10,000 Buddhas painting, or even on the Buddha path, wanting to leave behind their inheritance? As for the nascent soul masters and spirit-severing masters, they probably knew that they couldn't defeat the 10,000 Buddhas' mental power, so they didn't dare to enter. This is why the Buddhist sect ruins have always been a legend, and it has been passed down until now. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the thousands of ruins, and he said with some sadness, "These ruins. I'm afraid they are the real ruins, and not some illusion." Before the Buddhas of Buddha sect died, they gathered the divine abilities of many Buddhas and moved the thousands of ruins of the Dawn Rain continent here. Making them into such ruins, the Dawn Rain continent no longer has the thousands of temples, thousands of Buddha statues, and thousands of mental power from the Buddhist sect's time of prosperity. The divine abilities of Buddha sect are nothing more than this. Unfortunately, Xiaohua still underestimated the divine abilities of Buddha sect's Buddhas. When his Buddhist sense overlooked the entire Buddhist sect ruins like a bird's eye view, another powerful force swept out from somewhere in the ruins. Xiaohua didn't have any chance to resist, and with just a thought, he fell into a mysterious place that even spirit-severing cultivators couldn't detect. Xiaohua only felt a strong force holding him, and this force wasn't something he could resist. His entire body rapidly fell, and some light flashed before his eyes, and his body stopped again. When he looked up, he couldn't help but be dumbstruck. Meru Mountain? 3,000 great worlds? What that bastard Han Zhu said was actually true. In front of Xiaohua was an incomparably huge mountain. The top and bottom of the mountain were relatively thick, and only the middle was relatively thin, like a lampstand. Below the mountain was a boundless sea of blood. In the sea of blood, there were bones, skeletons, and completely tiny monsters. It was no different from the sea of bitterness Xiaohua saw on the pagoda path. Looking at Mt. Meru again, the Buddhist light lingered, and he couldn't see the specifics clearly. The faint Buddhist sound entered his ears, and the dang-dang of a wooden fish was slowly knocked. It was a scene of peace and bliss. Excellent. Xiaohua couldn't help but put his palms together, and a kind of piety arose from his heart. Phew, just as Xiaohua was piously bowing, he saw a Buddhist light rush out from Tusita heaven on empty Meru like a rainbow, and it landed at Xiaohua's feet. Amitba! Another compassionate Buddhist chant came from Tusita heaven, and along with this Buddhist chant, countless sounds came from all over empty Meru. It was as if before Xiaohua came, empty Meru was asleep, and Xiaohua's arrival awakened it. No way! Xiaohua was surprised. Could it be that on empty Meru, there is still a living Buddha? And there is more than one Buddha? Just as the doubt in his heart arose, the Buddhist light brought Xiaohua's figure to the top of empty Meru. Sure enough, the Buddhist sect's methods were meticulous. Xiaohua's figure moved, and immediately, heavenly flowers fell from the sky around him. Faint Sanskrit sounds could be heard, and countless celestial beings were also born. Each of them was vivid and lifelike illusions. Xiaohua's vision blurred, and he was already in front of a tall Buddha statue. With Xiaohua's current cultivation, he didn't even realize how he came here. His mind was still in the illusion from before. However, Xiaohua didn't have time to think about it. He hurriedly put his palms together and bowed. Disciple! Xiaohua greets the Buddha Lord. The Buddha statue flashed with Buddhist light. It was very tall, and the top couldn't be seen at a glance, and it was also impossible to see the face of the Buddha statue. But whether it was Xiaohua's first glance or the moment he bowed, the Buddha statue was reflected in Xiaohua's eyes. This Buddha statue was exactly the same as Xiaohua's Buddha relic. The ears were over the shoulder, the face was compassionate, and the arms were at the shoulder level. One hand pointed to the sky and the other pointed to the earth. In Xiaohua's eyes, the compassionate face was somewhat similar to his own appearance. Furthermore, behind the head of the Buddha statue, there was a round mirror-like surface. The surroundings of this mirror were burning with orange karmic fire, and the Buddhist light in the mirror was overflowing. It was as if there were thousands of worlds and thousands of fairies and heavenly flowers. Xiaohua bowed and didn't dare to raise his head, quietly waiting for the Buddha Lord's instructions. Another half a cup of tea's worth of time passed, but he didn't hear any reply. Instead, the rhythmic sound of the wooden fish and the chanting of sutras from before gradually became softer, and even disappeared. Only then did Xiaohua slowly raise his head. That Buddha statue was still a Buddha statue, like a high mountain, giving off the feeling of looking up to a high mountain. But at the same time, Xiaohua's Buddha relic gave off an eager feeling. If Xiaohua's Buddha relic didn't have a Naiwan palace, perhaps it would have already jumped out of Xiaohua's body, right? Xiaohua's heart was moved, and he hurriedly projected the Buddha relic in front of Xiaohua through the swastika character between his eyebrows. The moment the Buddha relic projection appeared, a golden light was projected from the mirror behind the Buddha statue's head, and this golden light covered the entire projection. Xiaohua's exquisite leaf sutra was originally incomplete, and this Buddha relic was also incomplete. But in this golden light, all the flaws in the projection were slowly mended. Of course, this kind of mending wasn't a complete mending, but a kind of outline. The outline of the Buddha relic projection was completely mended. In contrast, the Buddha relic in Xiaohua's body was also miraculously mended, just like when the Buddha relic was released from the body. Many thanks, Buddha Lord. Xiaohua was overjoyed, and he bowed to express his thanks. But at this time, Xiaohua's heart was moved again, and with a wave of his hand, the exquisite pagoda flew out and landed in the other hand of the Buddha relic. Dang dang. A few more bell sounds came from the mirror behind the Buddha Lord's head, and 2 more golden lights were emitted from it, landing on the clear water bottle and the exquisite pagoda. After the golden light passed, the broken clear water bottle not only recovered, but it also emitted a faint Buddha light. But the willow branch in the clear water bottle still didn't move. What surprised Xiaohua the most was that the exquisite pagoda was also completely mended. Above the empty grooves, except for the last 3 grooves on the topmost layer, everything else had been mended. Excellent, Xiaohua was really satisfied. He had been searching for these gold leaves for many years, but he didn't have any clues. He didn't expect to find so many in the ruins of the Buddhist sect. However, he was slightly cursing in his heart. If he didn't find more gold leaves, would he still be able to replenish them in the ruins of the Buddhist sect? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's eyes turned again, and he put away the clear water bottle and the exquisite pagoda. Then he took out the kasaya, the 9-ringed monk staff, and the small golden bell he obtained from the frost bamboo. Chapter 3092. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, this time it wasn't as straightforward as before. After a while, 4 golden lights fell. In addition to the Buddhist light on the kasaya, the 9-ringed monk staff, and the small golden bell, there was also a golden puppet in front of Xiao Hua. It seemed to be even more stingy than Xiao Hua. Many thanks, Buddha Lord. Xiao Hua was very happy. His greedy little plan was finally satisfied by this Buddha Lord. He hurriedly waved his hand and put away the Buddhist artifacts, as well as the golden puppet and the Buddha's Sarira projection that he didn't have time to check. Then, he took Jianghu out of the space, bowed, and said, "This is the Bodhisattva who is fated with our Buddha. Buddha Lord, please be merciful and wake her up." Unexpectedly, as soon as Jianghu came out, a huge bell rang from outside the Tusita heaven. It was as if there was a big movement on Mount Meru. Not only did the Tusita heaven tremble, but even Mount Meru shook a little. Then, a strong golden light came out of the mirror behind the Buddha statue's head, enveloping Xiao Hua and Jianghu. The golden light was trembling extremely, as if the Buddha Lord was angry at Xiao Hua's insatiable greed. Then, a faint suction force came out of the golden light, and Xiao Hua and Jianghu's figures slowly fell into the mirror. That's right. At this time, Xiao Hua suddenly realized. Jianghu is practicing the Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra, not the Exquisite Leaf Sutra. I'm afraid the corresponding Buddha Lord is not this one, right? This bell should be to send Jianghu to another Buddha Lord, right? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua didn't resist the suction force. He pulled with his hand, and it was Jianghu's arm. When the two of them fell into the mirror at the same time, Xiao Hua's eyes darkened slightly. Then, countless thunderclaps sounded, and endless rain fell on his body. What layer of sky is this? There's wind and rain? Xiao Hua was stunned. The golden light protecting his body involuntarily spread out, protecting Jianghu. But at this time, Xiao Hua was shocked again. Not good. On Mount Meru. How can I use the Dao Sect's magic? At the same time, he had an extremely bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, when Xiao Hua released his divine sense and saw the thousands of mountains around him, as well as the rolling thunderclouds and earth-shattering rain above the mountains, Xiao Hua's heart turned cold. Xiao Hua had already been sent out of the Buddhist sect ruins. How can this work? Xiao Hua is dumbfounded. This Xiao is going to the Buddhist ruins? Isn't it to wake Jianghu up? How can we go back empty-handed? Just now, was it this Xiao's greed that made the Buddha Lord angry? Thinking of his actions just now, Xiao Hua was very regretful. Almost without thinking, he hurriedly sent Jianghu into the space again. He released his Buddhist awareness, trying his best to find his location and the location of the reclining Buddha mountain so that he could enter the Buddhist sect again. He had already decided that this time, he would no longer take out any Buddhist tools or golden puppets. He wanted to take Jianghu out of the space and place her in front of the Buddha Lord. Unfortunately, the night was dark and the rain was heavy. Even with his Buddhist awareness, Xiao Hua couldn't find any trace of the reclining Buddha mountain in this unfamiliar place. This Xiao knows where the reclining Buddha mountain is. I just need to find a cultivator and ask, won't that be enough? Xiao Hua thought to himself. After roughly looking around, he hurriedly flew in a certain direction. An hour passed. Xiao Hua didn't see any figures, nor did he see anything else. In front of him, apart from the night, there was only the rain. The night seemed endless, and the rain also seemed endless. This made Xiao Hua's heart more and more anxious, and more uneasy. Gotcha! Just as Xiao Hua was hurriedly flying away, a bolt of lightning as thick as the mouth of a bowl streaked across the sky, illuminating the dark night for several kilometers to the left. Xiao Hua's tall, thin and anxious figure impressively appeared in midair. Xiao Hua? Two exceptionally surprised voices came from the edge of the light. Immediately after, two powerful divine senses rushed over like a wave, sweeping past Xiaohua and immediately locking onto him. Who is it? Xiaohua was originally feeling ashamed, angry, and regretful. He was about to use the lightning escape technique in this lightning, but unexpectedly he heard a soft voice within the sound of thunder. At the same time, he was astonished, and at the same time, his divine sense swept out. Boom! When Xiaohua's divine sense came into contact with the other party's seemingly solid divine sense, it was immediately repelled. Even Xiaohua's mind was roaring. Nascent soul cultivator. Xiaohua immediately understood his situation. Moreover, those two divine senses firmly locked onto him. How could there be any good things waiting for him? An incomparable fear immediately emerged from Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua didn't even think about it. Lightning flashed around his body, and he immediately used the Imperial Thunder Guard, wanting to escape. Unfortunately, no matter how high Xiaohua's cultivation was, no matter how fast his lightning escape technique was, he was now very close to the two nascent soul cultivators. The two nascent soul cultivators turned into rainbows a few li away, and at the same time, they rubbed their hands together. Countless silver rays fell into the air, and then disappeared. Xiaohua had just urged his magic power, but he felt that the surrounding space was already imprisoned by magic power. It was the same as when he was imprisoned by the thousands of frost bamboo Buddha's divine sense in Jialan Temple. Granny, I just left the wolf's mouth and entered the tiger's den. Xiaohua's teeth creaked as he anxiously thought, how can I live like this? Roar! Xiaohua knew that in the face of two nascent soul cultivators, he couldn't have any slack. He roared to boost his courage and took out the wishful staff. The dragon transformation art and celestial body bestowment technique in his body began to revolve. His golden core was also agitated. True essence rushed into his meridians like a flood bursting a dam, and wisps of heaven and earth spiritual energy also poured into his body from the surface of his body. Oh! Xiaohua let out a roar. This full-strength staff really broke the imprisonment of the two nascent soul cultivators. Xiaohua didn't even look back as he fled into the distance. He only flew a few zhang when a powerful force was born in front of him. It was like an incomparably tall giant wall blocking Xiaohua's front. Xiaohua crashed into it, and the brilliance of his whole body shone brightly. He couldn't move even half a step. Whoosh! A wisp of crimson spiritual fire flew out of Xiaohua's mouth like a silk thread, and in a moment, it burned through the giant wall that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Xiaohua's divine sense swept out, and his body was like a gust of wind, passing through the spiritual fire and rushing into the distance. This Xiaohua is indeed powerful. Needless to say, the two mid-nascent soul stage cultivators chasing after Xiaohua were naturally Taoist Du, Yi and Shan Xingzi. When Taoist Du saw his spell being defeated, he was alarmed and said with some surprise, this is a nascent soul nameless. Shan Xingzi didn't find it strange, otherwise, our master wouldn't have let us take action. That's right. Taoist Du nodded, but at the same time, he cried out in alarm, not good, Taoist Shan Xingzi, let's take turns casting magic. We must not let him use the lightning escape technique at full strength. This old man sees that his lightning escape technique is about to catch up to Master Qianlei. That's right, when we were discussing that day, this old man said that you know a secret technique that can restrict the lightning escape technique. Naturally, this old man will use it now. How can I let him escape from our hands? Shan Xingzi turned his hands slightly, as if he was twisting something, and said with a confident smile, in order to capture this guy, this old man specially recomprehended this technique. You won't let him escape easily? However, this guy's lightning escape technique is really beyond this old man's expectations. It can actually catch up to Master Qianlei. Of course, if not, do you think that Taoist Lei Meng of the Thunder Palace will be chasing after us? I'm afraid that he also knows that we are looking for Xiaohua. As Shan Xingzi opened his mouth, a blood arrow fell into the air. As Shan Xingzi grabbed it with his hand, several spells were cast into it, and the blood arrow turned dark. Like a snake the size of a thumb, It rushed into the void and disappeared. Blood curse? Taoist Du's heart trembled, and a trace of thoughtfulness appeared on his face. Alas, Shan Xingzi sighed, this old man has used up his profound qi to cast the secret technique, but I'm afraid that I can't do anything to Lei Meng anymore. Humph, good luck Lei Meng. Taoist Du, he took a look at Xiao Hua, who was struggling in the distance, and said coldly, if Xiao Hua didn't suddenly appear here, we might have set up an ambush and killed him tonight. Since Xiao Hua has already appeared, we don't have to meet him face to face. Xiao Hua is now an abandoned disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Although Master Qian Lei wants to take back the punishment order, as long as Xiao Hua falls into our hands, he will never be able to take it back. The Imperial Thunder Sect will always be the laughingstock of others. That's true. Although Shan Xingzi's face was somewhat pale, the magic power in his body was rapidly surging. He looked at Xiao Hua, who was about to approach, with some puzzlement, and said curiously, this Xiao Hua suddenly disappeared in Haoming City. He should have used some secret technique to disguise himself. We just guessed that he passed through Mo Zhao and Black Forest, but in Meng Kingdom, there is no trace of Xiao Hua at all. We were like headless flies running around randomly. Tonight, how did he suddenly appear in front of us? Where did he go? What did he do there? It's really mysterious. There doesn't seem to be any secret area nearby. Hee, won't we know once we capture him? Taoist Du Yi sneered, and then he didn't forget to remind Shan Xingzi, after we capture Xiao Hua, we have to discuss how to report to our respective masters. Don't worry about this, fellow Taoist. Shan Xingzi smiled, and then said in astonishment, "We? Oh no." Just when Shan Xingzi and Taoist Du Yi thought that they had already captured Xiao Hua, they saw the sword light around Xiao Hua's body flourish, and a huge sword gradually appeared. The quagmire that Shan Xingzi used to trap Xiao Hua was also defeated by Xiao Hua. This Xiao Hua is really too powerful. Shan Xingzi blurted out, if we give him another 100 years, we won't be his opponent even if we join hands. Chapter 3093. Hee, what a pity. He won't have another 100 years. If you let him escape from our hands today, you and I would have cultivated to the middle nascent soul stage in vain. Taoist Master Di sneered. In this distance of a few li, a middle nascent soul stage cultivator had enough means to trap a golden core stage cultivator. Even if he didn't release his nascent soul. Taoist Master Du, he had already prepared the spell in his hand when Shan Xingzi cast the spell. At this time, he just waved his hand and a ray of golden light flew out. Tens of thousands of flowers grew near Xiao Hua's sword. Every time the golden petals burst, they produced a powerful force, blasting Xiao Hua's sword out of the giant sword. Wasn't this the method Xiao Hua used to deal with the sword cultivators of the Huan country? The karma of this world was really unpleasant. At the same time these tens of thousands of flowers burst, wisps of ink-black blood appeared in the void. These wisps of blood were very difficult to detect. Along with the impact of these petals, they flew into Xiao Hua's flickering sword light and quickly disappeared. It's really karma. This Xiao just came out of the Buddhist ruins and encountered such karma. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. The sword light around his body was still flickering. He was depressed in his heart and slowly turned around in midair. He calmly looked at the two nascent soul stage cultivators who were already close to him. At this point, what was the use of panicking? Xiao Hua just couldn't figure out why these two nascent soul stage cultivators were making things difficult for him. Maybe it's that seal. Suddenly, Xiao Hua's heart gave birth to a kind of intuition. It was as if the answer he had been looking for was now in front of him. He couldn't help but feel excited and nervous. Two martial ancestors. However, Xiao Hua still pretended to be calm and asked loudly, "Why are you blocking this junior's path? Why do you want to escape when you see the two of us?" Taoist Master Du and Shan Xingzi came together and said with a smile, "Martial ancestor, how do you know that this junior is Xiao Hua?" Xiao Hua looked at the two people and then looked at the place where he couldn't escape. Suddenly, he thought of something and the hand in front of his chest slightly withdrew. Terrifying Phoenix, nameless nascent soul, which one of them isn't famous in the three kingdoms of cultivation? Perfected Du Yi and Shan Xingzi had already closed in on Xiaohua. Xiaohua, who was only at the Golden Core realm and could barely resist an early-stage nascent soul realm cultivator, had already fallen into a desperate situation. Therefore, Shan Xingzi asked with a smile. Xiaohua's expression changed and he said coldly, "So the two grandmasters were spies from Huan country." "Spy? Pa?" Reverend Yi laughed and pointed his hand. The golden flowers rushed out behind Xiaohua, completely blocking his path. "Junior doesn't know the two grandmasters." Xiaohua was very puzzled and asked curiously, "Junior doesn't know why the two grandmasters?" As he spoke, Xiaohua suddenly clasped his hand in front of his chest and muttered something. He raised his hand, and a faint green light flashed, instantly enveloping the surrounding area. Perfected Du Yi and Shan Xingzi were in it. Not good. The green light flashed past the two nascent soul realm cultivators, and they immediately sensed a very terrifying aura. While they knew that things weren't good, they hurriedly urged their magic power to protect themselves, and at the same time, they hurriedly separated and flew to Xiaohua's two sides. Unfortunately, even if the two were as strong as mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivators, it was too late to react. A clear, "jie" sound was heard, and it was unusually loud in the night sky. From Xiaohua's hand, a huge phoenix phantom rushed out, as if it was reborn after nirvana. The green light that formed the phoenix phantom rolled up the endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and in an instant, it sucked out everything within a few miles. An indescribable imprisonment shrouded several miles. Wasn't this the phoenix illusion that Xiao Xianrui exchanged for with mid-grade spirit stones in Jianghu City? It was originally hidden in front of Xiaohua's chest, and even when he encountered 3 second-grade sword transformation realm swordsmen, he was not willing to take it out. Until today, Xiaohua no longer had any means to escape from the joint attack of the two mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivators. Xiaohua had no choice but to activate the phoenix illusion, which he regarded as a treasure, and recite the dozens of words to activate this rare Phoenix Jade Talisman. As expected of the Phoenix Jade Talisman, the Cyan Phoenix shadow completely covered Immortal Du Yi and Shan Xingzi. Within a few miles, the cyan light rotated rapidly, and in a moment, it turned into vortexes thinner than hair. In the middle of these vortexes was the void. The entire Phoenix shadow pounced on the two cultivators at the middle stage of Yuanying realm, just like a real void storm. Seeing the terrifying destructive aura approaching, Perfected Du Yi and Shan Xingzi's expressions changed greatly. Without hesitation, they waved their hands, and a dozen or so magic treasures of various colors flew out from their storage pouches, each flashing with a strange brilliance and blocking in front of the two. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever the green light passed, the dozens of magic treasures were immediately riddled with holes and their brilliance immediately dimmed. The two of them hurriedly tried to fly up, but in the shadow of the phoenix, the two of them couldn't move at all. The two waved their hands almost at the same time, and the magic treasures that were destroyed exploded one after another. The impact of the explosion was very fierce, and it blocked a lot of the green light. However, after the magic treasures exploded, the green light still rushed into the two's protective brilliance. Almost at the same time, a colorful brilliance appeared above the two's heads, and two nascent souls emerged from the top of their heads. Each of them was holding a ring in their hands, but the two rings were different in color, one black and one white. Shwa! The rings in the hands of the nascent souls were activated, and a black and white halo covered the two from top to bottom. After the halo fell, the two nascent souls looked a little dispirited, and at the same time, it disappeared into the two's bodies. CSISI. The sound of a silkworm swallowing mulberry leaves sounded, and the void storm finally fell into the black and white halo. As the two expected, the black and white halo was immediately hit with a complete hole, and it was annihilated in a moment. Then the brilliance of the two shone brightly, and at the same time, it trembled rapidly. After a few breaths, the brilliance was annihilated. The two's figures seemed to have been seriously injured, and they fell from mid-air. Especially Shan Xingzi, There was black blood flowing out of his mouth and nose, and his face was abnormally pale. The two nascent soul middle stage cultivators fell from mid-air, and the green light of the Phoenix Phantom also disappeared. Within a few miles, the mountains that were just washed by the rainstorm, the trees, and everything else disappeared. It was as if they had never existed, and a chasm of a few miles in size was born out of thin air. After the time to drink a cup of tea, Immortal Du and Shan Xingzi flew from the ground to mid-air again. After taking the elixir, the two's complexion had improved. However, under the Phoenix Jade Talisman, the corrosive power was far from being remedied by elixirs and meditation. They were afraid that they would have to work hard for dozens of days to recover. Damn this brat. Immortal Du swept out his spiritual sense, and when he saw that Xiaohua had flown dozens of miles away, he couldn't help but scold angrily, "I will capture him, and I will make him beg for death." Cough cough. Shan Xingzi coughed twice, which was rare for him. The magic power around his body surged, and he reminded, "Fellow Taoist Du, we'd better hurry up. That guy's thunder escape technique is very fast. If we delay for a moment, I'm afraid we can't catch up with him." And Immortal Du said, and he also turned into a rainbow. Following Shan Xingzi into midair, he asked again, "Fellow Taoist, when will your secret technique take effect?" "There is still half an hour," Shan Xingzi replied after thinking for a while. Half an hour? Immortal Du, he smiled bitterly. "In another half an hour, that guy's magic power will be exhausted. If he doesn't escape from our sight, he will fall into our hands. That guy, how can he fall into our hands so easily?" Shan Xingzi sneered. "In my opinion, even if it is 20 hours, I'm afraid it will not be easy for us to capture him." Immortal Du couldn't refute it. After all, they were close at hand just now. Two cultivators at the nascent soul middle stage couldn't capture Xiaohua. Now that Xiaohua had escaped far away, they really didn't know when they could catch up with him. "You and I will split into two directions." Immortal Du, he glanced at the direction where Xiaohua went and suggested, "Since his direction is the Kuei-Ha Sea, we will force him to fly to the depths of the Kuei-Ha Sea. When the spiritual power of heaven and earth is exhausted, he will fall into our hands." Yes, that should be the case. Shan Xingzi naturally had the same idea, but when they separated, he didn't forget to shout, "Fellow Taoist Du, even if you go to the Kuei-Ha Sea, you can't go too far. It's too dangerous inside." "I know. How can we let him escape to the Kuei-Ha Sea?" Immortal Du nodded. "I don't believe that he has a second jade talisman." Immediately, the two of them chased after Xiaohua from two sides. Just as Shan Xingzi said, within half an hour, Xiaohua's speed surpassed the two of them. The distance between the three of them was getting bigger and bigger, but this distance was only about 200 miles, which was not beyond the range of the two's spiritual sense. However, after half an hour, Xiaohua's flying speed gradually slowed down. The two of them were overjoyed when they saw this. They sped up and slowly closed the distance. Of course, although the distance was slowly closing, it took a long time. In a flash, several hours had passed and the sky was already bright. Damn it, what's going on? Xiaohua felt that although the magic power in his body was still running smoothly, when the magic power was sent into the thunder escape, it always disappeared for no reason. The magic power that disappeared became more and more with the passage of time. By the fourth hour, nearly half of it had disappeared. This half was enough to drag Xiaohua's thunder escape down a lot. From the very beginning, Xiaohua's Buddhist sense could no longer detect the traces of Immortal Du and Shan Xingzi. Now, the two of them appeared in the range of Xiaohua's Buddhist sense. Chapter 3094. Damn it. I'm really going to die. At this speed, I'm afraid it won't take more than a few days for them to catch up to me. These are two mid-nascent soul cultivators. How can I escape? Xiaohua's battle with Taoist Jianghu in the past had benefited him greatly, so he came to a conclusion after a little thought. Taoist Jianghu was only an early nascent soul cultivator, while Taoist Du and Shan Xingzi were mid-nascent soul cultivators, even close to late nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, although these two were not cultivators of Imperial Thunder Sect, they were proficient in flying techniques and were not much slower than Taoist Qian Lazy of Imperial Thunder Sect. Although Xiaohua's cultivation had improved a lot compared to the past, and his lightning escape technique was also much faster, it was extremely difficult to escape from the encirclement of these two people. Where is the front? Xiaohua was somewhat impatient as he looked into the distance. There was a slight halo in the bright area. Why is it the direction of Kueha Sea? Xiaohua raised his brows and his heart sank. He couldn't help but hesitate. He always had a deep understanding of his sense of direction and luck, but he didn't expect that just after he used the Phoenix illusion, his luck would immediately turn bad. Going to Kueha Sea, that's a dead end. I must return to Shi country, or at least fly to Huan country. Xiaohua's heart moved. Taking advantage of the fact that Taoist Dui and Shan Xingzi were still some distance away from him, he hurriedly turned around and flew towards the north. If it was before, I could still escape back to Imperial Thunder Sect to hide. After flying for a while, Xiaohua's heart was sad again. But now, I'm a lonely ghost. Where can I hide? Huan country, yes, Million Meng Mountains. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. Imperial Thunder Sect abandoned me, so I naturally can't go back to ask for help. Now, I can only go to Million Meng Mountains. Didn't that Shaman King want to see me? Maybe it's because of this. This Shaman King's divine connection technique is really amazing. Of course, the premise is that I can escape from the pursuit of these two old nascent soul cultivators. However, as Xiaohua flew, the consumption of his spiritual power became greater and greater. Even if he took medicinal pills and spiritual herbs, he couldn't make ends meet. Looking at the situation where Jinren Dui and the kind child chased after him, Xiaohua was anxious. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to escape from Meng Kingdom, and it was even more impossible for him to go to Mount Million Meng. At this moment, an early nascent soul cultivator from the Imperial Thunder Sect flew over to where Xiaohua was controlling the Phoenix illusion. He looked at the abnormality within a few kilometers and scanned the mess with his spiritual sense. He couldn't help but frown. This man was none other than Reverend Lei Meng, who had followed Reverend Du Thi and Shan Xingzi here. Strange. Aren't these two looking for Xiaohua? Why did I encounter another enemy here? Lei Meng Jinren thought to himself curiously, could it be that they are looking for someone else, and I guessed wrongly? In particular, what does Xiaohua have that they covet? This doesn't make sense. Furthermore, the expulsion order from the Imperial Thunder Sect hasn't been issued yet. They are searching for my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples so brazenly. Lei Meng Taoist really couldn't understand. However, when I came out from the Imperial Thunder Sect, I could still find traces of Xiaohua, but when I was about to reach Haoming City, I couldn't find any traces of Xiaohua. And I actually found out that other than me, there were two other mid-nascent soul cultivators looking for Xiaohua's whereabouts. If these two people were looking for Xiaohua, it didn't start when Xiaohua left the Imperial Thunder Sect, but earlier? Thinking of this, Lei Meng Taoist suddenly understood. These two people must have noticed Xiaohua long ago. They even knew that Xiaohua was expelled from the Imperial Thunder Sect. That's why they dared to look for Xiaohua so directly. As for the reason, it must be related to Xiaohua's secret. Xiaohua was an Qi refinement disciple, and now he has miraculously reached nascent soul. Furthermore, he has a disguise technique that is rarely seen in the Dawn Rain continent. This secret technique can even make dozens of illusory sword cultivators unable to distinguish him. Perhaps everything here is the result of Xiaohua fighting against two mid-nascent soul cultivators? Thinking that Xiaohua was actually able to fight against two mid-nascent soul cultivators, Lei Meng Taoist's heart trembled with fear. What kind of cultivation is this? Looking at the traces in the surroundings again, Lei Meng Taoist cast several spells in succession, then closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. He raised his eyes and looked in the direction of Xiaohua's escape, and said in a low voice, Xiaohua still can't stop two nascent soul cultivators, he should have escaped. However, Taoist Du Yi and Shan Xingzi are both mid-nascent soul cultivators. am also not their match. However, if I go and send a message now and don't give chase, with Xiao Hua's lightning escape technique, I won't be able to catch up. Forget it. After a moment, Lei Meng Daoist made a decision. Similarly, thunder roared around him as he chased in the direction of Xiao Hua. I am also responsible for expelling Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder Sect. Even if I have to risk my life, I will give him a hand. Unfortunately, although Lei Meng Daoist wanted to help, his cultivation was still inferior to the two mid-nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, Xiao Hua had already changed his direction. When Lei Meng Daoist couldn't find the traces of the three people, who knew where Xiao Hua had flown to when he used the secret technique again? Lei Meng Daoist, the palace lord of the Imperial Thunder Sect's Thunder Palace, was also a famous nascent soul cultivator in the Dawn Rain continent. At this moment, it was actually difficult for him to intervene in the grudge between Xiao Hua, Daoist Du Yi, and Shan Xingzi. Facing the pursuit of two mid-nascent soul cultivators, Xiao Hua didn't dare to use the same strategy as before to escape from Daoist Jianghu. He could only use his best lightning escape technique. Although the lightning attracted the attention of many cultivators, once they realized that there were two nascent soul cultivators chasing after Xiao Hua, they immediately retracted their divine sense, retracted their gazes, and hid their heads in their bosoms. Who would dare to pay attention to him? Poor Xiao Hua, for the past few days, he had thought of every method to expel the secret technique that Shan Xingzi used on him, and he was even more unable to shake off Daoist Dui and Shan Xingzi. At this moment, just like the beginning, he was chased to within 10 li by the two. If the two hadn't also been injured by the Phoenix illusion, if the two hadn't flown for several days and consumed a large amount of magic power, wouldn't they have already used their divine abilities to capture Xiao Hua? Xiao Hua, where do you think you're going? At this moment, the setting sun was like blood, and Daoist Du Yi's words were even more bloodthirsty. Xiao Hua opened his eyes wide and saw that below him was a verdant bamboo forest that was several mu in size. Countless bamboos swayed slowly with the evening wind, producing rustling sounds. At a glance, this bamboo forest was emerald green, very pleasing to the eye. However, at this moment, in Xiao Hua's eyes, the emerald green was so mournful, and a kind of heavy sorrow was born from his heart. Forget it. Xiao Hua's figure stopped, knowing that today's matter would not end well. With a wave of his hand, he took out the wishful staff, then covered his Taoist robe, and secretly took out the sword gourd of the execution spirit primordial light. This Xiao will fight here. If I can't win, this place will be this Xiao's burial ground. Xiao Hua faced the setting sun, looked in the direction of the Shi country in the west, and sighed. Hongxia Xue Xue. I'm afraid we won't be able to meet in this life. In the next life, this husband will take good care of you. Then Xiao Hua slowly activated his magic power. The side of his face was blood red, and the sword-like eyebrows that reached his temples also emitted a faint sword brilliance. Xiao Hua would rather die than live in integrity. He was absolutely unwilling to fall into their hands again. He was unwilling to be sealed again, and his memories destroyed. What? Not running anymore? Seeing this, Daoist Dui and Shan Xingzi also slowed down their flying speed, gradually approaching Xiao Hua from two directions to prevent Xiao Hua from escaping. Shan Xingzi asked coldly. No need. Xiao Hua sneered. In just a few days, the news of two nascent soul stage masters chasing after the terrifying phoenix will spread throughout the Dawn Rain continent. This Xiao wants to know, how are you going to explain to the thousands of Dao sect cultivators? How are you going to explain to my Imperial Thunder sect? You have already been expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect. How can the Imperial Thunder sect stand up for you? Shan Xingzi sneered. Even if there are thousands of cultivators, do I need to explain to them? Daoist Du Yi also mocked. So, Xiao Huan narrowed his eyes, looking at the two people who had already fallen into the bamboo forest, and said calmly, you have already been paying attention to this Xiao. You have already started to track this Xiao. Then, the two layers of seals in this Xiao's body, is it also because of you? Daoist Du and Shan Xingzi were startled. but they looked at each other and sneered at the same time. "And maybe it's not you," Xiaohua said faintly. "You don't have such profound cultivation. I'm afraid it's because of your spirit-severing masters? What's the use of saying so much?" Shan Xingzi had already scanned the area with his divine sense and sneered. "There are no cultivators nearby. Even if you break the sky, what can you do? Who can know? Who said there is no one here?" Suddenly, a faint voice sounded beside Shan Xingzi. "Shui Shui?" When the voice entered his ears, Xiaohua felt as if he was struck by lightning, and he looked at the place to his left in disbelief, which was the edge of the bamboo forest. The green bamboo forest flickered, and a very faint figure appeared. Wasn't it Shui Shui, who was already in the late stage of foundation establishment? "Why are you here?" Xiaohua hurriedly asked, and urged his magic power to fly closer to Shui Shui. "Husband, you can fly to the depths of QC, you are not their opponent, but if you go all the way to the east, there will be a way out." Shui Shui's face was snow-white, and her eyes stared at Xiaohua, and said word by word. Her eyes were filled with attachment, reluctance, and endless affection. "Hee, a foundation establishment girl?" Taoist Master Dui was shocked, but when he saw that Shui Shui was only in the late stage of foundation establishment, he laughed again. "This old man is included?" Behind Shan Xingzi, another voice that Xiaohua was extremely familiar with strangely sounded. "Ah?" Xiaohua was completely dumbfounded. "Master?" Of course, at the edge of the bamboo forest opposite Shui Shui, Helplessness, whose hair was now pitch black, and whose face was wrinkled, revealed himself. He was already a complete gold core cultivator. His pitch-black eyes were filled with anger. "A teacher for a day, a father for life." Helplessness didn't even look at Xiaohua and said faintly, "Although this old man didn't teach you anything, this old man regards you as his disciple. You will always be this old man's disciple." "Are you all sick?" Shan Xingzi faced Helplessness, but he didn't seem to have any pressure. He clapped his hands, and the pressure above his head surged, and in an instant, Helplessness was unable to move. "Husband, farewell." Shui Shui took one last look at Xiaohua, and her eyes were completely red. Then, a layer of blood mist appeared in her entire body. This blood mist turned into a strange figure in midair. It was somewhat similar to the Thunder Beast, but it was also different. It was the strange creature that rushed into Shui Shui's forehead in the Thunder Palace in the Misty Mountain that day. However, at that time, the strange creature was jade black, but at this time, it was blood red. With a loud boom, this blood mist suddenly exploded and covered Taoist Du's wife. Shui Shui's self-explosion was too sudden, and it seemed that she had prepared for a long time. Xiaohua was completely caught off guard. Seeing the blood mist gushing out, he cried out in sorrow. "Taoist Du?" He frowned slightly, and his face actually showed impatience. He sneered and said, "Even if a foundation establishment girl self-explodes, what can you do?" Immediately, Taoist Du, he flicked his Taoist robe, and used the hand of nascent soul to cover the rolling blood mist. Poor Shui Shui, who had been in seclusion for decades, had cultivated to the late stage of foundation establishment. Now, even if she wanted to die for Xiaohua in exchange for Xiaohua's life, it was impossible. "Wife." Xiaohua's heart was suddenly filled with tears. Almost without hesitation, he waved his hand, and the willow branch was taken out from the water bottle in the Buddha's saraira. He waved it towards the sky, and an inexplicable flow gushed out from Xiaohua's body, just like when he summoned Kai Wuxia's soul in the Kai family of Luyang. A 10-colored glow that couldn't be seen by the naked eye, spiritual sense, and other mortal magical powers rushed out of the willow branch again, and fell into the blood mist. However, at that time, Kai Wuxia's body was still broken, and now Shui Shui came, and there was no trace of blood left. Can Shui Shui still be saved? At this time, Xiaohua's heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. He finally understood the pain in the heart of Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction, and finally understood the most tragic parting in the world. Boom! At this time, next to the good child, helplessness also self-exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist in the same shape, and covered the good child. However, just like Shui, although helplessness was a golden core cultivator, he had just stepped into the golden core stage, and the madness of his self-explosion was much stronger than Shui's. However, the good child had long been prepared, and before helplessness self-exploded, he had already used a secret technique. Helplessness's body was flashing with green brilliance. The blood mist was rolling, and the golden core had turned into endless spiritual energy, but under the green light, it only showed a slight collapse. Even if the green light disappeared, the power of helplessness's self-explosion was much weaker, so how could it pose a threat to the good child? Master! Xiaohua's heart twitched again. He didn't dare to imagine that helplessness, who was so disappointed in him, would sacrifice himself to save him. He also didn't hesitate to throw the willow branch again, and another ray of light rushed out and fell into another blood mist. Xiaohua's face inexplicably turned pale. Chapter 3095. The moment the willow light rushed into the blood mist, the green light of Shan Xingzi's secret technique finally collapsed. A few wisps of blood rushed out like arrows, instantly disappearing in midair. The place where they appeared again was the blood mist imprisoned by Immortal Du. A huge gust of wind blew, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. Boom! A rather incomprehensible syllable was faintly discernible. It was extremely obscure and filled with the vicissitudes of life. This syllable, this thunder, this wind, Xiaohua was very familiar with it. It was what he heard in the misty mountain. And this sound was completely produced from the blood wisps connecting helplessness and the blood mist transformed by Shui. It was really strange. Not good, whether it was Immortal Dewey or Shan Xingzi, they immediately felt that something was wrong. An indescribable palpitation arose from their hearts. But before they could do anything, there was a loud sound of boom. 2 clouds of blood mist rushed through the imprisonment of the 2 cultivators in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm and quickly dispersed within a few meters. Immortal Du, he didn't dare to hesitate. He hurriedly activated the golden light protecting his body. Unfortunately, this blood mist was so strange that the golden light protecting Immortal Du's body was immediately contaminated when it touched the blood mist. It quickly penetrated into Immortal Du's body. Immortal Du was shocked. While the spiritual power in his body was quickly activated, his thoughts turned quickly. He also hurriedly waved his hand gestures and displayed all the secret techniques he knew. Blood curse? Damn it! Shan Xingzi was also flashing with golden light. Unfortunately, his situation was the same as Immortal Du. The blood mist was like the hatred of Shui and helplessness. The golden light couldn't stop it at all and quickly penetrated it. Shan Xingzi was in a hurry. He hurriedly scanned with his spiritual thought. He immediately knew what this blood mist was, and he shouted angrily. Blood curse? Immortal Du? He also understood when he heard it. He immediately stopped the secret technique, clapped his hand, and took out a jade bottle from the storage bag. He didn't open it at all. He squeezed his hand, and a green elixir fell into his mouth. From the strange appearance of Shui and helplessness here to the 2 of them decided to self-destruct, Xiaohua only had the time to wave the willow branch. At that moment, Xiaohua's eyes turned red when he saw Shan Xingzi and perfected Du appear in the blood mist again. Without thinking, he waved his hand, and the spirit-killing vital light came out of the space. He didn't even have time to send the willow in his hand into the space. He immediately activated the yin-yang sword gourd, and the green-red spirit-killing vital light rushed out and twisted towards the head of Immortal Du. At the same time, Xiaohua opened his mouth and a wisp of scarlet spirit fire rushed out. It didn't turn into a net of fire, but rather a spirit snake that flew towards Shan Zizhen's face. This was Xiaohua's most powerful technique. Xiaohua's magic power had already been consumed by a lot because of the blood curse. Taking a few Wu Cheng pills didn't have much of an effect. Although Xiaohua had many methods, they all consumed a large amount of magic power, so Xiaohua didn't dare to use them. The experience he gained from fighting with Taoist Jing Si made him realize that he absolutely couldn't allow these 2 middle nascent soul stage cultivators to get too close to him. He was merely an early nascent soul stage cultivator, and the difference between him and these two wasn't just a little bit. The spirit pills and spirit herbs he took now were only enough to maintain the lightning escape technique and keep up with the two nascent soul stage cultivators. These weren't even enough to rely on, so he was still caught up by the two nascent soul stage cultivators. As for the metal essence rich marrow and water essence ice essence in the space, they admittedly contained pure heaven and earth spiritual energy. However, Xiaohua wasn't proficient in metal and water attribute cultivation methods. At this critical moment, how could he dare to casually try? If he wasn't careful, not to mention being captured by the two nascent soul stage cultivators, even his own meridians might not be able to withstand it. But at this time, for the sake of helplessness and for Shui, he was already desperate. After he used these two techniques, he quickly thought of a way to deal with it. Unfortunately, before the spirit-killing vital light and spirit fire could get close to them, a multicolored light flashed above the heads of Taoist Du Yi and Shan Zijin. Two nascent souls appeared above their heads, each holding a ring in their hands. However, at this time, the skin of the two nascent souls was also surrounded by a faint blood mist, which couldn't be easily dispelled. Shua! The two nascent souls activated the rings in their hands, and the black and white brilliance once again covered the two at the same time. However, the defensive effects of the two brilliances were different. Gotcha! The spirit-killing vital light fell on the black brilliance, and pieces of brilliance were cut off. However, this brilliance seemed to be endless, and the spirit-killing vital light couldn't fall on the black brilliance. On the other hand, the red spirit fire easily penetrated the white brilliance and calmly rushed to Shang Huazong's body. Fellow Taoist, help me! Seeing that the spirit fire was so powerful, Shan Zijin turned pale with fright. With a scream, the nascent soul threw the ring in his hand, and a strong wave came from the ring. The white brilliance that covered Shan Zijin suddenly expanded like a cocoon, and the white brilliance spread in all directions like thousands of tentacles. Hearing Shan Zijin's cry for help, Taoist Du Yi's nascent soul also threw the ring in his hand, and the black light around Taoist Du Yi spread in all directions like Shan Zijin's white light. In just a breath's time, the black and white brilliance seemed to attract each other and rush together, and layers of indescribable shackles surged from the two's bodies. Shan Zijin let out a long breath. Just now, he almost felt the tentacles of death touching his throat. At that critical moment, Shan Zijin and Taoist Du Yi joined forces to create a shackle that blocked the attack of the spirit fire. Although this shackle couldn't completely block the spirit fire, and the spirit fire tenaciously burned the shackles layer by layer, under the urging of the two nascent souls, the shackles became more and more. It seemed that the spirit fire couldn't break through in a short time. Damn it! The virtuous child who was almost injured by Xiaohua's spiritual fire, now that he had a chance, he didn't hesitate in the slightest. The nascent soul's hands rubbed together, and one spell after another was cast out. Strands of brilliance fell into the air, and the void within several zhang of Xiaohua's body actually produced a rumbling sound of vibration. In contrast, Taoist Du Yi's face was also ferocious. The nascent soul above his head waved his hand, and a 3-inch long thin needle was born. The thin needle emitted an extremely brilliant brilliance, and a huge amount of heaven and earth spirit chi flocked together with the nascent soul's spells. In the heaven and earth spirit chi, the thin needle not only didn't expand, but it became smaller and smaller, and the brilliant brilliance became weaker and weaker. Xiaohua sneered. When he saw that the spirit-killing vital light and the spirit fire were ineffective, he immediately put away the spirit-killing vital light and the sword gourd. After the two released their nascent souls, he let Little Black and Little Yellow attack and catch them off guard. Unfortunately, Taoist Du Yi and Shan Zijin's nascent souls were entangled in a bloody mist, so they didn't dare to stay for long, and Xiaohua's plan fell through. However, seeing that the two were about to move again, Xiaohua snorted coldly. A green light flashed between his eyebrows, and a group of green seal characters rushed out. Cryptic syllables that directly touched the heaven and earth spirit chi were released. Rumble. In the midst of lightning and thunder, countless heavenly thunder appeared out of thin air and bombarded the two nascent souls that were forming spells. Rise, who would have thought that the two nascent souls who were originally afraid of heavenly thunder didn't bat an eyelid? At the same time their hands formed spells, Shan Zizhen threw his hand, and a pitch-black pearl rushed into the air. ZZ, that pearl emitted a strong black silk, like a spider web extending into the sky. When the countless heavenly thunder touched the black silk, it was immediately drawn into the pearl, and couldn't hit the nascent souls at all. Damn it! Xiaohua gnashed his teeth. He almost wanted to take out that small bucket and throw it at the two nascent souls. Facing two incomparably powerful and well-prepared opponents, Xiaohua was truly at a loss of what to do. Even if he wanted to take revenge for Xue Xue and his helplessness, he couldn't. Ka-ka! A dry sound came from all around Xiaohua. Xiaohua immediately felt that his body was as heavy as 10,000 caddies. Not good. Xiaohua immediately understood that this was Shan Zizhen's nascent soul ability. In order to take revenge for Xue Xue, he had already fallen into the trap of the two nascent souls. In the midst of danger, Xiaohua's gaze fell on the willow branch in his hand that still hadn't been put into the space. His heart gave birth to a kind of extreme helplessness, and at the same time, a kind of sadness. Since wife and master were able to ambush here without being discovered by me and the two nascent souls, they must have a premonition about this matter. Wife already said that I'm not their match, then I definitely can't kill them. I'll even be captured by them. But if I can't kill them, I really won't be able to vent my hatred. I'm unwilling. However, if I fight to the death with them here, I'll be letting wife and master down in vain, and I'll be letting down their deaths. Forget it, since wife's words are reasonable. Moreover, I have this strange willow branch in my hand. If Kai Wuxia's soul can be preserved, wife and master will definitely have a chance to survive. Why should I be entangled with them here? For the resurrection of wife and master, for the sake of taking revenge for them in the future, I can only escape to the east, to the depths of the Kueha Sea. However, in the face of two nascent soul middle and late-stage cultivators, how could Xiaohua come and go as he pleased? He only had a plan. The surrounding space had been imprisoned by Shan Zizhen, and the thin needle in Taoist Du Yi's hand had disappeared. A kind of sharp needle pierced through the void toward Xiaohua's chest at an extremely fast speed. Ouch! At this critical moment, Taoist Du Yi and Shan Zizhen both exclaimed at the same time. The blood mist lingering around the two nascent souls suddenly flourished, and the two nascent souls' magical powers suddenly went out of control. Kachacha, seeing such a rare flaw, it was also exchanged with Xue Xue's and Wuyi's lives. How could Xiaohua dare to neglect? Hundreds of heavenly thunderbolts fell, breaking the imprisonment around his body. At the same time, with the help of the lightning, he sent the willow branch in his hand into the space, and rushed toward the direction of the Kueha Sea at an extremely fast speed. Where are you going? Taoist Du Yi and Shan Zizhen's nascent souls flashed with brilliance, and instantly suppressed the blood mist. Seeing Xiaohua escape again, they couldn't help but shout angrily. Chapter 3096. As the two shouted angrily at the same time, the thin needle that had just disappeared suddenly appeared on Xiaohua's back. Xiaohua tried his best to fly a distance of more than 10 feet, but in the eyes of the two people, it was just a short distance. In particular, that kind child raised his hand again, and a big hand of several feet in size appeared out of thin air, covering Xiaohua's body. The space around Xiaohua immediately became as solid as a rock again. Xiaohua is in danger. At this critical moment, an indescribable and obscure wave came from the back of Xiaohua's head. This wave was like a breeze, like a bright moon, like a mountain, and like a river. Xiaohua's figure suddenly disappeared in this wave. The thin needle pierced the air, the big hand missed, everything was void. Under that wave, Taoist Du Yi and the nascent soul of kind child were extremely excited. The Tao realm that hadn't improved for a long time shook violently, as if it was going to collapse and reform. The two people's faces were pale, and they looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Master, Tao of Heaven? Taoist Du seemed to suddenly think of something, and a trace of red appeared on his pale face. This old man understands. Taoist Du thought of it. How could the kind child not think of it? His eyes were wide open, and his face also showed excitement. Although this old man doesn't know the reason, it's obvious that capturing Xiaohua is not only beneficial to the nascent soul masters, but also to us nascent soul masters. Quick, let's chase after him. Today, we have already made a death feud with him, we must not let him escape. Taoist Du, he hurriedly released his spiritual sense, but unfortunately, there was no trace within 100 miles. Guihai. The kind child's tone revealed absolute joy, far from the calmness that a nascent soul cultivator should have. That girl said that there is a way out in Guihai. She not only pointed out a way for Xiaohua to live, but also pointed out a way for Xiaohua to die. This old man wants to see how Xiaohua escapes to Guihai. Even if he reaches Guihai, who would dare to help Xiaohua? That's right, let's go. Taoist, he also couldn't wait, and his figure turned into a rainbow, about to chase to Guihai. But just as the magic power in his body surged, Taoist, he shouted again, damn it. This girl's blood curse is really powerful. So what? Even if we can't match Xiaohua's flying speed, we have nascent souls in our bodies to support us. How could we not catch up to a cultivator who doesn't have a nascent soul in his body and only has nascent soul cultivation base? Shan Xingzi wasn't nervous at all. The two chased after Guihai like shooting stars. Similarly, just like several decades ago when Xiaohua waved the willow branch, it was still in the extreme west of the Dawn Rain continent. There was a boiling spring water, and a figure that looked like a human but not a human was immersed in a seven-colored halo of light. The situation had not changed in the slightest. With the appearance of the life force, the light shadow flew out of the spring and stopped a few hundred feet above the pool. The colorful halo rotated violently, and an emotionless cold voice sounded again, "It really is Permith." That's right. Such an aura of rebirth could not be concealed in the mortal realm no matter what. I have not waited quietly for so many days in vain. Before the voice fell, a pair of wings that were several hundred feet long suddenly appeared in the colorful halo. The wings had many layers, but they were very transparent. At this moment, they were a bit clearer than before, but it was still impossible to tell how many layers there were. Moreover, the face of the light shadow was also blurry. It didn't have a mouth, nose, ears, or eyes, as if it was transparent glass. However, the face flickered with a holy brilliance, which covered the face. In this world, regardless of whether it was an immortal or a mortal, how could they not have a face? The wings flapped slightly, and the light shadow quickly flew forward, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When Xiaohua waved the willow branch for the second time, the light shadow in the extreme west had already flown thousands of miles away. Who is it? He actually dares to use Permitha twice in a row? Could it be? At this point, the light shadow stopped, and looked hesitantly to the east, not daring to move forward. It seemed that being able to use Permitha once was already amazing, but using it twice made the light shadow afraid. After pausing for a moment, the light shadow suddenly moved. It flapped its wings and rushed to the east. Obviously, the light shadow had made a decision. However, after flying for tens of thousands of miles, the light shadow stopped again. A layer of ripples appeared on the holy face, like a mortal frowning. How is this possible? This is too unimaginable. The aura of Permitha disappeared again. Who exactly is it? However, the light shadow did not give up like before. It flapped its wings again and flew to the east faster than a meteor. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, the light shadow stopped in the air again. Looking at the clear sky in the distance, it whispered, "This place? Why is there a natural restriction? That's not right, although this restriction is natural, but..." At this point, the light shadow's body moved slightly. Its head turned, and its wings gradually retracted into its body. Then, the light shadow flashed with a holy white light, and a beautiful woman with a serene expression appeared from the white light. On this woman's round, moon-like face, a pair of pitch-black eyes flashed with coldness. Her cherry lips seemed to be a little captivating. Her straight nose, coupled with her crescent-shaped black eyebrows, gave off an indescribable sense of tranquility. On her originally icy face, on the left side of her eyebrows, there was a red mole the size of a grain of rice. This was where the flaw was, but it gave the woman a kind of charm. That charm was faint, and not only did it make people not dare to blaspheme her, but it also made people who saw the woman's cold eyes feel a trace of warmth. The woman's appearance was very beautiful, and her clothes were even more strange. She wore a white gown that flashed with luster, and her long, beautiful hair was like a waterfall that draped over her back. The curls of her hair were the ripples of the water. The woman revealed herself and slightly turned around. A few hundred miles to her left, a man in brocade clothes flew over like the wind. The man's divine sense swept over the woman, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. He immediately flew to the woman's side. When he got closer, the man's handsome face was revealed. From afar, he bowed with a smile and said, "This little one is Du Peng. Greetings, fellow Taoist. May I know which sect this fellow Taoist is from? Or perhaps you're cultivating in seclusion on some celestial mountain. This little one has never seen you before. Your path is not my path. People with different paths cannot work together. There is no need to call me fellow Taoist." The woman's voice was extremely cold. Du Peng raised his eyebrows, but he was not angry. He smiled and said, "Then how should I address you? What are you doing here?" "My name is Jianghu." The woman coldly replied, "I'm waiting for you here. I want to ask you, where is the natural restriction? How do I pass through it?" "Jianghu?" Du Peng heard this and pondered for a while. Then he smiled and said, "I'll let Miss Zhang know that the restriction is at the Wuming Mountains. This restriction is not easy to pass through." "Wuming Mountains?" The woman's expression did not change. Without waiting for Du Peng to finish, she asked again, "What about the other side of the mountains? Other than Wuming Mountains? That's the lost land of the Immortal Alliance." Du Peng rolled his eyes and answered. However, when he saw the woman's cold expression, he continued to show off. "I heard that that place was occupied by the Buddhist sect since ancient times. However, after the Buddhist sect was destroyed, it was abandoned by the Immortal Alliance of the Tao sect. By the way, although I'm not talented, I'm also a member of the Immortal Alliance. It's not convenient for me to reveal my background now. If Miss Zhang wants to pass through the Wuming Mountains, why don't you follow me? Perhaps I can help Miss Zhang find a shortcut." The woman's pitch-black eyes glanced at Du Peng. She coldly said, "How dare you?" As the woman's cold gaze swept past him, a faint white light shot out from her body. It was like a white dove rushing towards Du Peng. Du Peng's graceful expression suddenly changed. He activated his dermic powers as if he wanted to dodge. However, before he could move, the white dove had already rushed into Du Peng's body. "Ah!" A dry and hoarse sound came from Du Peng's body. Moreover, wisps of black gas not only came out from Du Peng's 7 apertures, but also from his skin under his Taoist robe. It gradually covered Du Peng. A vague demonic figure was outlined in the black gas. The woman coldly snorted. She seemed to be extremely annoyed. However, the expression on her face did not match her emotions. It was still cold and holy. She glanced towards the southwest. Then, the white light around her body rose again. She flew towards the east and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The woman named Zhang Jie left, but the black qi around Du Peng's body didn't stop surging. After half a cup of tea's time, the black qi around Du Peng's body gradually converged. Under the black gas, Du Peng's shocked and awed face was revealed. The jade-like appearance from before had already turned into a gust of wind. Is this? Why does she have such a remarkable ability? This should not exist in the Immortal Alliance. Du Peng looked in the direction Zhang Jie disappeared and muttered in disbelief. According to her, she was waiting for me here? She wanted to ask me about the passage through Wuming Mountain Range? And she could actually see through me? Isn't Wuming mountain range hundreds of thousands of miles wide? She could actually see through the innate restriction that thousands of cultivators could not do anything about? But why have I never heard of such an extraordinary person? Du Peng thought of something again. He hurriedly released his spiritual sense and looked around inch by inch. There were still thousands of doubts in his heart. Why did she go to Wuming mountain range? If I ask her, she doesn't know anything about the Immortal Alliance. She doesn't even know about the Dawn Rain mainland or the Abandoned Land. But why did she go there? After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Du Peng withdrew his divine sense and returned to his previous calmness. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the distant east where the sun had just risen. Suddenly, a trace of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Chapter 3097. However, the shock on Du Peng's face disappeared and was replaced by ecstasy. He even clapped his hands and said, "Ha, such a powerful being, wouldn't it be easy for her to pass through Wumeng? Since she can pass through, why can't I? Why can't my immortal union pass through? Di Luo, oh Di Luo, I want to see what you have done. How dare you kill my doppelganger?" While speaking, Du Peng didn't go to the east. Instead, he activated his magic power and flew away like a gust of wind. He also disappeared in a moment. After Du Peng had left for half a cup of tea, 1,000 miles to the southwest, which was the direction that the woman had looked at before she flew away, suddenly appeared on a black stone. A thing that was flashing with the light of animal skin came out of the black stone. A strange voice came from this thing that seemed to be both a human and a beast. Is this the human world? Is this the Dawn Rain continent? How come one is the saintess of the holy light world, and the other is a devil general of the devil world? They have nothing to do with the world of cultivation? When did the Dawn Rain continent become so chaotic? After a while, this thing also wriggled and rushed into the sky. This bullshit immortal union doesn't have any trace of her. Then, she might really be in that lost place. I have to go and see. Don't let her escape. Otherwise, when my lord arrives, I will have to bear the consequences. While speaking, this thing also flew in the same direction as that so-called Jianghu of the holy light world. The root of all this seemed to be Xiaohua's willow branch. At this moment, Xiaohua was filled with unwillingness, helplessness, and anger. He carefully sent this willow branch, which carried the souls of the two people that he treasured the most, into the space. Originally, it was a normal action that he had done countless times, just taking something out of the space and sending it in. However, this time, it was completely different. The moment the willow twig entered the space, a black and white brilliance suddenly appeared from where the willow twig touched the space. Xiaohua's mind still hadn't left the space. He only saw a flash in front of his eyes, and a black and white brilliance appeared. Then, the black and white brilliance separated into two. The black brilliance rushed into the sky, and the white brilliance rushed into the ground. Following this brilliance, there was another extremely obscure faint wave. This faint ripple was almost imperceptible. As the black brilliance spread throughout the entire space suddenly turned pitch black. Rumble! The entire space began to tremble violently at an extremely fast speed. Everything within the space began to tremble along with this trembling. It was unknown how long it had been. It seemed like an instant, but it also seemed like tens of thousands of years. During this process, the entire space seemed to have disappeared. Xiaohua's mind also seemed to have disappeared. He was in a state that could not be described with words. The entire space lit up again. Xiaohua's mind could clearly see that the white light that had rushed into the ground earlier had returned to the space. In contrast, the black light had rushed into the ground. What's going on? Xiaohua's mind was greatly alarmed, because his mind had also been reflected by the black and white brilliance, and had also been swept by the nameless fluctuation. At this moment, his mind was also trembling along with the entire space. Although he didn't know what had happened, Xiaohua's mind knew that the space was rapidly expanding. It was expanding outwards at an extremely fast speed, and the range was also extremely large. Moreover, at the top of the space, where the brilliance had originally come from, above the reverse light, the nameless thing that had originally surrounded the 10,000 Thunder Valley was now producing another brilliance. One after another, pairs of light spots appeared. After 6 pairs appeared, 3 independent light spots appeared in succession. These 15 light spots rapidly expanded as the space trembled. After a moment, the last 3 light spots that had appeared unexpectedly transformed into 3 blazing suns. And the 6 pairs of light spots that had appeared in front of them had transformed into 6 pairs of suns and moons. 9 suns. Immediately, the 9 suns violently trembled and rose into the sky from the reverse light. The 6 moons, however, flickered with a dark purple color and slowly descended. In addition to the reverse light, which was also like a blazing sun, there were actually 10 suns in Xiaohua's space. Looking up at the suns, the heavenly Tao's starry sky had already hidden under the sunlight, but those specks of starlight had already become solid. The heavenly Tao had already removed the mysterious veil and transformed into a starry sky. Under the blazing sun, the previous hand of karma had also disappeared. However, Xiaohua's mind could clearly sense that the hidden karma was still in this space, under the heavenly Tao. Looking down at the sky, countless mountains and rivers had already risen from the ground amidst the tremors. Countless rivers, swamps, and other landforms were also slowly forming in this vast sea and mulberry fields that could move mountains and overturn seas. A world that far surpassed the space that Xiaohua had previously possessed was slowly forming. What exactly is going on? Xiaohua's mind also expanded along with the expansion of the space. However, the greater the control of his mind, the more doubts he had. At this moment, the entire space had already expanded to a distance of 10,000 li. The tremors of the creation of heaven and earth had slowly disappeared, and the movements of the creation of mountains and seas had also gradually disappeared. The entire space regained its deathly stillness. GG. In this space that had never had any movement before, a low sound appeared. Xiaohua's mind hurriedly retracted from the entire space. He saw that among the numerous spiritual herbs, a little horse-like thing was jumping around happily. Ganoderma? Isn't this the Ganoderma that I obtained outside the sword tomb? This thing seemed to have turned into a spiritual herb as soon as it entered the space. Xiaohua was greatly shocked. How did it turn into a Ganoderma now? Mother, father, 2 timid voices sounded again. Goldie and Goldie actually flew up and landed right in front of Xiaohua's mind. They seemed to have fear, but also seemed to have intimacy. And how are the 2 of you? Xiaohua asked indifferently. His heart was still filled with deep sorrow. Boy is very good. He seemed to have just taken a bath and immediately became clear-headed. Goldie rushed to answer first. How can that be? Boy seems to have changed from inside to outside. Goldie did not show any weakness and hurriedly explained. Mother. Another timid voice sounded. Xiaohua was very unfamiliar with this voice. Go to the side. Goldie's voice immediately sounded. It was very domineering. Can't you see that mother is busy here? Yes. Xiaohua looked over. It was actually that little Silver who was very obediently following behind Goldie. Looking at the Ganoderma on the ground again, he saw that it was already lying in front of a spiritual herb that had grown for who knows how many years. That spiritual herb's stem and leaves flickered with a faint brilliance, and a white and fat little baby was slowly transforming. Father, how did you become like this? Just as Xiaohua's mind was looking over, Goldie took the opportunity to ask again. Me? What did I become? Xiaohua's mind usually did not have an image in the space, so when he heard this, he couldn't help but feel astonished. Father, take a look for yourself. Goldie immediately answered. However, when Xiaohua looked towards the yin-yang pond, the water had already disappeared. Who was originally in the shape of a little duck, had now returned to the appearance of a little girl. She was sitting there cross-legged, as if she was meditating. You all can go now. Xiaohua ordered indifferently. With a thought, his mind instantly appeared 1,000 miles away, at the location of another pond. See? When Xiaohua saw the appearance of his mind, he couldn't help but be stunned. He saw that there wasn't a human figure on the surface of the water, but a sparkling and translucent jade archive that looked like a lotus. On the jade archive, 12 faint streams of purple qi were faintly discernible as they flowed, and it also looked like a lotus in full bloom. Where is fellow Taoist? Xiaohua looked at it, but he didn't know why he had become like this. After thinking for a moment, he faintly reprimanded. Hee, greetings fellow Taoist. Xiaohua's voice had just fallen when another Xiaohua appeared in front of him. This Xiaohua was precisely the wisp of primordial spirit that Xiaohua had sent into the space to comprehend secret techniques, refine pills, and refine tools. At this time, his primordial spirit was already the size of a person. Although his body was somewhat ethereal and not substantial, Xiaohua could clearly see that the humanoid core within the ethereal body had already solidified. The small humanoid figure was like the nascent soul of a Tao sect cultivator, with clear facial features. Moreover, the humanoid figure was wearing a Taoist robe with green patterns, which was exactly the same as Xiaohua's Taoist robe. AI, are you Xiaohua, or am I Xiaohua? Xiaohua sighed softly. Fellow Taoist, you're crazy. You're Xiaohua, and I'm also Xiaohua. That Xiaohua waved his hand, and a wisp of true samadhi fire appeared in his hand as he answered with a smile. Do you know what's going on? Xiaohua asked helplessly. You know everything I know, but I don't know what you know. That Xiaohua faintly closed his hand, and the true samadhi fire disappeared. It's just that you didn't carefully think about it. Speak quickly. Xiaohua coldly said, if the physical body outside is gone, you and I won't be able to live. Don't worry, that Xiaohua still smiled. Right now, you and I are safe. Those two people won't be able to find you no matter what. The longer you stay here, the more likely you'll be able to escape this calamity. I know. Xiaohua naturally knew that if his mind stayed in the space, his other primordial spirits would temporarily control the physical body to fly away. No matter how long he stayed in the space on the Dawn Rain continent, it might only be an instant. However, right now, his heart was filled with grief, so how could he be polite to this primordial spirit? The Tao of life and death. That Xiaohua shook his head and showed off. Without life, there's no death. Without death, there's no life. Only when life and death coexist can one achieve the great Tao. Damn it! How could I have forgotten? Xiaohua suddenly realized. Before, no soul had entered the space. Even the matter with Wuxia that day was just a matter of using the willow branch to condense Wuxia's soul. Wuxia's soul didn't enter the space. At this time, Wuxia had no choice but to give up his life for him. He wanted to use the willow branch to save the two of them, but the two of them didn't have a physical body. If the willow branch was useful, their souls would naturally stay in the willow branch, or be captured by the willow branch. When the willow branch entered the space, it was the fusion of yin and yang. The great yin and great yang harmonized, giving birth to yin and yang, evolving life and death. Only then could this space have life. It was also because of this that before, this space only had light and yang. There was no darkness and no yin. All spiritual plants could grow, but all spiritual creatures couldn't live. There was no life. Since there was the Tao of life and death, he was currently on the yang side, which was also the place where all living things grew. Then what about Wuxia? Xiaohua's heart trembled. He hurriedly waved his hand and the willow branch fell into his hand. Sure enough, the willow branch was still a willow branch. There was no change. They should be on the inside. Xiaohua woke up again. The so-called netherworld lotus and netherworld bamboo from before should have been on the inside that never showed up? Fellow Taoist, you've worked hard. Start refining the heaven-pacifying staff. Xiaohua turned his head and ordered. He no longer paid attention to Xiaohua, but a black brilliance appeared and the jade-shaped Xiaohua disappeared. Thus, my life is bitter. The green-robed Xiaohua sighed. Looking at the direction Xiaohua disappeared, He shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "You didn't even know that I haven't mastered the lightning attracting technique? It's just that, how did you become so ugly? You look like a plate but also like a lotus. Compared to my jade wind god, you're really lacking." Although the green-robed Xiao Hua's words were filled with emotion, his face was still wooden. Even his eyes didn't move. "Forget it, I'd better cultivate the lightning-attracting technique first." Immediately, the green-robed Xiao Hua's body flashed. A green light flew into the sky, right next to the strange magic tool. Chapter 3098. Green-robed Xiao Hua's thoughts were naturally the same as Xiao Hua's thoughts. When Jade Archive Xiao Hua fell into a strange place, a black light flashed and he became another Xiao Hua. The place where Jade Archive Xiao Hua was now was the same size as the yang side, and there were also 3 sun-like things hanging above his head. However, these things were emitting black light. What was strange was that Xiao Hua could see the black light, and this black light reflected the entire inside. Hiss! This is the netherworld sea of blood? With the help of the black light, Jade Archive Xiao Hua saw the inside, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. However, the inside was completely different from the yang side. Most of the yang side was land, and although there was water, it wasn't much. Most of the space on the inside was a sea of blood. Although there were waves in the sea of blood from time to time, the sea of blood was dead silent, and there weren't any underworld beasts. There was no sign of life. Looking at the center of the sea of blood, there were several floating pieces of land, and the netherworld lotus was growing on the largest piece of land. Shwe shwe! A very familiar feeling came from the netherworld lotus, and Jade Archive Xiao Hua felt his heart ache. The sorrow that had been hidden by the huge changes in space could no longer be held back, and it suddenly burst out, drowning Xiao Hua in an instant. Jade Archive Xiao Hua could no longer observe the situation of the netherworld sea of blood, and with a thought, he landed on the netherworld lotus. At this time, the netherworld lotus was only the size of a thumb, and a layer of green light mixed with blood. There was also a trace of purple light that wrapped around the netherworld lotus that hadn't bloomed yet. The roots of the netherworld lotus were deeply embedded in the land, and it was precisely the netherworld sea under the land. Strands of blood and inexplicable things came out of the netherworld sea along the roots of the netherworld lotus, and were sent into the netherworld lotus's bud. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's eyes were hot, and his nose was sour, but there were no tears. He already understood that Shwe Shwe's soul was sleeping in the netherworld lotus, and she was also the first soul of the inside of the netherworld. It was her death that brought about the birth of the inside of the netherworld. Perhaps when the nether lotus bloomed, Shwe Shwe would be reborn. At that time, Shwe Shwe might have been the ruler of the inside of the netherworld. Shwe Shwe, since you treated me like this, I will definitely repay you 100-fold. The Jade Archive Xiao Hua looked at the delicate netherworld lotus. Since I can't accompany you every day in the mortal world, I must accompany you for 10,000 years in the inside of the netherworld. For 10,000 years. With that thought in mind, Jade Archive Xiao Hua recklessly cast a secret technique, wanting to separate another strand of his primordial spirit. However, when he activated the secret technique, his entire mind flashed with a faint purple light. Not a single strand of his primordial spirit fell out. Why is this so? Jade Archive Xiao Hua was extremely surprised in his heart. He carefully thought about it and knew that this secret technique was not wrong. If it wasn't for the fact that the primordial spirit could no longer be separated, then it would be the result of the spatial anomaly and the mental anomaly. Shwe shwe. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. I'm afraid I can't fulfill my promise to you. At this moment, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's heart was moved again. He raised his eyes to look at the other continents and his figure flashed again. On another continent, there was a stone statue that looked completely different from Xiao Hua standing in the center. The body of the stone statue was wrapped in a pitch-black flag. The pitch-black flag was very strange. Not only was the pitch-black brilliance flowing out of it, but the pitch-black brilliance of the moon was also absorbed into it. Zhang Xiaohua, Yes, my real name is Zhang Xiaohua. The appearance of this stone statue is my original appearance. Jade Archive Xiaohua's image slightly moved, and instantly turned into the appearance of the stone statue Zhang Xiaohua. However, it only took a moment for it to turn back into Xiaohua. The banner of Qiyu? This thing should be damaged. Jade Archive Xiaohua's gaze fell on the flag again, and he immediately thought of something. I'm afraid that because the inside of the netherworld was opened, the power of death repaired this thing in the devil world. However, this stone statue seems to have a spirit. It's actually connected to my mind. In the future, it will be able to give birth to another me. Another real Zhang Xiaohua. Come, Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand, and the stone statue and the banner of Qiyu flew to the nether lotus. The banner of Qiyu wrapped around the stone statue and stood in front of the nether lotus like a guard. Shue Shue, my wife, my mind can't stay by your side. This stone statue is connected to my mind, and it's also my original appearance. It will replace me to guard you. When it can transform into a fetus, it will accompany you day and night, and nourish you every day. Then, Jade Archive Xiaohua stretched out his hand, pointed his index finger at the stone statue, and said indifferently, since it's my substitute, it will be considered as cultivation. Devil flames will refine my devil body. I can't become a devil, so you can become a devil. Boom. Devil flames emerged from the banner of Qiyu and surrounded the stone statue. The Devil Realm's flame refining technique circulated in the stone statue, and a ferocious expression appeared on the stone statue's face. Sigh, Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at Shue Shue again, and said with a wry smile, Shue Shue, you really hid it from me. You clearly knew that I was going to face this calamity, and that you were going to fall, but you didn't tell me. While speaking, Jade Archive Xiaohua grabbed with his hand, but the place where his hand touched was empty. The pink jade slip he wanted was not in his hand. Oh, I understand now. Jade Archive Xiaohua was enlightened again. Things from the yang side can only be born from the yang side, and can't appear from the yin side. Shue Shue, you can never appear in the Dawn Rain continent. Yes, if it was an ordinary soul, perhaps after being formed from the inside of the netherworld, it would go through some kind of reincarnation to reach the yang side of the space again. Then, Jade Archive Xiaohua could bring her to the Dawn Rain continent. But the appearance of Shue Shue's soul caused the formation of the inside of the netherworld and completed the entire world. She had already been closely integrated with the inside of the netherworld, so how could she possibly leave this place? Yes, Shue Shue and Xiaohua had pledged their undying love to each other, and now it seemed that it was indeed so. As long as the space world was not destroyed, Shue Shue would not disappear. Xiaohua could naturally stay with Shue Shue forever. Not to mention 10,000 years, it was even possible for them to live as long as heaven and earth. Forget it. Jade Archive Xiaohua's heart was filled with complex feelings, and he sighed. Looking at the stone statue and the netherworld lotus that were destined to accompany each other for 10,000 years, he pointed at the netherworld lotus, wanting to put the ghost cultivation method into it, but then he stopped. The netherworld lotus was a natural spiritual object of the netherworld, and Shue Shue was the first wandering soul in this world. Wouldn't this understanding of the beginning of yin and yang be 10,000 times more profound than this ghost cultivation method? Jade Archive Xiaohua had no reason to do such a stupid thing like buying the casket and returning the pearl. Then, Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure disappeared again. When Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure appeared again, it was on another piece of land not far away. The netherworld bamboo and the netherworld lotus were inserted in the center, and the bamboo was like a lotus, entwined with green and blood-red light. At the same time, there was also a faint purple brilliance mixed in. At the same time, there were also traces of blood-red light coming from the netherworld sea into the netherworld bamboo. It was just that the purple brilliance was clearly much weaker than the netherworld lotus. Master? Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at the netherworld bamboo and the soul that was similarly sleeping helplessly, and said with regret, "This disciple is really unworthy. Not only did I not let you touch a trace of glory after becoming your disciple, but I also made you angry all day long. This disciple really did not want to make you angry, but this disciple really did not dare to say anything to you. Moreover, this disciple did not know how to say it. Although this disciple won face for you in the great battle of Tao and sword, you were in seclusion. This disciple can imagine the scene when you came out of seclusion and heard that this disciple was expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect. However, this disciple really did not expect that you would be found here by Xue Xue as soon as you came out of seclusion. Although this disciple did not know what Xue Xue said to you and how you came here, but seeing your determination and how you did not hesitate to sacrifice yourself for this disciple knows, even if this disciple is unworthy, this disciple is still your disciple. This disciple will remember your words in his heart. A master for a day is a father for life. You will always be this disciple's benefactor. As long as there is a disciple who is willing to show filial piety, you can enjoy it. Master, people often say that bamboo has 7 virtues. Bamboo's figure is straight, and it would rather break than bend. It is upright. Although bamboo has bamboo joints, it does not stop. It is moving forward. It is straight and hollow. Its chest is like a valley. It is empty. Bamboo has flowers but does not bloom. It is plain and simple. Bamboo is aloof and independent. It is indomitable. It is outstanding. Although bamboo is outstanding, it is not like pine. It is kind. Bamboo is passed down through the ages. It is willing to work hard without complaint. It is responsible. Although you may not have such qualities when you were alive, after you died, you became the second soul on the inside of the netherworld and entered the netherworld bamboo. This disciple hopes that you will give birth to the 7 virtues, lead the souls, and achieve accomplishments that others cannot reach. This is also something that this disciple is willing to help Master achieve. Jade Archive Xiaohua said in a low voice and then said, "As for Master's wife and Wuxia, you can rest assured. Although you have already severed your mortal fate with them the moment you self-destructed, this disciple will still take good care of them, and take good care of my 10,000 Thunder Valley." After looking at the netherworld bamboo, Xiaohua flew high into the sky. Within the 3 black suns, the power of death was constantly emitted, enveloping the entire inside of the netherworld. Xiaohua looked around and thought to himself, this inside of the netherworld is the same as the yang side above. Although I already feel that I can control it, there are still many mysteries of heaven and earth that have yet to be unlocked. Perhaps only as my cultivation increases, can I slowly control the entire space, or even the world in the sky like the frost bamboo. With this thought, Jade Archive Xiaohua's body flashed with a white brilliance. His figure disappeared from the inside and appeared in the yang side. As soon as Jade Archive Xiaohua appeared, he immediately grabbed the pink jade slip in his hand. He really wanted to know why Xue Xue appeared here, how Wuxia appeared here, and how they knew that he was in danger of being hunted down by a nascent soul cultivator. Chapter 3099. At this time, Xiaohua was in his mind, so he didn't need to use any divine sense. The moment the jade slip touched his body, he immediately knew the contents. Sure enough, just as Xue Xue had said before she died, the life and death restriction had collapsed the moment Xue Xue's soul entered the space, leaving behind the words Xue Xue wanted to say to Xiaohua. Husband, husband, allow this concubine to call you husband again. When husband sees this jade slip, this concubine will have already left husband, separated from husband by life and death. Husband doesn't need to be sad, and husband doesn't need to worry about this concubine anymore. This concubine already knew that this moment would come for me when I was in Kuei Sea. This concubine already knows that today's death is in your eyes. This concubine is just a passerby by husband's side, a meteor flashing in husband's gorgeous night sky. From the moment this concubine saw husband, this concubine's fate was already decided. Husband, this concubine knows that your love for this concubine is not as deep and passionate as Fairy Hongxia's. Even now, this concubine thinks that this love is too forced, and is the result of this concubine chasing husband. Thinking about the kind of pursuit I had for husband when I entered the Imperial Thunder sect, this concubine feels ashamed at this time. Husband has a weak temperament, and at that time, this concubine forced you to agree, but this concubine knows that in husband's heart, you may not have put yourself in the same position as Fairy Wuxia. Although this concubine usually hears husband call this concubine wife, this concubine always has a feeling that it is a joke, and an unrealistic feeling arises spontaneously. This concubine feels that I am a substitute for Fairy Wuxia. Especially when this concubine is intimate with husband, this concubine really feels that what you see in husband's eyes is not the true feelings this concubine has for you. Husband, this concubine really wants to be your real wife for once, and not this kind of verbal nickname. This concubine knows that I can't compare to Fairy Wuxia, and this concubine has always been changing herself. However, this concubine is changing more and more, and is becoming less and less like herself. Moreover, this concubine feels that at this time, this concubine is simply too accommodating to husband, changing according to the concubine's imagination that husband wants a wife to change. To be honest, this concubine doesn't like this feeling. Do you know? Husband, other than hiding some things from you, there are also some things that I don't dare to tell you. For example, foundation establishment. Actually, I could have reached foundation establishment long ago, but I didn't dare to do so. That's because I already sensed the tragedy that was about to befall me when I suffered chi deviation in Xuanlei Palace. Only by delaying my foundation establishment could I avoid the tragedy of death. Actually, it was just as you thought. These premonitions came from my bloodline. It was the bloodline of the lightning beast that could control heavenly lightning. That gave me such a shocking premonition. My parents had a premonition that I wouldn't be able to return, so they entrusted me to my uncle in the Misty Mountain. This is also something that this concubine has never told my husband. I remember when I was training in Tianmen Mountain, that ghost cultivator Huang Yi wanted to kill me. Although everyone is afraid, this concubine isn't. This concubine knows that this might be this concubine's fate. This concubine won't be able to return safely from that experience. This concubine can't escape this fate. Therefore, this concubine was very calm and faced it calmly. I wonder if my husband and master still remember? Unfortunately, this concubine was wrong. That wasn't the end of this concubine's journey. Immediately after, this concubine and husband met the 3 elders of the ardent fire mountain. The love of the fire Qilin moved this concubine, but this concubine knows that this concubine doesn't love the fire Qilin. Even if this concubine doesn't love this concubine will follow Xiaohua. Even if this concubine becomes a moth flying into a flame, this concubine will still throw herself into that momentary light without hesitation. In the end, at the seaside where I was training, this concubine saw the scene of this concubine's death in front of my husband's eyes. This concubine has a kind of release, and this concubine also has a kind of gratification. This concubine can finally become the most dazzling star in my husband's starry sky. Even if I have to burn all my essence, this concubine is willing to illuminate my husband's entire night sky. Husband, I really want to call you this 10,000 times. I won't feel tired even if I call you again and again. Do you know? Husband, at the seaside where you used your hands to raise the dust and sand, you also took away this concubine's heart. Do you know what this concubine saw in your eyes? It was a river as dazzling as the stars, and this concubine was a drop in this river. This concubine saw the bamboo forest, the late-stage foundation establishment concubine, and the early-stage core formation concubine, martial uncle helplessness. This concubine also saw the 2 of us explode. At the same time, I also saw my husband's early-stage core formation cultivation. I also saw my husband's back as he fled in panic. Husband, from that moment onwards, this concubine knew that my husband was out of the ordinary. I also knew my own fate, as well as martial uncle helplessness's fate. All of this was unavoidable. For my extraordinary husband, this concubine is willing to sacrifice her ordinary self. Therefore, my husband, you don't need to be surprised by this concubine's appearance because this was already predestined. This concubine has been planning this ever since the seaside. As for martial uncle helplessness, it was also this concubine who invited him. Of course, this concubine still doesn't know how to invite martial uncle helplessness. However, this concubine knows that since this concubine appeared in front of my husband, martial uncle helplessness will also appear in front of my husband. He will definitely sacrifice himself for my husband. Then, this concubine will definitely invite him here. Even if I have to trick or coax him here, this concubine will still do it. For my husband, this concubine is willing to do anything, even if it means offending everyone in the world. Do you know? Husband, when this concubine wrote this jade slip, her heart was tormented because all this concubine saw was you fleeing in panic. Then this concubine and martial uncle helplessness self-explode. As for who was chasing after my husband and why, this concubine doesn't know. Therefore, aside from leaving this jade slip for my husband and believing in martial uncle helplessness, this concubine doesn't dare to believe in anyone else. This concubine won't tell anyone about this matter. This concubine can't ask anyone for help. This concubine would rather die for my husband. Because of this concubine doesn't dare to tell my husband. This concubine is afraid that if I do, the ending will change. Not only can this concubine not sacrifice herself for my husband's safety, my husband will also die in a place that this concubine doesn't know about. Therefore, this concubine carefully keeps this secret. Husband, don't blame this concubine for not telling you. Husband, this concubine knows that you're already crying right now. You are that soft-hearted, that kind of benevolence. Don't think about it anymore, don't care about it anymore. This concubine is just a fallen leaf that floats across the stream and disappears. The one that your husband wants to keep is your fairy Wuxia. This concubine has never seen fairy Wuxia and I don't know what kind of character she has. However, this concubine will find a chance to explain this matter to her clearly. This concubine is that gentle breeze that blows past my husband's ear and her in that instant. Sigh, my husband, you've called this concubine wife countless times, but I don't know. Until now, has this concubine and my husband done any dual cultivation? If not, this concubine is very regretful. I can't truly be my husband's wife. But if you do, this concubine feels that it's a pity. Perhaps, my husband will miss this concubine even more. Therefore, this concubine will slightly avoid you so that this concubine's cultivation can leap to the peak of the late foundation establishment stage sooner. This concubine knows that if this concubine can save you, she must have the cultivation of the late foundation establishment stage. As long as this concubine's cultivation reaches the late foundation establishment stage, this concubine will definitely die for my husband. However, my husband, even if this concubine dies, this concubine will die for my husband. This concubine will not hesitate to cultivate with all her might. This concubine will also not hesitate to die. Others may cultivate to live, but this concubine cultivates to die. To die for my husband. My husband, do you know? Perhaps if this concubine did not raise her cultivation, perhaps if this concubine did not go to this place, this concubine might not die. However, this concubine has been waiting here for a long time, waiting for this sad moment to arrive. Waiting for my husband's hope of survival. This concubine wants to accompany you by your side for 10,000 years, but now, this concubine cannot. This concubine hopes that in the next life, this concubine will accompany my husband again. Shwe shwe. The jade archive Xiaohua let out a sorrowful cry. The entire space gave birth to sorrow. The sound of that space, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Dark clouds covered the sky, and specks of rain fell along with Xiaohua's emotions. Although the jade archive Xiaohua inside the space could not cry, this entire world was crying for Shwe Shwe. For Shwe Shwe's almost selfless true love, tears. At this moment, the jade archive Xiaohua shockingly discovered that the words Shwe Shwe left in the jade slip were all true. They were engraved in his heart. Although Shwe Shwe's words were somewhat incoherent, it was obvious that Shwe Shwe had recorded them in a hurry twice. However, these words and sentences moved Xiaohua's heart. He really loved Xue Xue passively. The love for Xue Xue was not as deep as Fairy Hongxia's. It was because of a kind of lonely love that he loved her. Or perhaps it was because of Xue Xue's love for him that he loved Xue Xue. This kind of love did not seem to come from the heart. It was only because he did not want to hurt Xue Xue that he accepted Xue Xue. However, it was this kind of unwillingness to hurt her that hurt her even more, resulting in the current tragedy. However, if he was asked to forget Xue Xue now, then it was impossible. Even if there was no Xue Xue's soul in the inside of the netherworld, no netherworld orchid, Xiaohua would definitely not forget Xue Xue. As it turned out, love was planted in the hearts of the two when Xue Xue was resentful. Love was so great, and love was so wonderful. I don't know what she would think if she knew about this and saw the jade slip that Xue Xue left for her. Jade Archive. Xiaohua held the pink jade slip in his hand and thought about what Fairy Hongxia said when she left the Kai family in Liang. The corner of his mouth seemed to reveal a sneer that was close to ridicule. Sometimes you feel that it is true love, but this love will change. Sometimes you feel that it is not love, but this love will also change. Who can tell the difference between true and false? Naturally, this Xiao will not be able to tell. Xiaohua waved his hand, and the pink jade slip disappeared. He then looked up at the sky. However, this Xiao is clear that since Xue Xue said that this Xiao would definitely be able to escape if he headed east, then this Xiao will definitely be able to escape alive. In the future, this Xiao will be able to avenge her. Avenge Master. While speaking, Jade Archive Xiaohua's body flashed brilliantly and his mind left the space. Both Taoist Dewey and Shan Xingzi turned into rainbows and released their divine senses, thinking that they did not know when they would find traces of Xiaohua. However, after flying for a few dozen feet, Taoist He was suddenly stunned as if he had seen a ghost. He shouted, "Quick, fellow Taoist Shan Xingzi, 100 miles away. Xiaohua." Xiaohua actually appeared there. What? How is that possible? Hearing this, Shan Jizi was also shocked. He hurriedly scanned the place where Immortal Zi said with his divine thoughts. Sure enough, Xiaohua's figure was really flashing with lightning in the air. He was trying his best to fly, and he seemed to have sensed their divine thoughts. Xiaohua turned back coldly, and his eyes were full of hatred. This is just a few breaths, right? Taoist he said very strangely, how could Xiaohua fly so far? And, if this guy has this ability, why does he need to appear again? He just needs to fly to other places. How can we find him? Shan Xingzi's divine senses locked onto Xiaohua and said very strangely, fellow Taoist, look at his flying speed. It is obviously the same as before, there is no special change. Yes, the shadow that flashed just now did not appear at all at this time. If we were not also hit by the blood curse, we would be able to catch up quickly. Taoist he also replied. Chapter 3100. I don't care. Since Shan had guessed his master's intention of capturing Xiaohua, how could he be willing to stop? After sending a voice transmission to perfected he activated his magic power and chased after Xiaohua. Unfortunately, just as Taoist Dewey said, the two were now tainted by the blood curse, and their flying speed was also reduced. They were not much faster than Xiaohua. This distance of 100 miles was only enough for them to catch up with Xiaohua, but it was impossible for them to get closer. Of course, this 100 miles was also a relatively awkward distance, and they couldn't use some of their magical powers at will. Although their nascent souls could teleport to the left of Xiaohua, from the information they received, Xiaohua was good at physical cultivation and had great strength. Therefore, nascent soul attacks might not be the best method. Therefore, they would never use it easily until the most critical moment. In particular, their nascent souls were now tainted by the blood curse, so they didn't dare to use it casually. Not to mention Taoist Li and Shan were shocked. Even Xiaohua himself was a little puzzled. His mind left the space, and the figure that disappeared because of the yin and yang in the space also appeared in the air. Before he could release his Buddhist awareness or spiritual thoughts, Taoist Du's spiritual thoughts immediately arrived. Xiaohua released his Buddhist awareness and found that they had just flown out of the bamboo forest. Naturally, he was very surprised how he could fly so far in such a short time. Or after he left, what happened to Taoist Du and Shan, or that made them chase after him now? However, Xiaohua didn't have time to think so much. He only looked back coldly at the two rainbow lights. With a wave of his hand, he took out the blood ring given by Zhang Qingxiao. After thinking for a while, he sent it into his body. Since the stone statue could cultivate the demonic fire, why couldn't his bloodline cultivate the demonic blood? Of course, he couldn't cut off a trace of his primordial spirit. However, Xiaohua didn't know the blood shadow technique. It was used to cultivate the blood drop paradise of the demon world. The demonic fire and black flame in the blood ring could be used. Cultivate. Revenge. This was the purpose of Xiaohua's unscrupulous cultivation. Xiaohua and the two nascent soul cultivators chasing after him flew away, and the bamboo forest regained its tranquility. The rustling sound of bamboo leaves told this unforgettable story to the void. Unfortunately, no one heard it. Another 2 days passed, and a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. It seemed to be heading northeast. However, just as the thunderbolt traveled several hundred feet, it suddenly came to a stop. Amidst the thunderbolt, Reverend Lei Meng's anxious, bewildered and worried face could be seen. At this moment, Lei Meng Taoist was holding a strange-looking magic treasure in his hand. This magic treasure looked like a child's slingshot. It had a handle at the bottom and 2 forks on it. However, the right fork was exceptionally long and was shaped like a hook. It was slanted towards the other fork. At this moment, on the left fork, there was a slight scarlet light flickering. Here. Looking at the magical treasure and the scarlet radiance, Thunder Tomb Reverend scanned the area within a few miles with his divine will. However, other than the mountain breeze, the bamboo forest, and some messy mountain rocks at the side, there was no sign of blood or corpses. Perhaps there are other Imperial Thunder Sect disciples fighting here. Looking at the seemingly undamaged surroundings, Thunder Tomb Reverend muttered, "If those 2 old farts were to surround Xiaohua here, wouldn't their battle be earth-shattering? Today, I only have one chance to use my secret technique. If I were to be schemed against, wouldn't I have to wait until tomorrow to find Xiaohua's whereabouts?" Immediately, Thunder Tomb Reverend flew up again. Looking down at the magic treasure in his hand that was gradually fading away, he sighed. Fortunately, Xiaohua's cultivation was not crippled. I can still rely on this item to find his weak aura. But where should I go to find him now? Thunder Tomb Reverend looked into the distance. This time, it's Huan country. Could it be that Xiaohua wants to lure those 2 nascent soul cultivators in front of the sword cultivators? Could it be the news from senior brother Miyu is true? Thinking of this, Thunder Tomb Reverend suddenly frowned. That's not right. If Xiaohua had ulterior motives, he wouldn't have met those 2 nascent soul cultivators here. Then I can only continue to follow him to Huan country. But if Xiaohua didn't have ulterior motives, he might have been caught by those 2 nascent soul cultivators. Then, they might have to change direction. If Xiaohua was captured by those 2 old farts, his aura would definitely be blocked by them. Even if I had this item, I wouldn't be able to track him. Forget it, I'll have to use my secret technique again. If I miss something, I'll really regret it. As he spoke, Thunder Tablet Spiritual Master returned and tossed the magic treasure in his hand into the air. Immediately after, he formed hand seals and several lightning bolts struck the magic treasure. The entire magic treasure flashed with intense brilliance and a layer of indistinct purple-red lightning slowly emerged between the 2 forks. Thunder Tomb Reverend then pointed his hand and a drop of essence blood fell on the purple-red lightning. Pung! With a light sound, 2 balls of crimson lightning spurted out from the center of the magic treasure. This gave Thunder Tomb Reverend a fright and he almost cried out, "What? Xiaohua has fallen? No, why are there 2 balls of blood? Could it be there's another Imperial Thunder Sect disciple?" Thunder Tomb Reverend finally understood that this wasn't the place where Xiaohua had fallen. Perhaps, it wasn't the place where Xiaohua had passed by. Instead, it was because two Imperial Thunder Sect disciples had fallen here that caused the magic treasure to react. Who could it be? Thunder Tomb Reverend was somewhat astonished. At the same time, he was somewhat hesitant. He might be able to use the secret technique of Imperial Thunder Sect to find out which disciple had fallen, but after all, he wasn't very confident. But if he were to use this secret technique, then he wouldn't be able to use it to find Xiaohua's whereabouts. Forget it. But after a moment of hesitation, Thunder Tomb Reverend clapped his hand and took out a Thunder Note talisman. After whispering a few words, he waved his hand and sent out a message. Better let the other disciples take a look. I'm here to save the face of my Imperial Thunder Sect. Even if 10 of my sect's disciples died, it's not as important as chasing Xiaohua back. It's been a long time now. Even if Sect Master didn't send out the expulsion order, those sects in Shi country should have received the news. Immediately, Thunder Tomb Reverend made a grabbing motion with his hand and the 2 electric sparks were annihilated within the magic treasure. He then muttered some incantations and narrowed his eyes. After half a cup of tea's time, his eyes opened and flashed with an astonished expression. Looking up, he saw the direction where Xiaohua and the others had flown. Why are they heading towards Guihai? Why aren't they returning to Shi country? Thunder Tomb Reverend didn't understand at first, but then he sighed. Yes, Imperial Thunder Sect can't be returned. Huan country is also filled with wolves. If Xiaohua this child didn't go overseas, where else could he go? But who were these 2 Imperial Thunder Sect disciples who had fallen here? Did they meet Xiaohua and those 2 nascent soul-old ghosts? Although Thunder Tomb Reverend had doubts in his heart, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He hurriedly kept the magic treasure and once again activated the lightning escape technique to chase after them. As for Shue's helpless sacrifice, Thunder Tomb Reverend had no time to care about it. The sun had just risen. In the depths of Guihai, Xiaohua's body was surrounded by lightning as he flew above the calm sea surface. The sound of thunder was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, as if it was brewing an explosion. Xiaohua's current flying speed was much faster than 2 months ago, reaching the level of Imperial Thundershock. However, just 100 li behind him, Shan Zongzi and Du Yi were still flanking him from the left and right, forcing Xiaohua to fly towards the unknown depths of Guihai. Xiaohua's flying speed had increased and the blood curse of the 2 nascent soul cultivators had also weakened. Both sides were still in an extremely delicate balance. This balance had not been broken in the blink of an eye for 2 months. This Guihai, how can it be a place to escape? The more Xiaohua flew towards the sea, the thinner the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was, the more uncertain he became. In front of him was still the boundless sea and sky, no hope could be seen. In these 2 months, he had also encountered fierce winds and huge waves, and even some sea monsters. However, these were nothing in Xiaohua's eyes. In the eyes of those 2 nascent soul middle-stage cultivators, they were nothing. He was simply unable to increase the distance between them. At this time, Du Yi and Shan Zongzi, in order to prevent the previous mistakes from happening, the distance between them was not short, forming a triangle with Xiaohua. Xiaohua, in addition to flying straight to the east, whether it was north or south, it was difficult for him to escape the attack range of either of them. Perhaps Shue's intention is to keep flying to the east. While flying, I can take advantage of the time to refine a suitable magic weapon. Xiaohua made some wild guesses. Then he swept his Buddhist awareness and his mind entered the space. Xiaohua's spiritual sense and Buddhist sense were also rapidly growing along with the 10 times expansion of space. Although his spiritual sense could already reach more than 200 miles, and his Buddhist sense could reach more than 400 miles, but this growth trend didn't slow down and was still slowly growing. The inside of the space was already different from before. In the earliest area, Xiaohua had already laid down a restriction. That area had undergone the impact of the space's yin and yang. Whether it was the spiritual grass or the spiritual beasts that were incubating and growing, they were definitely different from other areas. Now, Xiaohua was planting spiritual grass in a new and vast area that he had opened up. The planting of spiritual grass now did not require Xiaohua's green-robed primordial spirit, let alone Xiaohua himself. In the place where the Ganoderma horse was previously lying, there was a spiritual wood that had transformed into a 2 chi tall little child. This little child was called Xiaogua by Xiaohua. Since Xiaogua was a spiritual wood that took human form, he was naturally gifted in planting spiritual grasses and taking care of them. He was several times faster than the green-robed Xiaohua and was even more nimble. As for the green-robed Xiaohua, Xiaohua was already clear in his heart. This guy had already experienced the green seal text in the heaven's ring of breath. 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. Now, he had also experienced the yin and yang in the space. In the future, he might really become another great clone of himself. Of course, at this time, this guy could only make his own contribution in this space. 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. Chapter 3101. Xiaohua's mind entered the space and instantly turned into a jade archive. However, this form only lasted for a moment before the jade archive turned back into Xiaohua's original appearance. Immediately, the jade archive Xiaohua raised his eyes to look at the 9 suns in the sky. His figure flashed and shot up into the sky. In the center of the sky, thunder rumbled. Meanwhile, the green-robed Xiaohua was tirelessly refining the material with lightning water. Fellow Taoist, how is this? The jade archive Xiaohua mysteriously appeared beside the green-robed Xiaohua and asked with a bow. Hey, fellow Taoist, didn't see? It's still early. The green-robed Xiaohua didn't seem to be surprised when he saw the jade archive Xiaohua appear. He withdrew his hand and the lightning that filled the sky disappeared. The lightning water in the inexplicable object flowed back into tracing light. Then, he put his hands behind his back and sighed. I just refined the 5 elements planet disk and used it as the foundation for the heaven pacifying staff. With these 5 element spiritual items, I can smoothly refine the heaven pacifying staff. However, this heaven pacifying staff, I'm afraid it won't be of any help to you. This thing can't hit the butt of a nascent soul cultivator. The green-robed Xiaohua's tone was clear, but his face was still wooden and expressionless. Then, what good idea does fellow Taoist have? The jade archive Xiaohua frowned. You know everything I know and you know everything I don't know. You ask me, but who should I ask? The green-robed Xiaohua seemed to be rolling his eyes. Nonsense, if I knew, would I still need to ask you? The jade archive Xiaohua said sternly. What idea do you have? Quickly say it. If I can't escape from 2 nascent soul cultivators, you can't live either. You don't have to be so fierce, right? The green-robed Xiaohua shrunk his neck and pointed at an object under the scorching sun in the sky. I know you want to refine this object into the soul-punishing light. This object has been divided into yin and yang in this space and now seems to have a trace of spiritual intelligence. If you want to refine it, you should start as soon as possible. If this object can freeze the primordial spirit of a nascent soul cultivator, I'm afraid it can really help you and me escape this calamity. Since you already knew, why didn't you do it? Xiaohua grabbed the jade archive and the 3-legged golden crow immediately appeared in his hand. Sure enough, the 3-legged golden crow's 2 eyes, 1 white and 1 black, vaguely had a divine luster. Xiaohua looked at the jade archive and it seemed as if there was a bottomless abyss in its eyes. He couldn't help but curse. If you don't open your mouth, who would dare to do it? The green-robed Xiaohua argued. Let's not refine the sky-leveling staff for now. Let's refine the spirit-slaying vital light first. When Jade Archive Xiaohua heard this, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile, and he said amiably, Don't tell me you don't know how to refine the soul-punishing origin light. Yes, of course. What you know, I basically know. What I don't know, I just have to look at it to understand. It's just that I haven't refined it before. The green-robed Xiaohua naturally nodded his head and replied. After that, he made a grabbing motion, and the sword gourd fell into his hand as well. Sigh, hurry up and refine it. The Jade Archive Xiaohua sighed. You've comprehended more secret arts than I have. You're much stronger than me. Hee, this Xiao will start now. The green-robed Xiaohua enjoyed Jade Archive Xiaohua's praise very much. He took the three-legged golden crow from Jade Archive Xiaohua's hand, sat down cross-legged, and was about to start refining it. How's that child? Jade Archive Xiaohua looked up again. At the edge of the extreme east, he had set up a restriction for Jianghu, and it was still there. There's no change. The green-robed Xiaohua disagreed. He's like a dead person all day long. However, he's also experienced the separation of yin and yang, so he'll also be extraordinary. He won't die, so you don't have to worry. Not good. Just as Jade Archive Xiaohua was about to say something, both the green-robed Xiaohua and Jade Archive Xiaohua shouted at the same time. Then, Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure flashed, and he rushed out of the space. Damn it, these two old farts, what are they doing now? The green-robed Xiaohua looked at the place where Jade Archive Xiaohua disappeared, and he was very angry. Then he looked at the soul-punishing origin lightsword gourd in front of him and said fiercely, "This Xiao will refine the soul-punishing origin light now, and kill you all one by one." Xiaohua's mind returned to his physical body, and he immediately turned pale with fright when he scanned with his divine sense. When he entered the space just now, the two nascent soul cultivators were still more than 100 li away from him. In just a moment, they had already caught up to him within 50 li. Moreover, the two's flying speed was still increasing. The blood curse that Shue had planted on the two of them was actually dissolved by them. Not good, Xiaohua hurriedly urged his magic power. Even though he had the dragon transformation art in his meridians, and also the celestial body bestowment technique, after 2 months of urging his true essence day and night, not only did his dantian have some stabbing pain, his meridians also had an intense discomfort. However, although the blood curse planted on Xiaohua's body by the virtuous child had already been somewhat reduced, it was still very far away from being completely eliminated. Xiaohua really didn't know why nascent soul cultivators had so many secret techniques. Even the blood curse that Shue and Wu Hai exchanged with their lives couldn't compare. What should I do now? While Xiaohua sped up his flight, his mind was in a mess. The panic that he had put away because of Shue's prophecy before her death appeared again. Although the Buddhist sect Saraira has the ability to subdue demons, it's still not enough to deal with nascent soul cultivators. Soul cultivators, the power of lightning and thunder is still weak. Poor gold core frost bamboo can't even kill them. I've already tried it just now, unless I directly face a nascent soul cultivator. The spiritual fire has already been used once. Not only will they be on guard, but this Xiao's magic power is also not enough. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and he secretly said, "I'm afraid this is the only move. Maybe I can sneak attack a nascent soul cultivator. There's still one left, then it'll be easy." Immediately, Xiaohua clenched his teeth and turned around to release his Buddhist sense, constantly observing the two nascent soul cultivators approaching. They seemed to be fleeing in panic. Seeing that Shan Xingzi and Taoist Dui had already approached within a few miles, the two nascent soul cultivators looked at each other and almost simultaneously slapped their foreheads with their hands, releasing the pressure of nascent soul cultivators. The most commonly used confinement technique of nascent soul cultivators, the nascent soul hand, was also displayed. Suddenly, two water blue hands dozens of feet in size condensed out of thin air, one from the left and one from the right, grabbing toward Xiaohua's body. Although the big hands had not yet fallen, the sea that was originally filled with monstrous waves was calm within a few miles, and a faint whirlpool began to form under Xiaohua's feet. The simplest method is the most effective method. Seeing that Xiaohua's body was still unable to continue flowing lightning in midair, Taoist Dui laughed. "We thought too much of this guy. Even if he really has the strength of a nascent soul cultivator, he doesn't have the magical ability of a nascent soul cultivator." Exactly. Shan Xingzi was just about to answer when suddenly, the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator rushed out from the top of Xiao Hua's head. Moreover, with the appearance of this pressure, Xiao Hua's figure actually disappeared. Shan Xingzi sneered. He rubbed his hands, and thumb-sized water blue beads appeared within a few miles. Explode, Shan Xingzi coldly uttered an incantation. Rumble! The water surface and the air within a few miles shook violently, and the water beads within a few miles exploded at the same time. Even Shan Xingzi and Daoist Du activated their magic power and slightly retreated. In particular, Shan Xingzi grabbed with his hand, and the water silks within a few miles instantly flashed with a faint green light. Shan Xingzi pointed his left hand between his eyebrows, and layers of light overflowed from his eyes. Huh? Daoist Du was stunned. In his spiritual sense, there was no trace of Xiao Hua within a few miles. Daoist Du, be careful. Shan Xingzi suddenly shouted. Xiao Hua is, hearing Shan Xingzi's shout, Daoist Du, he looked in Shan Xingzi's direction again. Before Shan Xingzi finished speaking, there was a faint sound of a sword. Suddenly, a brilliance flashed under Daoist Du's feet, and a few golden silks had already pierced into his protective brilliance, and those golden silks were like flying swords. Similarly, Xiao Hua's figure appeared under him at the same time, and the flying sword in his hand was precisely Qin Jian's golden silk invisible sword. Boom! The golden silk sword's sneak attack succeeded, piercing through Daoist Du's protective brilliance, and instantly piercing into his leg. With a burst of flesh and blood, Daoist Du, who was a nascent soul master, immediately turned into blood foam. Xiao Hua laughed, and then he didn't take back the flying sword at all. He opened his mouth, and even if his magic power was exhausted, he still wanted to spit out the spiritual fire. But at this moment, a great force was born from the top of Xiao Hua's head. Xiao Hua looked up, and a pale black spiritual talisman appeared in mid-air like a whirlpool, and a strange binding force was emitted from that spiritual talisman. At this time, Shan Xingzi's ridicule also sounded, but he heard Shan Xingzi said coldly, "The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind." Xiao Hua, you have used the demon realm's concealing technique once in Sentry City. Do you still want to use it today? Accept your fate. As Shan Xingzi pointed his finger, another pale white spiritual talisman appeared above Xiao Hua's head. This spiritual talisman also emitted a strange binding force, which was very tacit with the binding force of Daoist Du's spiritual talisman. Yin-Yang Seal. Xiao Hua's face changed instantly, and he finally found the answer to the two nascent soul middle-stage cultivators chasing after him. However, the sealing power of this spiritual talisman was so great, and the two seemed to have already set up a plan. Daoist Du, he wanted to let Xiao Hua get close to him even if his physical body was damaged. At this time, even though Xiao Hua tried his best to activate all his magical powers to break free, the spiritual talisman still fell like lightning, trapping Xiao Hua tightly. Forget it. Xiao Hua sighed. My cause came from this yin-yang seal, and today's effect was also formed from this yin-yang seal. At this time, even though Xiao Hua wanted to self-destruct, thinking of Jiang Luer, Xue Xue, Wu Ji, Xiao Huang, Xiao He, and the others, he couldn't. Daoist Du waved his hand and was about to take Xiao Hua down, but suddenly, a strange change occurred. Roar? A roar like tens of thousands of bulls rose from under Xiao Hua's feet, and the whole sea seemed to be boiling, and countless bubbles surged from the depths of the sea. With the bubbles, a great binding force was also born in a radius of more than 10 feet. Good. Although Xiao Hua's body was sealed by two spiritual talismans, his 5 senses were still there, and he immediately understood when he saw this situation. Xue Xue. Xiao Hua's eyes were filled with tears. Needless to say, this was the chance of survival that Xue Xue mentioned before she died. However, this kind of binding force could even escape Xiao Hua, who was only at the Jindan stage at that time, let alone these two nascent soul stage cultivators. What's going on? Shan Xingzi and Daoist Du, he obviously didn't encounter such a situation, and although they were stunned, they weren't too shocked. They looked at each other, and at the same time, their magic power surged, and their figures turned into a rainbow, trying to escape from this huge binding force. Boom! Just as the two of them urged their magic power, there was another deafening sound, and the sea water within a few miles suddenly collapsed, and a strong suction force was born from that binding force. Woo! A strong gust of wind sounded, and in the space within a few miles, whether it was the sea water or the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they all sank in an instant. This kind of pressure from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was simply much greater than the weight of the entire mountain. Taoist Dewey and Shan Xingzi, the two nascent soul stage cultivators, were caught off guard, and the brilliance of their bodies was annihilated, and with the huge amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they directly sank more than 10 feet. What's going on? Shan Xingzi and Taoist Du? He looked down in disbelief. The sea water within a few miles of the entire Jianghu Sea collapsed and rushed straight to the bottom of the sea, as if a big hole had leaked out of the whole sea, and the sea water leaked out from the big hole. They couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 3102. Things seem to be more than that. Just as Immortal Du and Shan Zishan stabilized their bodies, they immediately activated their spiritual power and prepared to fly into the sky. Roar! A series of loud noises came out of nowhere, covering dozens of miles of space. Except for the seawater that had leaked within a few miles, the outer dozens of miles of seawater collapsed one after another. It was as if the entire Wuxia Sea was about to fall into the bottom of the sea. Let's go! Although Shan Zishan didn't know what was going on, he was already terrified when he saw that the strange power of heaven and earth was so strong. He no longer cared about Xiaohua and Immortal Du, who had lost a leg. With a roar, his body flashed with light, and he flew desperately to the north. Ooh! Seeing this, Immortal Du, hurriedly activated his spiritual power and wanted to follow Shan Zishan. Unfortunately, they only flew for a few miles, and the entire space rang with a strange sound, like the cry of ghosts and howling of wolves, and also like the tide of thousands of beasts. An inverted hole that was almost 100 miles wide appeared on the surface of the sea. This huge funnel rotated crazily, and the previous confinement force and suction force instantly increased by almost 10 times. This force was beyond the imagination of the two nascent soul cultivators. It was like a pair of hands that were 100 miles wide had covered the two of them, and it was twisting with all its strength. It wanted to tear the two of them into pieces. This big hand completely froze the true essence of the two people, and they couldn't mobilize it at all. Rule power? How is this possible? Seeing this terrifying force, Shan Zishan's face changed greatly, and he cried out involuntarily. At the same time, his body and everything in front of him spun like a top, and he quickly rushed to the bottom of the sea. Seeing that he was rushing to the bottom of the sea without any strength, Shan Zishan didn't dare to hesitate anymore. He knew very well that if he couldn't rush out of this confinement before the change of heaven and earth, he was afraid that he would really be left at the bottom of the Wuxia Sea. Therefore, Shan Xingzi clenched his teeth and slapped his forehead. A nascent soul that looked exactly like Shan Xingzi flew out. This nascent soul was no longer covered in blood mist. The moment it appeared, it waved the black ring in its hand and disappeared from Shan Xingzi's head. The benevolent child didn't even want his own physical body. He only wanted to use his nascent soul to teleport and seize a chance of survival from the power of heaven and earth. Seeing that Shan Xingzi had desperately used his nascent soul to teleport away, Immortal Du, he looked at Xiaohua, who had a strange smile on his face, in his hand. He didn't care about doing anything else. He gritted his teeth and slapped his head. A nascent soul that was half a head taller than Shan Xingzi's nascent soul also appeared. It also activated the white ring in its hand, ignoring its physical body and Xiaohua, who was imprisoned, and disappeared in an instant. My wife is indeed scheming. Xiaohua's figure fell rapidly with the whirlpool. Everything in front of him became an illusion. Looking at Immortal Du and Shan Xingzi's slightly closed eyes and body that had lost their nascent souls, He thought with a smile, I finally escaped from their hands. But, is there any way out at the bottom of the Kueha Sea? While Xiaohua was thinking, thousands of buzzing sounds sounded. It was the sound that Xiaohua encountered in the Kueha Sea that day. Xiaohua's head was in a daze. It was as if his primordial spirit was about to be shaken out of his body by this buzzing sound. Fortunately, Xiaohua's spiritual power was confined by the yin and yang talisman, so it didn't disperse. However, the golden core in his dantian shook violently with the buzzing sound. The layer of golden qi outside the golden core disappeared. The golden core and thunder core also turned into specks of light and began to dissipate. Xiaohua was extremely shocked. Unfortunately, he didn't have the strength. He could only quietly wait for the final judgment of the power of heaven and earth. If he could escape with his life, so what if he didn't have cultivation? It was better than 2 nascent soul cultivators without a body, right? Shua. Suddenly, Xiaohua's ears became quiet. All the sounds disappeared again. Then, as if the big hand pressed down hard, Xiaohua's figure instantly fell 1,000 feet or even 1,000 feet. The light in front of him also almost disappeared. GG. Half a mile away, a few small movements were particularly clear in this dead silence. Xiaohua looked up and couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that the nascent souls that Immortal Dui and Shan Xingzi had just teleported out actually appeared near their bodies. However, at this time, the nascent souls looked extremely weak. Even their figures were somewhat transparent and dim. The rings in the hands of the 2 nascent souls were also gone. Presumably, it was the buzzing sound that could shatter the golden core that caused the 2 nascent souls to suffer such heavy injuries. It was also the buzzing sound that blocked the teleportation of the 2 nascent souls. It even sent the 2 nascent souls to their bodies. Immortal Dui and Shan Xingzi's nascent souls didn't dare to stop in front of such a power of heaven. Immediately, the 2 people's bodies emitted a faint brilliance again. Each of them took out 2 magic weapons to protect themselves. They actually had the same idea as Xiaohua. They were waiting for the end of the power of heaven. Immortal Dui and Shan Xingzi even had a strange idea at the same time. Since the dead Shui asserted that Xiaohua could escape from Kueha Sea, it seemed that Xiaohua could really escape. But since Xiaohua, a nascent soul disciple, could escape, then how could the 2 of them, who were genuine mid and late nascent soul cultivators, not escape? Accept your fate. Xiaohua sighed. Looking at the 2 nascent souls staring at him, he faintly smiled. His mind wanted to enter the space. Unfortunately, under the power of heaven, his mind couldn't enter the space. Xiaohua couldn't even hide his head in the soil. The abyss was still the same, the brilliance was gone. The 3 people fell deeper and deeper into Kueha Sea. They didn't know how deep they were from the sea. In the abyss, the 2 nascent souls were not close to Xiaohua, but they were also not far away. The nascent soul cultivators couldn't attack Xiaohua again, but they could still see Xiaohua's expression. It was just that this abyss was extremely strange. It was obviously in Kueha Sea. Even if the seawater fell, there was no water at all within a few miles of Xiaohua's group. The endless seawater actually went somewhere unknown. Strange, Xiaohua unconsciously thought of the last time he encountered the destruction of the Great Flag Reef in Kueha Sea. It seems to be different from this time. Just as he was thinking, a whirlpool-like force came from Immortal Dui's side. It was like another invisible hand pushed him, and he was pushed to the left, less than 100 feet away from Xiaohua. Not good. Xiaohua saw the ferocious face of Immortal Dui and shouted in his heart, I want to see how you can escape from me. Immortal Dui's legs still hadn't recovered. How could he not hate Xiaohua? Xiaohua was still bound by the yin-yang spirit talisman and couldn't move. In particular, his gold core was on the verge of collapse. How could he be Immortal Dui's opponent? At this critical moment, the suction force that had been going down suddenly turned horizontally. The 3 of them flew horizontally. Immortal Dui was caught off guard and was thrown far away again. This time, the suction force was even stronger. The three of them once again doubled their speed. Xiaohua looked up and saw a light that was smaller than the eye of a needle in the distance. It was extremely eye-catching in this pitch-black darkness. The three of them were simply too fast. Xiaohua had only just seen the light when it had already closed in. At this time, the light had actually turned into a space several hundred feet wide. Moreover, as Xiaohua flew closer, the space rapidly expanded. By the time Xiaohua and the others were truly sucked into the space was actually several hundred miles wide. Xiaohua felt as if he was an ant in front of it. Sumer Buddhist formation? Xiaohua suddenly realized. There is actually a Sumer Buddhist formation here? No, the power of this formation seems to be even greater than the Sumer Buddhist formation we encountered in the Buddhist sect's ruins. If it isn't some Sumer Buddhist formation, then it must be some other formation of the Tao sect that is even more powerful. Xiaohua thought. His figure was sucked into this space by the enormous suction force. Weng. An extremely loud and clear sound flashed by. The entire space was silent, but the blood in Xiaohua's body was about to boil. He knew that this sound had not disappeared at all. Then, in front of Xiaohua's eyes, a faintly discernible silver brilliance flashed and disappeared. Whoosh! The binding of the black and white talismans around Xiaohua's body was easily cut open by the silver brilliance. Xiaohua didn't have time to think too much. Another wisp of cyan brilliance flashed and disappeared. This time, the cyan brilliance actually penetrated Xiaohua's body and meridians. The magic power in his meridians that hadn't been activated was swept away by this brilliance. What is this? The cyan brilliance flashed and the entire space rippled with layers of gray ripples. These ripples came in circles, like huge growth rings on a withered tree. Xiaohua and the others were passing through these growth rings. Whoosh! The corners of Xiaohua's eyes twitched. His gaze had yet to break away from this strange fluctuation of gray when another hazy blue brilliance flashed. Xiaohua's body tightened, as if something was being sucked away by this brilliance. But what disappeared, Xiaohua didn't notice at all. 5 Elements Annihilation Great Formation. Not far from Xiaohua, Shan Zizhen's extremely shocked voice came. This voice was unexpectedly high and low in the gray fluctuation, appearing especially strange. How could this immortal world great formation be here? Sumeru Buddhist formation. Taoist master, he seemed to have thought of something and also shouted in panic. This seems to be the Buddhist sect's supreme Buddhist formation before the ancient Buddhist sect was annihilated. Xuan, hearing this, Xiaohua was also greatly shocked. The names of these two formations were terrifying just by hearing them. How could their true power be measured by ordinary cultivators? At this time, the 4th red brilliance faintly flashed again. The reaction in Xiaohua's body was even more intense. Along with the brilliance, more than half of his Jindan was instantly extinguished, and the sword essence flowing in his body also inexplicably disappeared by 30%. Not good. Xiaohua suddenly thought of the situation when Sunset Island reappeared in the past. The white bones on the white bones, the rings on the white bones and other things. Almost without thinking, he didn't even have time to put away the invisible golden sword in his hand and threw all the storage bags and spirit storage bags into the space. At this time, he almost forgot that his mind couldn't enter the space just now, but now he could. The last brilliance hadn't appeared yet, but Xiaohua and the others had already passed through who knows how far away in the gray fluctuation of the same growth rings. Fellow Taoist, how did you become old? Shan Xingzi and the others naturally didn't have time to kill Xiaohua and did their best to resist the power of the 5 Elements Annihilation Great Formation. At this time, Shan Xingzi suddenly cried out in surprise. Shan Xingzi, you also have white hair. Hearing this, Taoist, he naturally turned pale with fright. He raised his eyes to look at Shan Xingzi and hurriedly cried out. Xiaohua hurriedly looked at the two. Sure enough, the two middle nascent soul stage cultivators no longer had the same youthful appearance as before. A layer of white frost-like color dyed their hair and eyebrows visible to the naked eye. Moreover, the wrinkles on their faces seemed to be carved with a pair of knives. As the two passed through the growth rings, they were carved one by one. The passage of time, this gray fluctuation is actually another kind of great formation. Xiaohua suddenly realized. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the strange gray fluctuation in disbelief. These two nascent soul stage cultivators have a lifespan of nearly 2,000 years, but in this great formation, it turned into a flick of a finger. Thinking, Xiaohua raised his hands and looked at the invisible golden sword in his hands. He couldn't help but be shocked again. Strange, why didn't I change? Song of Time. Song of Time. This is the Song of Time demon formation. Suddenly, Taoist Du, he shouted as if he had gone mad. I heard Master mention it before. This is the most famous great formation that the demon race used to deal with my Dao sect in the ancient times. But before Taoist Du finished speaking, his face inexplicably dried up. His head, which was originally made of flesh, suddenly began to shrink and gradually turned into a skeleton with only skin. Swoosh! Xiaohua's crisis also came. An earthen yellow brilliance faintly flashed. Xiaohua didn't have time to check other places. He only knew that all the golden cores in the same nebula in his dantian had disappeared. Even the lightning core and the true inner core were as small as broad beans. Haha! Shan Shengzi laughed wildly. Song of Time. Great Meru Buddhist formation. Great Five Elements Annihilation formation. Who could be so generous? On the Dawn Rain continent, who could avoid these three great formations? This isn't anyone's generosity. It's an innate divine restriction. Why haven't you changed? Suddenly, Shan Xingzi saw Xiaohua, and then looked at Taoist Du Yi, who had already turned into a skeleton, in disbelief. He shouted even more incredulously, "How can your lifespan surpass mine?" But before he could say anything else, the hand he stretched out also withered. Along with the gray fluctuation of the growth ring, it immediately turned into white bones. The power of time, invincible. Seeing these two mid-nascent soul cultivators buried in this mysterious Song of Time demon formation in just a moment, Xiaohua also felt some sympathy. That's right, even if he didn't know why he didn't fear this Song of Time, he still had the Five Elements Annihilation formation that he couldn't resist. Seeing the silver and green brilliance intertwining together flash again, the invisible golden sword in Xiaohua's hand immediately turned into nothingness. At the same time, this brilliance brought something that didn't completely disappear into Xiaohua's body. Then, it swept past his dantian. The already collapsed golden core and lightning core instantly disappeared, as if they had never existed. Damn it, Xiaohua laughed bitterly. Biting his lips slightly, he clenched his fists. He didn't know that the golden core and lightning core that had disappeared, and even the nebula that had been condensed by the golden energy from before, had been wiped out by the formation, left behind a bit of pitch black. That pitch black was now stained by the invisible sword and was even more invisible. This was also the benefit of going through the third gold lightning tribulation. After a few waves of brilliance, Xiaohua's Buddha relic also began to collapse. The Thousand Buddha diagram outside the Buddha relic was also completely separated into specks of light, barely covering the Buddha relic. In just a moment, the Buddha relic was almost as invisible as the golden core in his dantian. Under the Buddha relic, the black and white intertwining outside the Naiwan palace, the seal that was nimbly flowing from time to time was finally revealed. And as soon as the seal appeared, two faint black and white lines immediately rushed into Xiaohua's middle dantian. There, the same two-colored seal was flowing in a very regular pattern with the seal of the Naiwan palace. Not only that, in the Five Elements Annihilation formation, Xiaohua's spiritual sense and Buddhist consciousness were also completely dissolved, and now he couldn't release them. Even Xiaohua's mind was somewhat muddled. Looking at the flickering five-colored brilliance in front of him, as well as the dense growth rings, Xiao Hua laughed bitterly. He understood that this was probably the most dangerous place in this spatial passage, right? Sure enough, a swoosh sound entered Xiao Hua's ears. Kacha, 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 kacha. 5 dazzling rays of light intertwined and simultaneously penetrated Xiao Hua's Naiwen palace and the 2 black and white seals outside his dantian. Those 2 seals flickered at the same time. The black and white lines violently flickered, and in an instant, cracks appeared in the void, as if wanting to tear Xiao Hua's Naiwen palace and middle dantian apart. Unfortunately, these powerful assassins couldn't escape from the 5 elements. What kind of power could they display in this 5 elements annihilation formation? But just as they were born, they were immediately annihilated by the 5-colored brilliance that swept past. Xiao Hua didn't know how many years he had been distressed, how many schemes he had racked his brains for, how many methods he had thought of, to break the seal without attracting the attention of the seal's owner, but it was broken so easily. Originally, he thought that the opportunity to break the seal was with the Shaman King in Meng Mountains. But at this moment of life and death, at the bottom of the QC, where he had never dreamed of, in this so-called 5 elements annihilation formation, the seal was easily broken as if peeling off the shell of a boiled egg. This opportunity was something that Xiao Hua had never thought of. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. Of course, after the seal in Xiao Hua's middle dantian was broken, a muffled dragon's roar came out from Xiao Hua's middle dantian, and the heterogeneous true energy in his middle dantian was immediately annihilated by the 5-colored brilliance. Even when the 5-colored brilliance penetrated into Xiao Hua's body, the sword origin and the 9 stars soaring sun-flying sword were also annihilated. Only the trace of Xiao Hua's primordial spirit and the 8 primordial spirit imprints gathered together and were forcefully sent into his middle dantian. But after the seal in Xiao Hua's Naiwen palace was broken, a layer of golden light appeared outside his Naiwen palace. Under this golden light, the 5-colored brilliance couldn't penetrate it. In short, because of the primal chaos energy in Xiao Hua's body, he was able to escape from the Song of Time demon formation. But his Taoist, Buddhist, and sword cultivation were completely annihilated by this 5 elements annihilation formation. Completely annihilated, only leaving behind a little bit of foundation left from the tribulation lightning of 3 elements. Xiao Hua's mind was also muddled by the Song of Time demon formation, and he was also injured by the 5 elements annihilation formation, gradually becoming muddle-headed. Looking at the gray fluctuating growth rings in the entire space, and the 5-colored brilliance blooming like a lotus, Xiao Hua's vision gradually blurred, and he gradually closed his eyes. However, just before he closed his eyes, he saw a 7-colored conch-like object that was strangely condensed not more than a foot away from him. Xiao Hua very habitually probed with his mind to put this object into his space, but when he touched it, his mind became dizzy and he fainted. He didn't even know if this object was put into his space or not. In the colorful space, a naked man with his eyes slightly closed, his slender body shuttled through the gray fluctuations of growth rings at an extremely fast speed. The 5-colored brilliance also swept across the man's body. This kind of scene was very dazzling. After an unknown amount of time, the huge space gradually shrank. The 5-colored brilliance divided into several rays, and the gray ripples also gradually slowed down. Woo! With a soft sound, the naked Xiao Huarua escaped from the space tunnel with a swimming fish. Outside the tunnel was an endless sea of blue water. Then, with a loud woo sound, countless bubbles emerged from Xiao Hua's body, carrying him towards the distance and high altitude. And behind Xiao Hua, the space became even smaller, finally turning into an existence smaller than the tip of a needle. Not to mention nascent soul cultivators, even tribulation transcendence cultivators and Mahayana cultivators wouldn't be able to easily find this place in this endless Guihe Sea, right? Xiao Hua floated higher and higher along with these bubbles, and at the same time drifted further and further away. Taoist Master Du Yi and Shan Xingzi, who were chasing him, had already turned into ashes. The dead Xue Xue was right. If all of them went to the depths of the Guihe Sea, Xiaohua would definitely be able to survive, but after this Great Meru Buddhist Formation, Clear Song of Time Demon Formation, and 5 Elements Annihilation Formation, where was this place? Who would be so idle as to set up these 3 strange formations in the depths of the Guihe Sea? And the power of these formations was so huge. Don't forget, in the millions of Meng Mountains in the Huda village, what kind of cultivation base did Elder Wu have? He also didn't dare to rashly touch the Yin and Yang seals on Xiaohua's Middle Dantian and Naiwen Palace, but these 2 incomparably powerful seals within these 3 formations were like yellow talismans being gently opened. Could it be that these 3 formations were like what Shan Xingzi said, innate divine restrictions? There were too many mysteries, too many unsolvable mysteries, too many dangers. This was also the reason why cultivators on the Dawn Rain continent rarely came to the Guihe Sea. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.